Chapter 344 Thunder-Breaking Demon Arts. Chapter 344 Thunder-Breaking Demon Arts. Chapter 344 Thunder-Breaking Demon Arts. You, who are you? Huang Zishuan looked at Lin Ming, alarmed. Before they had chased him all the way here, in that short instant when they fought, he hadn't been able to clearly see Lin Ming's cultivation. But now that Lin Ming was in front of him, he saw that he was at the late pulse condensation period. For someone who had just entered the pulse condensation period to actually be able to swallow the shattered demon heart crystal with that cultivation and not die, yet also have the strength to suppress him afterwards, was there really such a person in this world? Lin Ming didn't waste time responding to Huang Zishuan's nonsense. After he swallowed the shattered demon heart crystal and tempered his marrow, his body had to produce new blood. Although he had smoothly entered into the late pulse condensation period, the process of creating new blood after tempering his marrow had exhausted nearly all of his true essence. Now the energy he used was almost purely from the compressed true essence that was hidden within the heretical god seed. But this sort of true essence would be consumed quickly. It was equal to opening the heretical god force. It was impossible for it to last long. Lin Ming's right hand shook, the purple comet spear flew forward. Azure true essence howled in the air. The space around the spearpoint began to tremble. Huang Zishuan's complexion sank. He coldly said, "It seems you want to die quickly. You think you won against me with just a single move? Don't force me to use the moon-seizing sect's forbidden technique. We'll both die together." Hearing the words forbidden technique, Lin Ming didn't respond, but Ju Sinews paled. Obviously, this forbidden technique that Huang Zishuan mentioned was not fake. Sir Lin, the moon-seizing sect's forbidden technique was obtained on the same year they invaded the silent demon emperor city. It's half of a demonic secret skill jade slip that they obtained, blood shadow great technique. You can kill 1,000 at the loss of 800. To use it requires one to sacrifice their life force and cultivation as the price. The power of this skill is astoundingly strong, Ju Sinew quickly said to Lin Ming through a true essence sound transmission. This battle would naturally be determined by Lin Ming, she only wanted to inform him. Huang Zishuan was able to guess from Ju Sinew's facial expressions that she was using at true essence sound transmission to speak to Lin Ming, and then a smug smile appeared on his face. He threateningly said, "Boy, let me give you a tip. Once I use this technique, you will die without a doubt. But I do not want to injure my life and cultivation. In comparison to my life, the treasures that the moon-seizing sect left behind are naturally insignificant. If you are willing to agree to a truce, then I will let you off. You can even take away some of the treasures. Otherwise, you will die." Lin Ming didn't respond to Huang Zishuan with words. The only thing that responded to him was Lin Ming's spear, billowing with the power of rolling thunder and fire. Hong long long, air shook, true essence howled. Huang Zishuan's face flashed with a hideous expression. "You have forced my hand. Blood shadow great art. Pa." Countless lines of blood suddenly appeared in Huang Zishuan's arms. His true essence fused with the blood, becoming a bloody mist. Suddenly, the black fog that surrounded his body turned into a vibrant crimson color. Huang Zishuan's eyes turned blood red, the muscles of his hands bulging, his nails extending out like demonic claws. His gaze was full of bloodlust. This blood shadow great art not only damaged one's life and cultivation, but it would also affect their will. Once they used it, they would not be able to control the desire for slaughter and thirst for blood that rampaged in their hearts. Die! Huang Zishuan rushed out with a punch. A massive crimson demon claw flew towards Lin Ming, accompanied by the wails and cries of ghosts, and a surge of bloody wind and air. This blood wind was not an illusion, but was truly blood, Huang Zishuan's blood. As Lin Ming faced this massive crimson demon claw, his vision narrowed. Who? A deafening dragon roar impacted the heavens. In that moment, the dragon cry broke the clouds and split stones, the eminent might of a dragon filling the endless space, shocking the minds and bodies of anyone who heard it. That short moment was like an illusion, like a dream. The purple flood dragon divine thunder that lurked within the heretical god seed roared forth, transforming into the shadow of a purple flood dragon as it clashed with the demonic claw. Bang! The crimson demon claw broke apart, a shock wave surging in all directions. Broken stone flew everywhere, and all the land within dozens of feet was overturned or razed. But amidst the bloody mist, the purple flood dragon divine thunder broke through, crashing into Huang Zishuan. Huang Zishuan's face immediately paled. What kind of thunder is this? The power of thunder was the element that most suppressed ghosts, evil, and demonic beings. During a thunderstorm, ghosts could not be born. Those that cultivated demon arts or ghostly arts were often turned to ashes and extinguished when facing heavenly tribulation during their disaster of thunder. As for the purple flood dragon divine thunder, that was a high-level thunder soul, and it also contained the peerless and inherent might of a dragon. Lin Ming's blood was also fused with the blood of a true dragon. How could a little beginner's demon art possibly resist it? Much less Huang Zishuan, who only had half of the whole. Facing the roaring purple flood dragon divine thunder, Huang Zishuan had no time to think. He bit his tongue and spat out his blood essence. The black and red mist transformed into a bloody shield in front of him, blocking the attack of the purple flood dragon divine thunder. Bang! The shield shattered. Huang Zishuan gave a miserable cry as he flew backwards. Lin Ming didn't give him the smallest chance to catch his breath. He immediately displayed golden rock shattering the void, and his body flashed as he appeared near Huang Zishuan, his spear stabbing out. The power of thunder and flame blasted out. Lin Ming used 20% of the true thunderfire annihilation. A terrifying energy rushed out from the spear, forming a vacuum in space. Huang Zishuan's face twisted. He gathered together his final strength to counterattack. He slashed out with his demon claw, avoiding the purple comet spear to grab Lin Ming's rib. Attacking Lin Ming's main body was the only way to force Lin Ming to retreat. However, how could Lin Ming give him such a hope? Lin Ming's hand loosened and he suddenly stormed backwards, a crimson flaming chain appearing at the end of the long spear. He had shot out the purple comet spear. Puff! The purple comet spear easily pierced through Huang Zishuan's body. The 20% power thunderfire annihilation didn't explode, but turned into a manic and violently brutal energy that broke into Huang Zishuan's body, tearing all of his organs and meridians into pieces. Huang Zishuan spat out a mouthful of blood, and desolate hopelessness flashed in his eyes. His dantian wasn't destroyed so he wouldn't die immediately, but he could only live for a few more breaths. Ka! The crimson chain tightened, and the purple comet spear was pulled loose. As the spear came out, blood rained on the floor, and Huang Zishuan's corpse fell to the ground. Seeing Huang Zishuan's blood dye the rock red, the handler and Huang Zishuan's third brother were ashen. They couldn't believe everything that had just happened. An outer court elder of the moon-seizing sect, Huang Zishuan, whose strength reached the limit of the Hutian realm, was actually killed in less than 10 breaths of time by such a young boy. The battle was fast, the moves were fierce. It was bewildering and unexpected. But at this moment, Lin Ming turned his head, an icy gaze shooting out. Everyone that followed Huang Zishuan felt like their hearts had jumped into their throats. The eagle handler was frightened to the point where he immediately slumped to the ground, but the other two Hutian masters glanced at each other, and without a single word, launched their movement techniques and flew in separate directions, rapidly escaping. "You want to run?" Lin Ming sneered, then activated the golden rock shattering the void movement technique and the concept of wind. He would first let that middle Hutian realm master off for now, and chase down the late Hutian man called Third Brother. Lin Ming's speed wasn't where his strength lay, but that was only relative to those monstrous geniuses whose speed reached the limit, such as Jiang Baoyun. Now, with Lin Ming's cultivation having continuously broken through, along with his understanding of the concept of wind having increased, how could an ordinary late Hutian master compare to him? As the two ran away, Lin Ming soon caught up in just a dozen breaths of time. A spear thrust forth. Flow like silk. 10,000 vibrating true essence threads roared into the area, weaving into an inescapable net, directly blocking the path of the man. Ah! The third brother gave a desperate cry, his saber slashing down at the azure true essence. However, the azure true essence was infinitely tough. How could he cut through it? Not only that, but as he struck it, a terrifying vibrating force transferred up his weapon, causing his blood to roil and his weapon to nearly shake free from his hand. Don't! In the moment of life or death, The third brother let out a cry of despair. However, Lin Ming showed no mercy. A spear pierced through the man's dantian, twisting his true essence. The man's dantian broke apart, and he bled from the head, immediately dying. Lin Ming took the man's spatial ring and then retrieved his spear. He turned towards another direction to chase down the middle Hutian martial artist. Although Lin Ming's cultivation had reached the late pulse condensation period, with his strength chasing one person was fine, but chasing two was a bit troublesome. With Lin Ming's current soul force strength, he wasn't yet able to completely lock onto someone. This vast barren mountain had valleys and stone cliffs everywhere. If this man looked for a place to hide, then it would be very difficult to find him. However, Lin Ming wasn't alone, he also had the winged flood dragon. At the same time that Lin Ming chased after the third brother, Kai Yang was following that middle Hutian master. Although Kai Yang was still a child, it also had the strength of a sect's ordinary Hutian martial artist. It was completely able to follow and hound a middle Hutian master. Once followed by Kai Yang, the man was extremely anxious. With his limited strength, he couldn't do anything about Kai Yang. He had attacked several times with no results. Instead, he was just wasting his time. And at this time, Lin Ming arrived. He carried the purple comet spear that was stained red with blood. His entire body was covered with rags, and the aura that he was emitting was the same as a blood-crazy demon. Seeing him, the man was frightened out of his wits. "Young hero, please forgive me, I was only forced by Huang Zishuan. I am innocent." His voice abruptly ended here. Lin Ming stabbed out with his spear, directly crushing the man's dantian to pieces. "Innocent?" Lin Minute sneered. In this world, no one was innocent. If a man tried to kill others for their own benefit, then they had to be prepared to die in exchange. To be filled with such bloodlust and excitement when killing someone, but actually proclaiming themselves innocent when they were at the door of death, this sort of person should die sooner. Lin Ming took this man's spatial ring, hopped atop Kai Yang, and flew back. Huang Zishuan had already died, and all his hopes with him. Huang Sanping's wrist was shattered by Lin Ming. To a normal pulse condensation martial artist, a broken wrist wasn't a wound that was fatal. But before this, Huang Sanping had already suffered an extreme attack from Lin Ming, and had spat out a great deal of blood and viscera. Now that there were injuries piled atop his old injuries, he no longer had any strength to resist. Seeing Lin Ming return, Huang Sanping's face showed a touch of despair and fear, just like a man on the execution grounds who had been sentenced to death. Few people were unafraid of death, especially those promising talents of sects. Huang Sanping's lips trembled, and his voice shook as he asked, You are Lin Ming?" Chapter 345 Reborn. Chapter 345 Reborn. Chapter 345 Reborn. Huang Sanping's lips trembled, and his voice shook as he asked, You are Lin Ming?" Lin Ming glanced at Huang Sanping in surprise. He hadn't expected that the mewling kid in front of him would guess his identity the moment before his own death. But it wasn't too difficult to guess. The strength he had just shown belonged to a sect's absolute top talent, and this was also the territory of the 7 profound valleys. His name had been floating around for a while, ever since Divine Phoenix Island had announced him as their sole heaven-step talent. This time, Lin Ming had no need to hide anything. He indifferently nodded and said, "That's right." "So you were." Huang Sanping's frightened face bent up in an awkward smile. As he smiled, his face began to twitch, and it looked somewhere between an extremely ugly laugh and a cry. As one of the geniuses on Divine Phoenix Island's joint talent training program, how could he never have heard the name of Lin Ming, the only heaven-step talent that was listed? A heaven-step talent could enjoy treatment equal to a core disciple of Divine Phoenix Island. How many people envied? How many people were jealous? Huang Sanping had always been an extremely jealous man. When he had heard of this, jealousy had flooded his entire body, incapacitating him. He had always kept a thought in the back of his mind that he would take revenge on Lin Ming one day, but he never thought that. Genius? How ridiculous. Huang Sanping had been labeled a genius ever since he was a child. Now, that title, in front of this monster, was nothing more than a joke. In front of this monster, he didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. Huang Sanping always thought that if he could obtain the treasures left behind by the moon-seizing sect, then the future world would be his for the taking. He would become the heroic lead of the entire Sky Spill continent. But now, all his hopes and dreams seemed incomparably comical, a complete farce. A monster like Lin Ming was able to swallow the shattered demon heart crystal with a mere pulse condensation period cultivation. Against this person, how could he possibly compare to him in any measure? Lin Ming looked at Zhu Xinyu and said, "Do you want to do it yourself?" Lin Ming assumed that the resentment and grudges that ran between Huang Sanping and Zhu Xinyu were deep. If she finished this by her own hands, it would be easier for her to clear her thoughts and spirit. Zhu Xinyu glared at Huang Sanping with hate seething in her eyes. Although Huang Sanping was severely injured, that still didn't resolve the hostility in her heart. She had almost been captured by him. And if she were, she would have suffered a life of endless torment, being humiliated daily. Thinking this, Zhu Xinyu shuddered. Zhu Xinyu grit her teeth, took out a treasure-long sword, and stabbed Huang Sanping's heart. Blood shot out, and Huang Sanping's eyes turned lifeless. As Lin Ming saw this, he sighed. Yet another genius had fallen from the skies. On the path of martial artists, a mediocre person may not have a good life, but a genius could die a miserable death at any time. Of course, to a sect at the level of Divine Phoenix Island, Huang Sanping couldn't even be considered a genius. He would have been long eliminated before the Xiantian realm. The Xiantian realm, revolving core realm, and even higher realms above, every stage had a vast number of martial artists that were eliminated from advancement. To talents that were even more amazing and extraordinary than Huang Sanping, like Qin Wuxin, they would be stopped after the Xiantian realm. To talents even more outstanding than Qin Wuxin, like Jiang Baoyun, they might be eliminated from advancing after reaching the revolving core realm. As for talents even more exceptional than Jiang Baoyun, like Mu Qianyu, they might be stopped after becoming a peerless emperor. The path of martial arts was infinite and endless. Lin Ming could feel in his soul that if he didn't seize every chance to enhance his cultivation, then one day, the destiny of being eliminated would fall upon his own head. After witnessing the inimitable war within the realm of the gods, Lin Ming's scope of vision had already transcended Sky Spill continent and stood on a higher level. He would never be complacent with any achievements that he attained. He knew that he was just a frog in the well that had taken a brief scenic trip on the outside before returning. Even when it came to the most basic of body transformations realms, the tempering marrow boundary, he had only traced the very edge of it. Lin Ming guessed that in order to fully complete tempering marrow, he would need thousands upon thousands of heaven-opening pills. Although the shattered demon heart crystal was strong, a dozen or so of those crystals could not match up to several thousand heaven-opening pills. With the help of half a shattered demon heart crystal, Lin Ming's tempering marrow was only semi-complete. Even with a dozen more shattered demon heart crystals, it would still be nearly impossible to thoroughly complete tempering marrow. However, in the path of tempering marrow, the quality was much more important than quantity. Normally, the first time a pill was eaten would have the greatest effect. Afterwards, the effects would increasingly weaken every time. Although the heaven-opening pill was good, after 1 or 2,000, Lin Ming would reach the limit of its effectiveness. Anything more than that wouldn't help. The shattered demon heart crystal was a top-level high-quality, potently powerful pill in comparison to the heaven-opening pill, but what effects would there still be if he ate 10? Lin Ming wasn't sure, but even in a bad situation, he should still be able to complete 60 to 70% of tempering marrow. With that success, he might not even need to fear Ouyang Boyan. He might even kill him instead. If this idea of Lin Ming's was known by other martial artists, they might have died from vomiting blood in anger. The incomparably precious heaven-opening pill was actually considered being taken in units of 1,000. If they weren't struck to death by thunder, they would be irritated to death. After tidying all of Huang Zishuan's followers, Lin Ming returned to Zhu Xinyu and begun to search through the spatial rings. Lin Ming didn't have much hope that these people would have anything too interesting. A third-grade genius belongings could only be considered changed to him now. After looking through everything, the only objects of notice were several high-grade human step treasures, the moon-seizing sect's cultivation method jade slips, several thousand low-grade true essence stones, and also some bottles of pills. Through everything, there wasn't even a single heaven-opening pill. He didn't know that the reason Huang Sanping had gotten tangled into this mess was because he had given his heaven-opening pill to Huang Zishuan to swallow. The cultivation method jade slips were all given back to Zhu Xinyu. Naturally, he had no need for things like this. He kept the treasures and pills for future use or if he needed to give them to anyone. As for the true essence stones, they were kept for spending money. As for the rest, Lin Ming didn't have much hope, and his Lin family didn't need it either. He was preparing to throw it away, but at this moment he took another casual glance and found something interesting. This wasn't Huang Zishuan's or Huang Sanping's, but it belonged to the weakest eagle handler. It was a very ancient jade slip that contained some sort of technique called the psychic soul art. In summary, it was a secret method to communicate with beasts. This eagle handler was a complete mess when it came to martial talent and cultivation, and at 40 to 50 years of age had only reached an early pulse condensation cultivation, and that was also relying on pills to forcefully raise it. His combat strength wasn't better than a common martial artist. In fact, it was even worse. However, because he had a talent that was able to communicate with beasts, he was appointed by the moon-seizing sect to handle the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle. It seemed that this eagle handler's talent had a great connection to this jade slip. Although this jade slip didn't seem very practical, it looked like a lot of fun. Thus, Lin Ming readily placed it in his spatial ring. Let's go, we'll look for a cave to rest in. I have to meditate and restore my true essence, Lin Ming said to Zhu Xinyu. Millimeter. Zhu Xinyu timidly nodded. The series of events that just occurred was too shocking for her. Lin Ming, with his pulse condensation cultivation, had swallowed the shattered demon heart crystal and hadn't died. Not only that, but afterwards he had revived and killed Huang Zishuan in less than 10 breaths of time. However, there were things that confused Zhu Xinyu. The shattered demon heart crystal was supposedly a top-quality miracle medicine that needed one to be at least a Xiantian master to take. Its medicinal efficacy could be imagined. Since Lin Ming swallowed half of one at only a cultivation of the pulse condensation period, his cultivation should have rapidly risen, directly breaking through to the Hutian realm. But how did he only advance by such a small level that he was stuck in the late pulse condensation period? Zhu Xinyu really couldn't understand this, but she tactfully decided not to ask. The two quickly found a distantly hidden mountain cave. At this time, the sun had just risen. Inside the mountain cave there was a deep pool that came from a steadily flowing mountain stream. It was very cool and light. Lin Ming said, "I'm going to take a bath, you can wait for me at the entrance." Lin Ming's entire body was currently covered in blood and shorn off black and red skin. His entire body was also in rags. Not taking a bath as soon as he could would be a travesty. Millimeter. Zhu Xinyu nodded, and then politely waited at the entrance. Lin Ming finished his bath in a quarter of an hour, and then changed into some loose and unlined clothing from his spatial ring. He had also eaten up some strong True Essence supplementary pills, and meditated for a short period of time. The True Essence in his body was nearly restored, and the heretical god forces compressed True Essence reserves were at maximum capacity. Then, Lin Ming called Zhu Xinyu into the cave. When Zhu Xinyu saw Lin Ming after he had trayed his clothes and washed off all the bloody scabs and torn skin from his body, she was stunned. After the preliminary tempering marrow, Lin Ming's looks had changed beyond recognition. Underneath the bloody scabs was the tenderest skin, delicate like a newborn babe. His entire body seemed to be brimming with potent vigor, and the slightly bulging and protruding muscles of his body only seemed to accentuate his healthiness and give him an extremely symmetrical and beautiful appearance, just like a graceful cheetah. His stature had raised some, making him seem even more righteous and tall. There were even subtly significant changes to his features. Originally, Lin Ming seemed valiant and noble, but in truth that was because there was a sharp aura that came from his forehead. In terms of Lin Ming's looks, he couldn't have been considered too outstanding, but now, after Lin Ming had been reborn, his eyebrows were sharp like swords, his eyes shone like the infinite stars in the sky, and his face seemed to be like the most valuable jade that had been carved by a saber. He was simply a jade-like god, yet not losing any of his sharp fortitude and masculine handsomeness. All with the simple and unlined blue clothes that clung to his tight and compact body, as he stood illuminated against the rising sun of the morning, and the rays of the dawn sprinkled upon his comely appearance. He seemed to have an ethereal sense of beauty. All of this caused Ju Xinyu to fall into a silly trance. After several breaths, Ju Xinyu finally came to her senses. She then haltingly said, "Sir Lin. I'm sorry for what I did. I thought you died, so." Ju Xinyu was naturally referring to when she had stabbed Lin Ming's chest with her dagger. Now looking back at it, Ju Xinyu only thought she was an incompetent fool. She simply had no merits to speak of. "Forget about it. I know that you were well-intentioned in your actions. But actually, about the moon-seizing sect's hidden treasures, I was wondering if Miss Ju could tell me." Lin Ming's gaze swept past Ju Xinyu. When Ju Xinyu had stabbed him, the truth was that he could have dodged. But he still had finished tempering his marrow with the shattered demon heart crystal. He also didn't want to prematurely quicken the true essence stored within the heretical godseed. That was the last of his strength. The reason that Lin Ming had let Ju Xinyu freely stab him was because he had enough confidence in his own body's defense after the preliminary tempering marrow phase. The hidden treasure. As Ju Xinyu heard Lin Ming mention this, her face was full of a complex color. She didn't think there would be a day when the treasures that her master had entrusted to her to revive the moon-seizing sect would be personally given to an outsider by her. Chapter 346 Location of the Hidden Treasure. Chapter 346 Location of the Hidden Treasure. Chapter 346 Location of the Hidden Treasure. Ju Xinyu knew that the reason Lin Ming had taken such a big risk and gambled his own life was for the shattered demon heart crystal. If Lin Ming hadn't helped her, she would never have survived this calamity, much less have any hope of reviving the moon-seizing sect. The reason she made this choice was that she had been compelled by circumstance. Thinking this, Ju Xinyu felt much better in her heart. She whispered, "I have the key to the hidden treasure on me. As for where it is, it's within the South Sea, located on Dark Moon Island." Dark Moon Island? Lin Ming was stunned for a moment. These past few months, he had read many ancient texts, and had a much better understanding of the major powers of the South Horizon region, as well as the local customs, conditions, and geography. As for Dark Moon Island, that was a place he had read about. It was a dangerous area within the South Sea, and was the eye of the South Sea's yin-earth pulse. All year round, Frostian energy was gathered there. It was said that in ancient times, an unparalleled war had taken place on that island, and countless powerhouses had died. Since then, a bone-chilling wind and a black fog covered the island all year, and many fierce and vicious ghosts and otherworldly beasts existed there. Just the chilling wind by itself was dangerous for pulse condensation martial artists. As for the ghosts and other dangerous residents of that island, there were many powerhouses that were comparable to Hutian masters, and it was even said that there were ghost kings that were equal to Xiantian masters. Thinking this, Lin Ming frowned. "Your moon-seizing sect actually placed their treasure trove in such a location?" Millimeter. Well, Dark Moon Island is rarely visited and mostly inaccessible, so it's much more secure. Sir Lin may not know, but 1,000 years ago, the South Horizon region didn't truly wish to participate in the siege of Silent Demon Emperor City. Rather, it could be said they were forced to. The might of Silent Demon Emperor City was titanic. Not even the entire coalition force together was larger than Silent Demon Emperor City. In that war, the moon-seizing sect did have a harvest, but the losses were severe. Countless sect masters fell from the sky. If the treasures were kept in the moon-seizing sect, it would probably have been looted in the years since then. As Ju Xinyu spoke, she let out a sigh. She remembered the glorious and magnificent history of the moon-seizing sect, but also their recent destruction. It really made her heart ache. 100-year dynasty, 1,000-year sect, 10,000-year holy land. For a third-grade sect to last 1 or 2,000 years was already a long period of time. Lin Ming nodded. Indeed, if it wasn't so, then the moon-seizing sect would have suffered a disaster in their weakened state, and all their treasures would have been looted. But, even if it's Dark Moon Island, can it stop an extreme Xiantian master? An extreme Xiantian master naturally won't find Dark Moon Island dangerous. However, Dark Moon Island's black rock can inhibit and prevent soul perception. As long as the secret door is hidden underground, it's nearly impossible to find. In addition, Dark Moon Island is an extremely vast land. Without a guide, a Xiantian master could spend several years on Dark Moon Island and still not find the location where my sect hid their treasures. I see. Lin Ming realized that going to Dark Moon Island wasn't the best choice. If he became confused and walked into danger, things might turn out poorly. Zhu Xinyu saw Lin Ming's worries and said, Dark Moon Island is dangerous, but my sect also left clever techniques to avoid danger, so it isn't too risky. Then I'll have to trouble Miss Zhu to guide me at the time. Before, I also heard Miss Zhu say that the moon-seizing sect's hidden treasures include a total of 12 shattered demon heart crystals left over. And there are also many cultivation method jade slips, rare and precious pills, materials, treasure armor and weapons, true essence stones, and so on. Zhu Xinyu nipped her lips and nodded. Her sect was a third-grade sect that had prospered for 1,000 years. Although they had declined afterwards, they still had a rich legacy and inheritance. The total wealth and resources they accumulated over the years was an amount that was difficult for ordinary martial artists to imagine. Miss Zhu, you said that if I helped you, you would share the treasure with me. How about we discuss how we will split the treasure now? Lin Ming casually said. Zhu Xinyu's heart tightened. She was on the extremely weak end of the bargaining table, without any weight to add to her words. If she were forced by Lin Ming, she could say something like the hidden treasure is fundamental to the revival of my moon-seizing sect. If you want to take it, then you'll have to kill me first, or something like that. But now, she had asked Lin Ming to help her on her own initiative, and had also agreed to share the hidden treasure with him. Lin Ming had rescued her multiple times, and during this entire process, she had only added to the chaos without being able to help at all. Because of the above, she was too ashamed to object to anything. She could only hope that Lin Ming's demands weren't too rough. Lin Ming thought for a moment and said, I don't want the cultivation method jade slips, nor do I want true essence stones, treasure weapons, or armor. If there are some heaven-opening pills, then I will take some. And if there are some other treasures that I'm interested in, we can negotiate. As for the 12 shattered demon heart crystals, I'll take 10. Lin Ming was crazy for these shattered demon heart crystals. They were the reason that he had risked his life. Those crystals were his hope to further his completion of tempering marrow. With 10 shattered demon heart crystals and more heaven-opening pills, he wondered what percentage of tempering marrow he would be able to complete. Zhu Xinyu listened to Lin Ming's request. Although she was a bit distressed, she knew that Lin Ming wasn't asking for much. Or, it was better to say that nothing else interested him. Also, she just didn't have any room to bargain further. The truth was that for the revival of a sect, it didn't depend on a top medicine like the shattered demon heart crystal, but rather the inherited cultivation methods, true essence stones, and a massive quantity of basic treasures and pills. These were the materials that most beginning disciples could use. She bit her lips and said, Thank you, Sir Lin. Then Miss Zhu, I'll have to trouble you to follow me for the next few days. If you don't mind, could you hand me the key to take care of? Lin Ming's eyes narrowed. Although his approach was a bit villainous, he couldn't depend on the heart of someone he didn't know. Zhu Xinyu might run off somewhere when he wasn't looking. As Zhu Xinyu listened to Lin Ming's blatant distrust of her, she became angry. Her beautiful eyes flared at him, and then she finally angrily opened her collar and took out a pendant, throwing it to Lin Ming as she coldly said, The key is inside, you can take it. Lin Ming grabbed the pendant and then traced his nose in embarrassment. He awkwardly said, I'm sorry for offending Miss Zhu. I ask that Miss Zhu be a little understanding and forgive me. Lin Ming touched this pendant that carried Zhu Xinyu's body warmth. It had a very unique shape, just like a ceremonial dagger. As he sensed it with his soul force, Lin Ming was surprised to find that there was a pocket dimension inside. This pendant was actually a storage treasure, just like a spatial ring. Also, the grade was quite high. Inside was only a single item. It was an exquisite hexagonal box that was colored gold and red, less than 3 inches wide, just large enough to be placed in the center of a palm. The wood looked as if it were made of metal, but it felt warm, and a full moon was carved onto the surface. With further investigation, the wood of this key was very strange, emitting an ancient breath. At least, it wasn't a fake and he wouldn't have to worry about Zhu Xinyu somehow tricking him while he traveled with her for these next few days. Thank you for your understanding, Miss Ju. Although Lin Ming seemed thankful, he didn't imply that he was letting Ju Xinyu walk away. Ju Xinyu didn't speak in anger, it was unknown what she was thinking. With the atmosphere a bit awkward, Lin Ming cleaned up a corner in the cave to sit down and restore his true essence. Ju Xinyu also sat down in front of the wall opposite to Lin Ming and meditated too. After revolving her true essence several times, she felt sleepy and leaned against the stone wall to rest. She truly was tired, she hadn't yet had a full night of sleep. To a pulse condensation period martial artist, a night without sleeping was nothing. But before Ju Xinyu came here, she had fled through the southern wilderness for 4 to 5 days without rest until she arrived at Green Mulberry City. Then, almost immediately, the fierce war with the beast tide had erupted, and she had to flee that very night. After that, Lin Ming went through an intense battle because of the shattered demon heart crystal, and Ju Xinyu had to wait with extreme anxiousness for 3 hours while the dreamland enchantment was slowly whittled away. Now that she could finally relax her guard, she was naturally sleepy. Ju Xinyu rested for 3 or 4 hours, and when she woke up it was the afternoon. The barren mountain was still the wilderness. While Ju Xinyu was sleeping, she kept her guard up a bit just in case. Feeling Lin Ming leave, she didn't care that much. As she stepped out of the cave, she saw that Lin Ming had cleared out an open space, built a fire, and was roasting 2 rabbits. In these sparsely populated hills, there were few natural enemies, so the rabbits were especially plump. Their entire bodies were roasted gold, and a fragrant smell wafted in the air. Smelling this delicious aroma, Ju Xinyu was immediately hungry. She hadn't eaten for almost an entire day and night. She was quite happy to eat this roasted rabbit meal. When she finished eating, she licked her fingers in delight. She didn't think that Lin Ming would have this sort of skill, the barbecue flavor was just so good. Lin Ming got up and said, "Before we go to Dark Moon Island, I'll have to make a number of preparations. So, I'll have to trouble Miss Ju for these next few days." Green Mulberry City. After the chaos of last night due to Huang Zishuan, the army camp finally discovered one thing: Zhu Ping was missing. The entire camp searched tirelessly for him, but couldn't even find his corpse. Even the scouts reported that they didn't see Zhu Ping leave the camp. It was as if he evaporated into the air. When the investigation reached this point, the high-level characters of Green Mulberry had a faint guess about what had happened. Zhu Ping had been killed, and it had been by someone who had a grudge against him. For that person to be able to kill him in the camp without raising a single sound, there could only be one. As Lin Wanshan, Zhuang Fan, Lin Wuyin, and the others realized this, their complexions turned extremely ugly. They didn't have the qualifications to question Lin Ming's decisions, nor did they dare to, but the problem was that Lin Ming had been chased down by a group of masters and was missing, and their army commander was killed too. What would they do if the beast tide came again? Everyone was nervous like ants in a hot pan, until late in the morning of the second day, Qin Zia and his group arrived at Green Mulberry City on their heavenly wind eagles. There were dozens of heavenly wind eagles with 2 or 3 masters on each. With such a large group flying overhead, the guards instantly panicked, making a report of the chaos to headquarters. Lin Wanshan and everyone hurriedly ran over. Heavens! There were over 100 masters. Looking at their true essence fluctuations, if they weren't at the pulse condensation period, then they were at the Hutian realm. Lin Wanshan and everyone else were shocked. What was going on? In the midst of a raging beast tide, over 100 masters had actually come. They knew just what this meant. This could be the lifeline of their Green Mulberry City. But, why had they come here? They didn't recognize the white-clothed man that was leading them, but there were people that recognized the 2 behind him. Aren't those 2 Mr. Mui and Miss Qin from the martial quarters? Zhuang Fan looked at Qin Xingxuan and Mui who were standing atop a heavenly wind eagle. He had seen Mui and Qin Xingxuan before. But currently, they should definitely still be at Sky Fortune City. Chapter 347 A Storm is Coming. Chapter 347 A Storm is Coming. Chapter 347, A Storm is Coming. Miss Qin from the martial quarters. Green Mulberry City's City Lord Zhao Yangming was surprised. Are you saying that Miss Qin is Qin Xingxuan? Of course it's her. Although Marshal Qin has many granddaughters, the only Miss Qin that walks with Mr. Mui is young Miss Qin Xingxuan. Qin Xingxuan? That was the proud lady of the martial quarters, and also the beloved favorite of Marshal Qin. Why would such a figure come to Green Mulberry City at such a time? And who was that white-clothed person standing in front of Qin Xingxuan? As Zhao Ying was alarmed and indecisive for a time, Qin Zia asked, "Which of one of you is the leader here?" Since Zhu Ping died, it was Zhao Yangming who stood in for him. He said, "That's me. Zhao Yangming, Green Mulberry City's City Lord." "I see, so it's City Lord Zhao. I am Sky Fortune Kingdom's 7 Profound Martial House Master Qin Zia, and these 120 masters with me are also from the 7 Profound Martial House. We seek entrance to Green Mulberry City and would like to request City Lord Zhao make the arrangements. 120 martial artists from the 7 Profound Martial House are coming to Green Mulberry City." Zhao Yangming could hardly believe this. This was simply a most propitious event. It had to be known that during this beast tide, many cities within Sky Fortune Kingdom were suffering. Even the capital Sky Fortune City wasn't able to escape. During this time, the 7 Profound Martial House actually sent 120 masters to Green Mulberry City on heavenly wind eagles, and even Martial House Master Qin Zia personally came. Just why would this be? Zhao Yangming felt such a strong sense of happiness that he thought he would faint, and stood stunned for a good 4 or 5 breaths of time. Afterwards, he said extremely flattered, "I welcome Martial House Master Qin. I represent all the people of Green Mulberry City in thanking Martial House Master Qin for this timely help." Qin Zia didn't wait for Zhao Yanming's kind words. He directly asked, "City Lord Zhao, as far as I know, Lin Ming should be at Green Mulberry City, but how come he isn't here?" Qin Zia had sent out his sense a moment ago, but wasn't able to find Lin Ming anywhere. This, Zhao Yanming's complexion suddenly turned bitter. Lin Ming's status was extremely important, and now that he was in trouble, Zhao Yangming feared that something bad may have happened. He braced himself and explained the entire matter, that there were 3 or 4 sect Huqian masters, and even a peak sect Huqian master chasing him. Qin Zia frowned, but the color of Qin Xingxuan's beautiful face suddenly deteriorated at a distressing degree. He was being chased by a peak Huqian master from a sect. And more than one. Qin Xingxuan felt like her heart was being twisted. Qin Zia took out a sound-transmitting talisman and spoke a few random words before igniting it, but still wasn't able to find Lin Ming's position. Only a high-grade sound-transmitting talisman from Divine Phoenix Island would have the range, otherwise most sound-transmitting talisman wouldn't spread more than 100 miles away. Qin Zia had notified Lin Ming last night through a series of sound-transmitting talismans. City Lord Zhao, who were they? What sort of special characteristics did they have? Qin Zia asked, his voice sinking. This lower official does not know. Zhao Yangming shook his head at a loss. He could only give a vague description, but none of this seemed helpful. Finally, Zhu Yangming mentioned that Zhu Xinyu had a faint crescent symbol on her clothes, and Qin Zia understood. They must have been from the moon-seizing sect, and somehow Lin Ming had foolishly decided to involve himself in the disputes between direct disciples of the moon-seizing sect. Throughout the day, there were only a few sporadic surges of the beast tide at Green Mulberry City. There wasn't even a need to utilize the whole army. The 100-plus masters of the 7 Profound Martial House were nearly enough by themselves. Every master was equivalent to at least several hundred soldiers, equaling an army of tens of thousands. Against a beast tide of tens of thousands of second-level vicious beasts, they only needed to send the Huqian masters to slaughter the 4th-level vicious beasts and the beast tide would naturally disperse. However, even though the beast tide was no longer a problem, the entire army camp still wasn't relaxed, as if a dark cloud had descended on the entire camp. This was because no one knew whether Lin Ming was dead or alive. City Lord Zhao Yangming and the other heads of the major families came to gradually understand one thing, and that was that the reason Qin Zia had come this far from Sky Fortune City, and had even brought Qin Xingxuan and Mr. Mui together, was not to rescue Green Mulberry City, but to protect Lin Ming's family. Zhao Yangming couldn't imagine what sort of great show of face this was. Even the Lin family head Lin Wanshan couldn't sit still. He never imagined that Qin Zia, whose status was higher than the emperor, would actually rush to Green Mulberry City and protect his family. This awed and flattered him. But Zhao Yangming was even more nervous. He knew that Lin Ming's status was high, but now it seemed that not only was his status high, but he was of unparalleled importance to the Seven Profound Valleys. He had even heard from Qin Zia that the Seven Profound Valleys' total faction had sent help too. It was only that they were too far, so they weren't able to arrive at the border of Sky Fortune Kingdom quickly enough. Now that matters had risen to the level of the sect itself, Zhao Yangming naturally found it difficult to understand. He didn't know what a future revolving core master, and not only that, but a top revolving core powerhouse, meant to the Seven Profound Valleys. Even if Lin Ming wasn't a disciple of the Seven Profound Valleys in the future, being on good terms with Lin Ming would still ensure that the Seven Profound Valleys would experience peace and prosperity for several hundred years. At this time, Zhao Yangming had already forgotten about the matter of Zhu Ping's murder. He organized guards to constantly search for Lin Ming's whereabouts. However, all his efforts came to nothing. As Zhao Yangming saw Qin Zia's increasingly gloomy complexion, he nervously walked circles. Gradually, he began to realize something. If Lin Ming really did disappear and possibly die, then this wouldn't just be a case of simple negligence. No, the consequences would be serious, very, very serious. Even Qin Zia might be implicated in the entire mess. Qin Xingxuan's heart was heavy with worry. She skipped lunch as she had no appetite. Lin Ming had already been gone for over 10 hours. Then at around evening, there was a small red dot that appeared on the western horizon. The guards immediately reported this to a master with better eyesight, and he was able to clearly see that it was a red-winged dragon. But on the back of this dragon stood two figures, and the one in front was Lin Ming. With Lin Ming returning, Qin Zia let Zhao Yangming, Lin Wanshan, Mr. Mui, Qin Xingxuan, and everyone else waited at the army camp. As the winged flood dragon drew closer, Zhu Yangming let out a long breath, and Lin Wanshan was also incomparably excited. As for Qin Zia, he was happy and a bit doubtful at the same time. Since Lin Ming was returning so calmly and relaxed, the ones chasing him should have been. Qin Xingxuan didn't worry about any of this. Finally, that heavy feeling in her heart was relieved. As she considered herself a good friend of Lin Ming, she was supposed to be extremely happy to see him, and of course she had reason to be. But as she took a few steps, Qin Xingxuan slowed to a stop, until she finally stood there, unsure. She saw with her beautiful, unblinking eyes another girl behind Lin Ming, whose looks were no less exquisite than her own. During the day when Zhao Yangming had explained what had happened, Qin Xingxuan had listened clearly and heard Zhao Yangming say several Hutian masters had attacked the army camp at night for a girl. This girl had no relation to Lin Ming, but he had actually taken action and risked his own life in order to save her. Qin Xingxuan's eyes turned. She didn't know what to think. Young hero Lin, you truly frightened me to death. Zhao Yangming felt like a giant stone he had been carrying on his shoulders was finally lifted. He nearly collapsed to the ground in relief. Seeing so many people anxiously waiting for him, Lin Ming was a bit embarrassed. Because he had consumed too much true essence and had also just absorbed the shattered demon heart crystal, his breath wasn't yet steady and he had to meditate for a long time. He didn't think so many people would be worried about him. Lin Ming, where did you go for such a long time? What happened last night? Qin Zia asked. Lin Ming cupped his hands across his chest in greeting and said, Martial House Master Qin, I apologize for being neglectful and not returning earlier. It was just that during the battle I used too much energy, so I had to find a cave to meditate in and the delay was longer than I anticipated. Qin Zia and Lin Ming walked into Tenta together. Lin Ming, the ones who chased you were disciples of the moon-seizing sect. I heard from Green Mulberry City's city lord that there was also a peak Hutian master. Lin Ming hesitated, and then honestly said, yes, that person was killed by me. Qin Zia was shocked. A peak Hutian master wasn't much weaker than Qin Zia himself, but yet this man was killed by Lin Ming? It was hard to imagine this. Did that mean that Lin Ming had attained a strength that surpassed even his own? Qin Zia was temporarily unable to accept such a terrifying rate of progress. It was beyond his understanding. Martial House Master Qin, I would also like to request that you keep this matter a secret and not publicize that I escaped. Lin Ming didn't want this news to spread to the 7 profound valleys Ouyang Boyon's ear. He wanted to hide his own strength so that his enemy would lower his guard. All right, Qin Zia opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, and then finally shook his head. This boy was just a monstrous genius. That's right, Martial House Master Qin, about this beast tide, what response does Divine Phoenix Island have? Speaking of this matter, Qin Zia sobered up. According to the news from the Total faction, after this beast tide ends, Divine Phoenix Island will most likely begin to move against the South Sea Demon region. Qin Zia sighed. This great war would sweep throughout the entire Southern Horizon region, rolling up every single player and force within. This time, who knew how many martial artists would have to perish, or how many sects would be destroyed because of this? However, a war was also a time for geniuses to stand out. Since ancient times, heroes and masters were forged in the fires of war. The South Horizon region hadn't seen such a large-scale war for over 1,000 years. Perhaps it had been peaceful for far too long. Lin Ming nodded without a word. Qin Zia's words didn't exceed his expectations. This was probably the effect that the South Sea Demon region wanted to create. If the South Sea Demon region actively attacked Divine Phoenix Island, Divine Phoenix Island would have the advantage of their home ground. With the aid of the massive arrays that protected the island, the South Sea Demon region would suffer serious losses. But if they pulled them out, this situation wouldn't happen. As Qin Zia and Lin Ming were conversing, a maid was carefully packing away the camp supplies. Qin Xingxuan was just sitting on the edge of a curtain, staring at the beautiful crimson clouds that were illuminated by the falling sunset. This falling light spread through the entire Green Mulberry Mountains, and Qin Xingxuan watched, spellbound. "Silly girl, what are you thinking about?" Mui said as he walked over. "Master." Qin Xingxuan panicked. She quickly stood up and greeted him as a courteous disciple did. She wanted to find an excuse for sitting there, but she didn't expect Mui to speak up already. "Don't tell me you're worried about the city, and wondering how to repel the beast tide." Qin Xingxuan turned red, awkwardly not speaking. Chapter 348 A Young Girl's Desires. Chapter 348 A Young Girl's Desires. Chapter 348 A Young Girl's Desires. Seeing Qin Xingxuan's reaction, Mui grinned and said, "There are some matters that are too late once you miss your chance. You don't think that boy will approach you on his own initiative, do you?" Mui's words that hit the mark caused Qin Xingxuan to not even be able to lift her head in shame. Although the traditions of Sky Fortune Kingdom were on the conservative side, the truth was that there were always many girls that would boldly court those they liked. Back during the grand banquet at Sky Fortune City, Lin Ming had been encircled by mobs of courting girls. Some of them were pushed by their parents, and some went of their own volition. This situation was common, and elders that saw this would just smile and laugh. It was a perfectly normal situation. However, Qin Xingxuan had always subconsciously felt that the matters between a man and woman couldn't be forced, nature had to take its course. If one purposefully pushed things, there might not always be a happy ending. She didn't know whether or not Lin Ming liked her in that manner. If he didn't, then it would be an awkward situation for both of them. Mui saw through Qin Xingxuan's thoughts. He said, "Of course, if the tide comes to you, then that's a great thing. But sometimes, if you don't take action and the tide ebbs, it might go and be taken by someone else. Do you remember who Lin Ming came back with today?" As soon as Ju Xinyu, the girl that came back with Lin Ming, was mentioned, Qin Xingxuan's words stuck in her throat, speechless. The beast tide had passed, and Green Mulberry City was safe and sound. Especially in the last few days, because of the help from the masters of the 7 profound martial house, there were nearly no losses among the soldiers. 1,000 miles away, even Sky Fortune City was safe. Although they were weaker than Green Mulberry City in terms of masters, the Dew Mountains that bordered the north of Sky Fortune City were much friendlier and more pleasant than the Green Mulberry Mountains, which extended all the way to the great swamps of the southern wilderness. The highest level vicious beast in the Dew Mountains were 4th level vicious beasts. Naturally, they were no match for the masters of the royal family, much less. Sky Fortune City originally had 40,000 elite garrison soldiers stationed there. Along with the help from the military nearby, They had an army that was 100,000 strong. With such a massive army encircling Sky Fortune City, there wasn't a single vicious beast that was able to touch the city walls. However, besides Sky Fortune City and Green Mulberry City, the other cities that were swept in the beast tide were not so lucky. These days, Lin Ming lived with Qin Zia, Qin Xingxuan, and some others at the residence of Green Mulberry City's Lin family. 7 Profound Valleys direct disciple, 7 Profound Martial Housemaster, State Marshal Qin's most beloved granddaughter. These titles caused all the country nobles in Green Mulberry City who heard them to feel trepidation and awe. For a time, the Lin family became a restricted zone within the entire Green Mulberry City. Although there were countless visitors that hoped to see Lin Ming or maybe Qin Zia, they were limited because of their status. They weren't even able to enter past the Lin family gates. At most, they would be able to meet Lin Wanshan. Lin Ming had gone into seclusion within his room and begun to refine the impurities within his true essence. He had taken too many pills lately and his cultivation had increased too quickly. If he didn't take the time to refine his true essence, it would inevitably affect his foundation. Besides Lin Ming, Qin Zia had also gone into seclusion, making the final preparations to attack the Xiantian realm bottleneck. 2 days later, during a sunny morning, there were many people waiting at the Lin family courtyard. These included Lin Ming, Qin Xingxuan, as well as the important figures of the Lin family. A heavenly wind eagle fluttered down into the courtyard, and after the cover was removed, a little fat youth plopped down, helping a middle-aged couple step down from the heavenly wind eagle. This young fat youth was 16 or 17 years old. As soon as he jumped off of the back of the eagle, the fat layers of his body jiggled. He held the arm of a woman with coiled hair, who wore a simple blue silk dress. Although she was nearing 40 years old, she was still beautiful. It was only that her face showed that she had lived a life of work and hardship. Especially when one looked at her hands, they could see that her palms were covered in calluses, and the backs of her hands were rough and red. This was the result of being wet too often in the winter. Women of this age naturally didn't need help from others. But the little fat youth was still extremely attentive and helpful, supporting her arm as she came down. The man beside the middle-aged man seemed extremely ordinary. He had a slim, medium build, and he wore a light blue robe. He had a very kind, honest, and pleasant smile. The fat youth called out from the distance, "Brother Lin." Lin Ming stood there. He could see the 3 people approaching. They were his father, his mother, and also his friend that he had grown up together with and had shared everything. When he was having a difficult time in Sky Fortune City, scraping to get by, it was this brother that cared for him so much, Lin Xiaodong. Lin Ming didn't know how many times he had imagined this reunion in his mind. When he had taken nearly his entire family's savings and raised his ironclad determination to leave home, he had been gone for almost an entire year. During this time he had withstood unimaginable pressure, and also suffered unimaginable pain. There was surprise, there was glory, there was grief, there was anger, sorrow, slaughter galore, and his own life had hung by a thin thread several times. He had worked wholeheartedly to fight for his success when he returned, but he also knew that he wouldn't necessarily be able to bring glory back home. Maybe he might have fallen down in the world, and even come back disabled. Not only would he not be able to bring honor to his ancestors, but he would draw the mocking taunts and jeers of his neighbors. However, what Lin Ming knew without a shadow of a doubt was that regardless of how he came home, whether it was with riches or rags, his parents would never, ever abandon him, even if he lost everything. This was the purest and truest love in this world. A love that had no cost, nor was it required to be returned. Lin Ming wasn't excited, nor did he cry. He silently kneeled on the floor, deeply kowtowing to his parents. "Father, mother, your child has returned." Several days passed peacefully at the Lin family. Lin Wanshan had always wanted to mention to Lin Ming about the matter of visiting the ancestors. According to the rules of the Lin family, only true Lin family juniors could burn incense at the ancestral temple, and only true Lin family juniors could be written in the family tree. Currently, Lin Ming was only a branch member. Lin Wanshan wanted to raise this matter with Lin Ming several times, but never found the time to say it. Especially after the event with Qin Zia, Lin Wanshan began to gradually realize just how terrifying Lin Ming's future would be. Even though Lin Wanshan had never met more than a handful of Hutian masters, he had actually learnt that above the legendary Xiantian realm, there was an even higher realm. And in the future, Lin Ming would be a powerhouse who stepped into this realm. Let alone Sky Fortune Kingdom, or even the entire Seven Profound Territory, this character would be an existence that could control all the nearby areas around the Seven Profound Territory. An existence of this level already surpassed Lin Wanshan's scope of understanding. Within the scope of 1,000,000 miles, population was usually measured in billions, or tens of billions. Lin Wanshan was aware that if his Lin family was thrown into this land, it would be nothing more than a grain of sand in a desert. He hesitated to speak of this matter, then decided to wait for Lin Ming and his parents to pass some days in peace before bringing it up. Lin Ming's parents lived a very comfortable life these days. Every morning, the couple would go out and meet the always smiling face of Qin Xingxuan. To this old married couple, she was an extremely pleasant and likable girl. Her smile was always just right, and she didn't seem to care about status. She was sweet, delightful, and elegant yet restrained. Qin Xingxuan was often followed by a young maid who carried a box of food, delivering breakfast to the old couple. These were all famous tastes of the capital. There were delicious cakes and many types of desserts. The old husband and wife had worked in a restaurant for half their lives, and as soon as they bit in, they could tell that it was the work of a famous chef. In the afternoon, Qin Xingxuan would accompany Lin Mu for a chat. Qin Xingxuan's manner of speaking was graceful, and she also had very rich understanding of all the different clothes of different areas. She would often bring Lin Mu to laughter. Sometimes Qin Xingxuan would send out her maid to bring back several different sets of clothing patterns, and cut them out with Lin Mu. These patterns were all styles that came from famous masters of the capital. Sometimes Qin Xingxuan would play chess with Lin Fu. Qin Xingxuan was quite good at chess. This caused old Lin to be full of praise. For such a young girl to have such high skill in chess, he could only compliment Qin Xingxuan for being such an intelligent young lady. In particular, Qin Xingxuan understood tea ceremonies. Old Lin loved to drink tea. When he had run a restaurant, he was still considered well off among the ordinary families. Because of this, old Lin had drank many different types of tea and had a decent understanding. However, he hadn't yet drank these famous teas from the capital. Qin Xingxuan had brought a great number of famous teas. Although these teas that cost a few thousand taels weren't considered much to old Lin now, he still didn't have an understanding of their intricacies. To him, it was simply like a cow chewing on peonies. At this time, Qin Xingxuan would kindly smile, and steep the teas for old Lin. She would make each kind of tea, then they would smell the tea, drink the tea, enjoy the tea, and she would explain the background and philosophies of the tea. All of this put old Lin in high spirits. The old married couple were not foolish. They could well imagine why Qin Xingxuan was approaching them so frequently. Lin Ming was already 16 years old. According to the customs of Sky Fortune Kingdom, that was the ripe age for engagement. Madame Lin's eyes were bright as she looked at Qin Xingxuan. Qin Xingxuan was beautiful and also smart, well versed in books and principles. She had already been thinking about her. From Qin Xingxuan's manner of speaking, her appearance and also her experience, she probably came from a noble birth. As Madame Lin asked whose daughter she was surprised to high heavens to find out that she was Marshal Qin Xiao's most beloved granddaughter. Within the martial quarters, she was the brightest pearl of all. It was said that she was a proud woman that even the crown prince was not worthy to match. To the common folk of Sky Fortune Kingdom, they actually didn't have much of an idea about what the Seven Profound Valleys was. No matter how much others said how awesome or amazing or mighty they were, they would still be confused. But Qin Xiao was different. Country Marshal Qin Xiao was a figure who had single-handedly turned the tides of war 80 years ago. He had single-handedly supported Sky Fortune Kingdom on his shoulders during the chaos and famine caused by war. His character was unparalleled, and his position was such that even the crown prince had to be respectful to him. The Qin family was ranked among the best within the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom. Besides the royal Yang family, even the allied trade association's Zhong family couldn't compare with the Qin family. Although the Zhong family was richer and stronger, They simply could not compare to the Qin family in terms of status and reputation. Sky Fortune Kingdom's agricultural, manufacturing and merchant professions were all seen by the common folk as humble and inferior professions. Only a family that had a great deal of exploits and heritage could truly be a first-rate family. Do you think the lady from the Qin family has taken a liking to our little Ming? At night, Lin Mu was speaking to Lin Fu with an expression of disbelief. She had thought that Qin Xingxuan might be the daughter of some random aristocratic family. These days, there were many dignitaries and other high-ranked individuals who offered their daughters up, even making it clear that they would just be concubines. Lin Mu didn't think that Qin Xingxuan would actually be the most outstanding granddaughter of Marshal Qin. She knew her son had a high status, but even that legendary martial quarters was approaching them with hints of marriage. It was quite difficult for her to accept. If a matchmaker from the martial quarters came to propose marriage, then Lin Mu could accept this impossible reality. But Qin Xingxuan had personally come. Lin Mu knew when a young girl was acting with and without restraint. For a young girl to appear in public with an old couple, wasn't this forcing their hand? Chapter 349 To Inherit. Chapter 349 To Inherit. Chapter 349 To Inherit. Lin Ming was silent. For a full hour, his mother had discussed marriage with him. As he remembered the hidden bitterness in her eyes, even he felt a headache coming on. Lin Ming subconsciously tried to avoid love and marriage. This wasn't because he had failed in this field or before. Although Lin Ming was very sad when Lan Yunyu betrayed him, this sadness was more because of himself. He hated that he didn't fight back, and he hated that he didn't have the power to. Now, these matters had been cleared long ago. It hadn't even left much of a mark on Lin Ming's mind. Lin Ming would be lying to himself if he said that he didn't have feelings towards Qin Xingxuan, because he did. However, he could not marry her, because he could not afford to shoulder this responsibility. He was destined to leave Sky Fortune Kingdom, leave the Divine Phoenix Province, leave the South Horizon region, and break through the martial void. This path was extremely dangerous. A single accident, a single misstep, and he would be doomed. It was impossible to bring Qin Xingxuan along this road, because she would die. But if he didn't bring Qin Xingxuan with him, and ask that she stay home with his mother, that would also be impossible, because it was just too unfair for her. The only one with the ability to walk with him might be Mu Qianyu. If she was willing. Who? A flame lit in Lin Ming's room. This was a top sect-specific sound-transmitting talisman. Mu Qianyu's voice sounded in Lin Ming's ear, speaking two messages. First, Divine Phoenix Island would soon wage war with the South Sea Demon region. Second, he needed to return to Divine Phoenix Island within 3 months and enter the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm. Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm, Lin Ming paused. He didn't expect it to be so soon. When Lin Ming was listed as the only Heaven Step talent on the Joint Talent Training Program, he was able to enjoy treatment equal to a core disciple of Divine Phoenix Island, and he was also given an opportunity to enter the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm. Lin Ming had asked Mu Qianyu just what the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm was. It wasn't a testing zone that was set up by Divine Phoenix Island, but rather a wondrous place that was left behind by the ancient Phoenix clan. When one entered the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm, there was a chance of dying. The chances weren't high, it was only around 10%. But what was terrifying was that who lived and who died didn't depend on strength, but seemed to be a matter of luck. There were no laws stating who would die or why. The strong could die, while the weak could live. Of those that came out, some obtained advantages, some obtained increases in strength and cultivation, some obtained valuable materials, some obtained high-grade treasures, and there were even some that obtained the precious bloodline of saint beasts. 3 months. I'll have to see what the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm is like. Lin Ming sat on a cushion and continued to practice the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, slowly consolidating his cultivation and refining out the pill toxins. Lin Ming's essence gathering cultivation system now relied on the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. The Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians was only a body transformation cultivation method manual, and was no longer suited for him to practice at the pulse condensation period to reach a higher realm. Like this, another 2 days passed. Every day, Lin Ming would leave his quiet room and pass time with his family and friends. This day, Lin Ming had just finished eating with his parents and was playing chess with Lin Xiaodong when he suddenly heard someone say, "Lin Ming." When he looked back, he saw a splendidly dressed Qin Xingxuan. She was holding a tray of tea in her hands and was standing against the brilliant sunset, beautifully smiling. As Lin Xiaodong saw Qin Xingxuan, his plump face wrinkled in a cheap, sly grin, and he deliberately shouted out with great exaggeration, "Oh, I just remembered that I have something very important to do. I'll be going first." As he said this, he speedily scurried away, leaving behind only an awkwardly smiling Qin Xingxuan. She slowly arranged the tea set on the stone table. It was a lazy day. The sunlight of the bright spring afternoon shined down, glimmering. To sit in a garden pavilion with tea, having some refreshments, with a beauty pouring the tea and being able to view the flowers, this was a fairy-like life. However, Lin Ming actually wasn't able to enjoy any of this at the time. Instead, he was somewhat afraid. Qin Xingxuan unhurriedly rinsed the teacups, steeping the tea. A light fragrance wafted out, refreshing the heart. "Brother Lin, these past few days have been really distressing for you, right?" Qin Xingxuan whispered as she gently placed a teacup in front of Lin Ming. Lin Ming paused. Qin Xingxuan had always called him by his full name. She had never been someone who referred to him with such a distant and respectful title like Brother Lin. Lin Ming didn't know why, but he felt a slight twisting pain in his heart. With the fragrance of the tea filling the air, the two people fell into a silent lull. Slowly, as the tea cooled down, Qin Xingxuan quietly said, "Tomorrow I will be going back to the capital." "Millimeter." Lin Ming replied, an unhappy feeling in his heart. Seeing Lin Ming's expression, Qin Xingxuan suddenly smiled. The radiant sunlight sprinkled on her light yellow dress. It was utterly compelling to the human eye. She said, "Brother Lin, these days I've been thinking about many things. And, it seems that there are some matters that are destined to not be right. For instance, several hundred years from now, when I become an old lady, even I won't be able to tolerate it." Qin Xingxuan's voice seemed to have a jokingly playful tone that was masking the bitterness in her heart, causing Lin Ming to be very uncomfortable. Several hundred years from now, Lin Ming's looks wouldn't have changed too much. As for Qin Xingxuan, it would be extremely difficult for her to break through to the revolving core realm. Several hundred years from now, she might already be reaching the end point of her life. Just this point caused these two individuals to live in separate worlds, unable to be together. This was the matter that Qin Xingxuan mentioned she wouldn't be able to tolerate. She absolutely did not want such a scene. An afternoon tea was drank for less than half an hour. The tea still had a fragrant smell, but it seemed to have a bitter taste to it that pained the heart. Even after Qin Xingxuan left, Lin Ming was still in a daze. Thinking of her beautiful face gradually waning under the knife of time, Lin Ming felt his heart pained with regret. Only if. Suddenly, Lin Ming's mind shook. Qin Xingxuan wasn't even 16 years old yet, and her cultivation was at the mere bone-forging stage. If she tossed aside all of her current cultivation and retrained from scratch, then Lin Ming had already completed the preliminary true essence physical transformation stage of the chaotic virtues combat meridians. As for the true primal chaos formula, Lin Ming had reached large success of the third layer. That was the main true essence revolution method of the chaotic virtues combat meridians. With this foundation, he might try to engrave this knowledge of the true primal chaos formula onto a jade slip. If he could leave some cultivation methods and inheritances of the realm of the gods to his own wife and future children so that they could become stronger, only in that way would Lin Ming have true peace of mind. With Qin Xingxuan's 6th grade talent, if she learned some of the legacies of the realm of the gods, and also had a few lucky chances, then reaching the revolving core realm should be nothing at all. In the future, Qin Xingxuan might even be of great assistance to him. With his mind set, Lin Ming entered the quiet room, took out a blank jade slip, and began to engrave the true primal chaos formula. Engraving a cultivation method manual was an arduous and exceedingly complicated process, and the person engraving had to be very proficient in this cultivation method. This was also the reason that cultivation method jade slips were so incomparably precious. Lin Ming spent a full afternoon and night to finally engrave the first half of the true primal chaos formula. Of course, there were many flaws and some omissions, but this was the best that Lin Ming could do, unless he could cultivate the true primal chaos formula to perfection. If Qin Xingxuan practiced this cultivation method, she would have to take many detours and it would be much more difficult than when Lin Ming had practiced it. But it was far superior to practicing the third-rate cultivation methods of the 7 profound valleys. At midnight, the oil lamp in Qin Xingxuan's room was still shining brightly. She was cultivating on her bed, but her heart wasn't calm. She envied Mu Qianyu to the bone, if only she had her talent and strength. Qin Xingxuan was not afraid of aging, nor did she wish for immortality. What she feared was that when her husband still seemed to be a strapping, handsome young man, she would be a white-haired granny. To her, this was an incomparably scary and horrifying future. Even if her husband could accept this, she could not. The door sounded. It was Lin Ming. Qin Xingxuan was stunned. It wasn't polite to enter a woman's room late at night, especially if it was seen by others. This must be an extraordinary matter. Qin Xingxuan carefully welcomed Lin Ming into her room, puzzled. She asked, "Brother Lin, is there an urgent matter?" "For you." Lin Ming didn't speak any idle chatter. He took out a jade slip and placed it on the table. Qin Xingxuan picked up the jade slip. It was still warm to the touch. This jade slip was obviously newly engraved, otherwise it would have already been polished smooth by the touch of hands. As she slipped her scents into the jade slip, Qin Xingxuan was stunned. She continued to look carefully. After a quarter of an hour, Qin Xingxuan withdrew her scents, shocked, and glanced at Lin Ming with incredulity in her eyes. Although Lin Ming hadn't engraved the entire true primal chaos formula, with Qin Xingxuan's intelligence and talent, she already realized how precious this cultivation method was. It was absolutely more precious and rare than any core cultivation method of the 7 profound valleys. This cultivation method is, Qin Xingxuan's voice trembled as she spoke. Maybe this incomparably precious cultivation method was obtained by Lin Ming when he risked his life in some ancient ruins somewhere. How could he so easily give this away? Now, giving this to her was a commitment, a promise and a pledge. It was much more reliable than sweet whispered nothings and words of love. There was no need to say anything anymore. For a time, many chaotic thoughts surged into Qin Xingxuan's mind. It was so sudden that she wanted to cry. Lin Ming said, "This cultivation method is only a part. I don't have the original jade slip, I can only practice. This matter is very difficult to explain. I just want to say that this cultivation method is extremely important, and it is imperative that it remain confidential. Otherwise, it will provoke a calamity. Afterwards, when I have the ability to engrave the rest, I'll do so and give it to you. Everything's for you." Qin Xingxuan held the jade slip close to her bosom, her lips pursed as she gazed at Lin Ming. Lin Ming's eyes were soft and gentle, broad and warm. Looking at him, she couldn't help but close her eyes, her eyelashes trembling. After Qin Xingxuan calmed herself down, she opened her eyes and said, "I won't tell this to anyone. Give up the cultivation method you were practicing, and take this true primal chaos formula as the foundation, retraining yourself through strength training, flesh training, viscera training, altering muscle, and bone forging. Remove all the impurities of your body and refine the tempered true essence from your body. This is the only way you can reset your foundation." Lin Ming didn't plan on having Qin Xingxuan learn tempering marrow. The conditions for tempering marrow were simply too difficult, thus the reason why he would teach Qin Xingxuan the foundation true primal chaos formula. As long as Qin Xingxuan built up the foundation and continued to practice an essence gathering system, everything would be possible. Later, when Qin Xingxuan swallowed pills, he could also use his flame essence to help her rid her body of impurities. With this matter complete, Lin Ming was extremely happy. In that moment, it was as if a great amount of pill toxins in his body had disappeared. With no more worries, Lin Ming would go to Dark Moon Island and take the hidden treasures of the moon-seizing sect. Chapter 350 Dark Moon Island. Chapter 350 Dark Moon Island. Chapter 350 Dark Moon Island. There were many dangerous locations within Sky Spill Continent, and there were countless places where Xiantian masters had perished. There were even many dangerous places that would be fatal to revolving core masters. Relatively speaking, Dark Moon Island wasn't much of a dangerous land. At most, it was threatening to Hutian masters. When a true Xiantian master came, they naturally wouldn't be threatened by an existence like the Ghost King. In fact, even if a Xiantian master and the Ghost King met, chances were that the two masters wouldn't fight each other. With two strong beings fighting, there would definitely be injuries on both sides. If it wasn't for some great treasure or benefit, then naturally there was no need to risk a life or death battle. With Lin Ming's current cultivation, it was still dangerous coming to Dark Moon Island. But with the Moon Seizing Sect's secret skill to hide one's breath, the chances of being found by the Ghost King were slim. Before coming to Dark Moon Island, Lin Ming also visited Hualuo Nation's Seraphic Pond along the way. This was from a bet that Hualuo Nation's 7 Profound Martial House Master Liang had lost before. But because Lin Ming had been constantly busy dealing with other matters, he hadn't had time to visit Hualuo Nation. Now that he was going to Dark Moon Island, he just happened to pass by. With Lin Ming's arrival, even though Martial House Master Liang loathed to do so with all his heart, he still had to treat him with utter respect, and show an expression of awe and amazement. This was something he couldn't help. Lin Ming's current status was too terrifying. Let alone Martial House Master Liang, even his backer at the 7 Profound Valleys had to treat Lin Ming with respect. Hualuo Nation's Seraphic Pond certainly had its own good points. Its water was like a fine jade nectar, and as he scooped up a handful, it was incomparably clear and even a bit sticky. As he held it in his hand, it didn't leak through his fingers. As Lin Ming plunged into the pond, his entire body was comfortable. He took a deep breath, and then dove straight to the bottom and sealed away all 6 of his senses. He was just like a baby suspended in his mother's womb. Lin Ming didn't intend on being polite. He swallowed big gulps of the fine nectar-like water, and let the water flow through his body. Then, black oils began to discharge from all the pores of his body, and the foul Hutian air in Lin Ming's body left along with it. A pure heaven and earth origin energy flowed through his meridians, and a part of it stayed within. Slowly, Lin Ming began to realize the benefits of the Seraphic Pond. The thin origin energy of the Seraphic Pond couldn't be compared to a top-quality pill, but this sort of thin origin energy actually had a purifying effect on the impurities in his body. This was just to Lin Ming's liking. While underwater, he immediately began to revolve the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, manipulating the fire essence so that it burnt off small amounts of pill toxins. Lin Ming soaked in the Seraphic Pond for an entire day, using up all of the heaven and earth origin energy that had been saved up within the Seraphic Pool for half a year. The anxious Martial House Master Liang could only bear the pain as his heart bled, and cheerfully smile as he waited for Lin Ming to finish. Finally, at sunset, Lin Ming stepped out of the Seraphic Pond and dried his wet hair. Martial House Master Liang forced out a smile, and had a maid bring Lin Ming a dish of fruits. There was no need to kick a person while he was being so polite. Like this, all matters between Lin Ming and Martial House Master Liang were settled. After he left the Seraphic Pond, Lin Ming's cultivation hadn't increased. It was still at the late pulse condensation period. It was only that many of the pill toxins in his body had been cleared. Although it had a wonderful effect, half a year of the Seraphic Pond saving up heaven and earth origin energy was only enough to soak a single time. This was somewhat useless. No wonder the 7 Profound Valleys had let Hualuo Nation's 7 Profound Martial House take over the Seraphic Pond. These days, Ju Xinyu had been very silent. When she had been in the Lin family residence, she had usually stayed in her room, not leaving. As the two crossed the sea, the color of the sea became increasingly deep. Lin Ming probed the sea with his perception. The bottom of the sea had already surpassed the limit of his sense, and was over half a mile deep. It was said that in the deep regions of the South Sea, the sea went down hundreds of thousands of meters. This was at the Ru Abyss, and horrible terrors lived there, massive vicious beasts of the sea. For instance, there were rumors of the giant Leviathan Saint Beast, a creature that was said to be tens of thousands of feet long. Of course, no one knew the veracity of these rumors. Is that Dark Moon Island ahead? Lin Ming stood on the winged flood dragon and asked Ju Xinyu as he pointed at a grey shadow in front. Ju Xinyu nodded, millimeter. When Lin Ming saw Dark Moon Island with his own eyes, he realized that it was much larger than he had imagined. As he stood tall above the winged flood dragon, he quickly passed a few hundred miles. The land below him was completely dark red, with a chilling black fog swirling above it. From above, it was impossible to see anything. How big is Dark Moon Island? At least a few thousand miles long and wide, I don't know the specifics. Ju Xinyu casually said. Lin Ming let out a light breath. A range of a couple thousand miles wasn't much smaller than the entire territory of Sky Fortune Kingdom. He had heard that Dark Moon Island was just a normal island of the South Sea. If he had to speculate, then it was very likely that the main islands of Divine Phoenix Island and the South Sea Demon region were tens of thousands of miles long and wide. Was that still an island? Even calling it a mini-continent wasn't an exaggeration. After some reflection, it realized that this was natural. If it really was a small land, then it wouldn't be able to support such great powers. Let's go down, it should be near. Ju Xinyu took out 2 symbol papers from her spatial ring and gave one to Lin Ming. Pour some true essence into this and stick it to your body. It will isolate the vitality in your body so that you won't be bothered by ghosts and demons. Lin Ming received the yellow symbol paper and saw that a strange red mark was drawn in the center of symbol paper. This was most likely a blood curse. This was likely from the same area of inscription symbols, and also another skill domain unknown to Lin Ming. As he poured true essence into the symbol paper burnt away and formed into a red line of blood that sunk into Lin Ming's body. The power of Lin Ming's blood vitality was instantly hidden, and his originally healthily tanned and exquisite skin was now pale with an ashy color. His body temperature was ice cold, and an aura of death was emanated. This symbol paper had caused a strapping young boy that was brimming with blood vitality to look like a dying man. What an impressive method! Lin Ming was thoroughly impressed. According to ghost stories, ghosts loved to eat blood vitality. It was said they could smell a stranger's blood vitality from dozens of miles away. If a person's blood vitality was sealed so that they were no different from a corpse, then naturally these ghosts wouldn't come looking for food. It's just an insignificant skill. The moon-seizing sect didn't refine weapons or set down arrays, all they were good at were symbols. Whether they were offensive symbols, defensive symbols, or inscription symbols, they were skilled in them all. Ju Xinyu sighed as she spoke. She was sad as her heart remembered all the inheritances and legacies of her sect that had been destroyed. Oh, they also understood inscription symbols. Millimeter. My master Shui Yu was an inscription grandmaster. Ju Xinyu spoke and no longer dwelled on this. She lit the symbol paper in her hands, and soon her blood vitality was sealed. Her rosy face turned white like paper, and she gave off a feeling as if she was ill with several terminal diseases. As the two went down and set foot on the land of Dark Moon Island, they immediately felt a chilling wind, seeing only an endless black fog wherever they turned. If a normal mortal were to come into contact with this sort of black fog, they would immediately die from corpse poison, and then turn into a zombie, becoming an undead slave of the land. Even a pulse condensation period martial artist couldn't stay out here for too long. If they weren't able to supplement their true essence with pills, then the true essence around their bodies would fade, and they'd be poisoned to death. This was the first time that Ju Xinyu had come here. She carefully advanced forwards, holding the jade slip in her hands and constantly comparing the contents to the environment. Not to mention the ghosts that lived in the black fog also carried the faint sounds of ghosts crying. Even the land of Dark Moon Island was creepy. It was all a dark crimson red, as if massive amounts of blood had been spilled here. Lin Ming tried to send out his perception to check and see if he really couldn't penetrate the ground, but as he did so, he quickly drew his soul force back. The red rock was just like a sponge that absorbed water. The ground everywhere was covered with half-foot-tall stalagmites, every one of them incomparably sharp, just like the fangs of a red demon. If a mortal wasn't careful, they could fall and impale themselves on a stalagmite. Their intestines would be punctured, and their stomach would soon rot. After walking such a long distance, they still hadn't seen a living creature. They only saw some scattered bones everywhere, and over some of these bones were flowers. These flowers were a deep bright red, as if they were made of blood. The flowers had no leaves, only thick and countless roots that dug deep into the corpses, sucking out all of their nutrition. The air was rank with a mixed smell of blood and sulfur. The deeper they went, the stronger this smell was. This strangely cold wind seemed to directly penetrate their bodies, and seemed just like a knife that was scraping against the soul. Lin Ming didn't feel much, but Ju Xinyu seemed like she couldn't persist much longer. She had even pasted a few blood symbol marks on her body, but she couldn't stop shivering, her arms subconsciously grasping her own body. At this time, Ju Xinyu's response was just like a thinly clad and fragile mortal girl who was standing in the cold. Lin Ming breathed out a light breath and with a flick of his fingers, sent several threads of azure true essence into Ju Xinyu's body. The azure true essence's power and endless vitality bloomed, and the chilling yin wind was expelled. As they walked, Ju Xinyu felt several warm currents echoing in her body, keeping her limbs warm. With the chilling ghost wind expelled from her body, Ju Xinyu turned and was surprised to see Lin Ming already receiving his hand. As for those several threads of true essence, they remained in her body without even the slightest bit of dissipation. This caused Ju Xinyu to be surprised. Normally, the true essence that a martial artist released would dissipate once it lost the support of the body's soul force. It would slowly unravel out of control, and then slowly dissipate. Without the support of soul force, the true essence would become uncontrolled and gradually dissipate. To help protect someone from the chilling wind, someone would need to place a hand on her back and continuously input true essence. But none of this applied to Lin Ming. That strange azure true essence he released seemed to have a life of its own, continually destroyed the chilling yin mist. As more and more of the black mist was being destroyed, his consumption of energy was actually very little. As long as more than 50% of Ju Xinyu's true essence was consumed, Lin Ming would flick his fingers and send 2 more threads of azure true essence into her body, completely eliminating all of the chilling air in Ju Xinyu. "Thank you," Ju Xinyu whispered. "Don't worry about it. It's been quite a bit of time, hasn't it?" The two had already used almost an hour to search around. Although Ju Xinyu had a map in her hands, identifying the direction in which they were traveling in such a thick black mist wasn't easy. Especially since this was her first time coming here, and she wasn't able to use her perception to sense the surroundings. Ju Xinyu said, "If I'm not wrong, it should be in front of that stone wall." Lin Ming looked up. The stone wall that Ju Xinyu had mentioned was less than 100 feet away. It was just like a red monster that was hidden in the black fog. "The entrance should be in the stone wall," Ju Xinyu said with confidence as she compared once again with the jade slip. Chapter 351 Entering the Treasure Storeroom. Chapter 351 Entering the Treasure Storeroom. Chapter 351 Entering the Treasure Storeroom. In front of Lin Ming was a rock wall several hundreds of feet high. It was a steep cliff that looked like it was carved from a saber. Ju Xinyu crouched in front of the wall and took out a red symbol paper, then began to feel along the wall bit by bit until runes on the red symbol paper began to flash. Carefully, Ju Xinyu pasted the symbol paper onto the wall, and a short time after, the symbol paper began to burn. After it burned to ashes, there was a crackling sound along the stone wall as a palm-sized hexagram hole appeared in the cliff. Lin Ming swiped his spatial ring and pulled out the reddish-gold hexagonal keybox and handed it over to Ju Xinyu. Ju Xinyu pressed gently on the center moon symbol of the keybox and watched as it began to expand with a snapping sound. 6 triangular pieces of metals stuck out from the edges of the box, turning the box into a hexagonal shape that matched the hole on the wall. Then, Ju Xinyu fit the keybox into the hole, twisted halfway to the left, and stepped back. After several breaths of time, a white curtain of light flashed on the red cliff, and then enveloped Lin Ming and Ju Xinyu. Lin Ming could see that this curtain of light with an illusory magic array enchantment that was used to prevent others from peeking in. Within the magic array, Lin Ming and Ju Xinyu looked as if they had vanished from where they stood, and only the original cliff remained. But within the magic array, the deep red rock rumbled and moved, revealing a human-high hole that extended in a red stairway all the way down into the darkness. Ju Xinyu glanced at Lin Ming and walked in first. She saw that Lin Ming hadn't been too trusting of her, so she decided to be a bit generous and lead the way. The stairs stretched down for a few hundred feet before they came to an end. There, they saw an altar with an array engraved in the middle. Around this array formation were 18 low-grade true essence stones. To use a short-distance transmission array, normally a few low-grade true essence stones were enough. Lin Ming saw that these true essence stones still had more than half their energy remaining, and thought that Ju Xinyu would immediately start the transmission array. However, she slowly picked up 12 of the 18 true essence stones and switched 6 with medium-grade true essence stones and the other 6 with impure lowest-grade true essence stones. Each of the true essence stones were placed in different positions that were matched with a chart in the jade slip. This caused Lin Ming to be secretly speechless. If one didn't know the true essence arrangements and opened the transmission array hastily, then they probably wouldn't have a good ending. Especially because of those 6 impure true essence stones that cost 400 to 500 gold each. Those were true essence stones that only common martial artists would use. A sect genius would never bring those along with them. Come on, Ju Xinyu said to Lin Ming. After Lin Ming carefully observed the transmission array for a moment, he was able to understand the principles behind it. After he confirmed that there wasn't a problem, he stood on the altar. The array formation started, and the 18 true essence stones began to glow. Lin Ming felt startled for a moment, and then suddenly appeared in an enclosed main hall. There was a damp and dull feeling in the air. Lin Ming guessed he was underground, very deep underground. To have the treasure storehouse built here and only be connected to the outside world with a transmission array was truly very subtle and secretive. The main hall was 300 feet wide, and the fluorescent materials were lined up on the walls. A dim green light illuminated the hall, allowing Lin Ming to clearly see what was there. There were 4 or 5 separate rooms that were divided by walls, and also rows of wooden shelves. These shelves had armor, weapons, jade slips, and several boxes as large as a person. Besides the boxes there were also stone doors. It was unknown just what those stone doors were for. Will anything happen if I open the box, like traps? Lin Ming asked Ju Xinyu. Ju Xinyu's head still hurt at this moment. After passing through space via the transmission array, she wasn't able to adapt to that strange feeling so quickly, so she stood there rubbing her temples. After she heard Lin Ming's question, she stopped. No. If you're worried, I can open them for you. Ju Xinyu's voice was a bit icy. Although Lin Ming could hear the resentment in Ju Xinyu's heart, he still had her open the box as she suggested. The Moon Seizing sect used to be a top 3rd grade sect after all. In the sect, there were many Xiantian masters. Any one of them could create a trap or curse that could instantly kill him. Pa. With the sound of 2 golden locks opening, Ju Xinyu opened the closest 2 boxes. In these 2 boxes were rows of true essence stones. Not only that, but they were pure medium-grade true essence stones, and there were several thousand of them. This was just a fortune. Facing all these true essence stones, even Lin Ming's heart stirred a bit. However, he had agreed that he wouldn't take any true essence stones, so he naturally didn't covet them. Ju Xinyu looked at these shining medium-grade true essence stones and silently took several hundred of them into her spatial ring, then covered up the rest. After all, this secret chamber was still the safest place for them to be. It wouldn't be safe to bring such a great wealth outside. Ju Xinyu was clearly planning on using these true essence stones to cultivate. A few hundred medium-grade true essence stones for a few months of practice was not a waste of wealth that the Moon Seizing sect would ever splurge on. However, they naturally weren't able to manage this anymore. As the 3rd, 4th, and 5th box opened, inside were bottles upon bottles of pills. There were crimson gold dragon marrow pills, black jade tiger bone pills, golden snake scarlet pills, blue miracle pills, and also many other kinds of expensive pills, all placed in large quantities. Any one of these pills were treasures that common martial artists would wish for in their dreams. For instance, the crimson gold dragon marrow pill was what Lin Ming had obtained for becoming first-place candidate in the 7 profound martial houses entrance examination. After putting so much effort in, he had finally obtained one in a jade box. That pill couldn't be bought in a mortal city, and it had caused the envious gaze of many others to fall on him. But now, the crimson gold dragon pill and other pills of that level were gathered in massive jars. It really caused Lin Ming to feel a bit melancholic. After rummaging through the medicine box, Ju Xinyu pulled out a box of pills. The box itself was made from Millennium Arctic jade, and it had a unique chilling aura. If a pill were stored inside, then none of the pure heaven and earth origin energy of the pills would dissipate. As his soul force swept out, Lin Ming was able to probe just what was inside, heaven-opening pills. He didn't think that there would be many, there looked to be around 30 or so. There was just too great a need for heaven-opening pills. Normally, a sect would keep a large batch of heaven-opening pills in storage and slowly pass them out as the next batch was being prepared in the furnace. Most of these pills would be used to strengthen the sect, only a few dozen would be left behind for emergencies. "I want half," Lin Ming simply said. Ju Xinyu didn't bargain with him. She opened the Arctic jade box and counted out 18 heaven-opening pills, handing them over to Lin Ming. The last box was entirely red, and also the smallest. There was a small lock on top. To martial artists, a metal lock could simply be broken open. But Lin Ming didn't think this lock was so simple. If it wasn't handled properly, it might be destroyed along with everything inside. Ju Xinyu carefully took out another key and opened the lock, and then slowly lifted the box's top. The box was mostly empty, but on the bottom were 12 bottles carved from blood jade. Lin Ming took deep breath. He didn't need to probe with his sense to guess just what was in these 12 blood jade bottles. Shattered demon heart crystals. These small treasures were what Lin Ming had risked his life for, and also what had caused his body to almost explode. "As per our agreement from before, I'll take 10. Lin Ming's voice was a bit excited. With these shattered demon heart crystals, he would be able to further consolidate his cultivation and continue tempering his marrow. He could even do so in this stone chamber. Ju Xinyu clenched her teeth, then eventually took out 10 of the blood jade bottles and handed them to Lin Ming. The remaining 2 were left inside the box. This empty box had once held 72 shattered demon heart crystals. Now, there were only 2 left. With the blood jade bottles in his hand, Lin Ming could clearly feel an ancient breath emitting from them. And also the remaining thoughts of the Netherworld Great Emperor's indomitable will. These were the key to his tempering marrow. As he carefully put away the 10 shattered demon heart crystals, Lin Ming's goal for coming here could already be considered successfully completed. As for the treasures and jade slips on the shelves, Lin Ming wasn't very interested in them. As he swept past the jade slips with his perception, most of them were cultivation methods. As for the treasures, most were medium-grade human step. There were also a few earth step treasures, but Lin Ming didn't take a fancy towards any of them. Finally, he used his perception to look at the several stone rooms. He didn't have much hope for anything, but after seeing what was inside, Lin Ming was actually a bit excited. Among the rooms, there were some very interesting things. Lin Ming strode over and checked inside, then gasped. These were inscription materials. Every room was full of inscription materials. That's right. The moon-seizing sect used to be a sect that excelled in symbol techniques. No matter whether it was inscription symbols, offensive or defensive symbols, the moon-seizing sect was skilled in them. Ju Xinyu's master Shuai Yu was also an inscription grandmaster. In the moon-seizing sect's hidden treasure trove, it would make sense to have so many inscription symbol materials. As he made a cursory glance over these materials, Lin Ming was jubilant with happiness. These materials were all rare and precious types. Collecting them wasn't easy at all. The value of these materials wasn't too obscene, but collecting them was difficult. Something like the heaven opening pill, as long as one paid a high enough price, could certainly be bought from any sect. But inscription materials were different. They were just too limited in quantity. Besides some sect professions, it was impossible for a seller to find buyers, or for a buyer to find sellers. Therefore, many inscription associations built warehouses to store materials and collected a massive amount of them. Whether or not it was useful at the moment, they would store it inside. The moon-seizing sect was also like such. These materials had accumulated for over 1,000 years. For the past half year, Lin Ming's inscription technique had stalled, and a major reason behind that was that he didn't have materials to practice his technique. Now, this problem was easily solved. Now he could finally spend some time to make some high-level medicinal inscriptions, and enhance the heaven-opening pills, and even the shattered demon heart crystal's medicinal efficacy. Chapter 352 Seclusion. Chapter 352 Seclusion. Chapter 352 Seclusion. I want these inscription materials. I'll trade you 5 heaven-opening pills for them. I can't pay you now, but I'll be sure to pay you back within the next 2 years. Lin Ming said to Ju Xinyu as he pointed at the massive pile of materials in the room. 5 heaven-opening pills was far from covering the entire price of the room of rare and precious materials. Not only that, but Lin Ming was only making a future promise for what he would owe. Of course, they had already stated beforehand that besides true essence stones, treasures, and cultivation method manual jade slips, all else would be divided between them. Although these materials were precious, they weren't very useful to Ju Xinyu in comparison to heaven-opening pills. Lin Ming also added on, and I won't take anything else. Ju Xinyu agreed as before. After entering the treasure storehouse, almost everything had been divided according to Lin Ming's thoughts. She didn't oppose his suggestions at all. Lin Ming also said, I'll be going into seclusion here for 3 months. Afterwards, I'll be leaving for Divine Phoenix Island. Would you like to travel together with me? Mu Qianyu had given Lin Ming 3 months before he had to return to Divine Phoenix Island and enter the Divine Phoenix mystic realm. He would be idling around for these 3 months, so cultivating here was perfect. Not only that, but there were also some essence gathering arrays in this treasure storehouse, and the heaven and earth origin energy here wasn't any worse than at the 7 profound valleys. The one who constructed this treasure storehouse probably had similar plans of what to do here. In this treasure storehouse, they could seek safety in asylum and also cultivate. Lin Ming opened a door and found that there was a decent-sized underground lake within. In the lake there were also some plump white fish. This confirmed his guess. There was even a connected food source here. Ju Xinyu had nowhere to go, so she prepared to go into seclusion as Lin Ming would. Afterwards, she would go to Divine Phoenix Island with Lin Ming. That place was the holy land of cultivation for Ju Xinyu. Ju Xinyu dreamed of breaking through to the revolving core realm, and this would be impossible without the support of a large sect. Like this, the boring and tedious days of cultivation began. Lin Ming had a great number of things he needed to accomplish in this period. A timeline of 3 months was already very tight. Lin Ming and Ju Xinyu each took 2 separate side compartments of the room. There was an invisible line drawn between the rooms. With this midline as the separating point, they wouldn't try to enter into each other's territories. This was a request that Lin Ming had made. After Ju Xinyu heard this, her face turned red and white with anger. In the situation of men and women sharing a room, the one most nervous would usually be the woman, because their strength was often far inferior to the man. Although Ju Xinyu had a multitude of discontented thoughts about Lin Ming, she felt that his character was upright and trustworthy. However, she didn't think that Lin Ming would be the one to make this request. It was as if he were afraid that she was a cougar that would take advantage of him. How could she not be mad? Lin Ming didn't think that he would anger Ju Xinyu in this way. The truth was that he only wanted to hide the secret of medicinal inscriptions from Ju Xinyu. Not only that, but his cultivation process was a bit horrifying. If it was known by Ju Xinyu that he would be eating heaven-opening pills like candy, her chin would probably fall to the ground. At the start of Lin Ming's secluded cultivation, he spent most of the time practicing inscription. Only after most of his soul force had been consumed would he meditate and then refine out the impurities and pill toxins from his body. Back when Lin Ming was poor, he wasn't even willing to use inscription materials for practice. Instead, he used his true essence to simulate the process, drawing the same symbols tens of thousands of times. Now, however, he had a massive amount of top-quality materials that he could use with impunity, and he also had the support of his powerful soul force. Once his true essence was exhausted, he could just use a medium-grade true essence stone to restore it. He was able to trade low-grade true essence stones to Ju Xinyu for medium-grade true essence stones. Peng! A mass of gorgeous lights lit up the entire dark stone chamber, just like a pile of beautiful fireworks. However, the value of this beautiful display was several hundreds of true essence stones in materials. Even just one stalk of 500-year-old Nepenthe grass was worth 100 true essence stones. In an instant, 100,000 gold had turned into nothing but ashes. Such a failure would happen many times in a single day. Every day 3 or 4 medium-grade true essence stones would turn white and explode into dust. By using this prodigal money-wasting method, and also with the memories of the Supreme Elder from the realm of the gods, Lin Ming's inscription technique increased by leaps and bounds. Sometimes Lin Minute would look at the inscription technique jade slips in the stone chamber. Although these jade slips were second-rate in comparison to the inscription techniques from the realm of the gods, these jade slips were still able to provide Lin Ming with some inspiration. After all, the inscription materials of the realm of the gods were very different from the inscription materials of Sky Spill Continent. Every day, when Lin Ming's soul force was depleted, he would resist the urge to sleep and instead begin to meditate, refining the impurities from his true essence. After several hours, Lin Ming would always feel very hungry, and he would catch some plump white fish from the underground lake and roast them over a fire. He would give some to Ju Xinyu, and this was one of the few times when the two would exchange words. Each time she ate a fish, Ju Xinyu would maintain a completely calm surface demeanor. However, her innermost feelings were constantly in amazement at Lin Ming's cooking technique. Especially when she had seen Lin Ming take out a small knife from his spatial ring and slice out all of the fish bones in just a few dozen strokes. Even the small bones and pieces were cut out, leaving only gorgeous cuts on the tender fish flesh. This caused Ju Xinyu to feel greatly surprised. This sort of cooking craft was completely irrelevant and separate from cultivation. Without a long time of practice, it was impossible to do this. These fish bones were placed into a pot and made into fish bone soup. This strange white fish that didn't have even eyes was originally a bony fish. Once the fish bones were boiled for about an hour, a delicious and mellow fragrance would drift out. The only drawback in this situation was that Lin Ming didn't cook enough. Sometimes he would stay in seclusion for 4 or 5 days, completely immersed in his practice. During this time, Ju Xinyu could only try to catch fish herself and roast them according to Lin Ming's method and make soup. However, after killing several fish, Ju Xinyu was only just able to do so. But even so, she wasn't able to achieve the same grilling effect, and the taste was miles apart. Also, it was impossible for her to slice out the fish bones with a knife like Lin Ming did. Like this, an entire month passed. 100 medium-grade true essence stones were turned to white dust. These medium-grade true essence stones were traded from Ju Xinyu according to market price. 100 medium-grade true essence stones had cost Lin Ming 10,000 low-grade true essence stones. In addition to the massive amount of materials that were ruined, the losses were already in the tens of thousands of true essence stones. Today, Lin Ming's eyes were bloodshot. He clenched his teeth as he crushed a yellow symbol paper, and a fire lit in the dark room just like a beacon of light. The flame wrapped around the heaven opening pill, and within a few blinks of the eye it turned into a beautiful flame brand that marked itself atop the sparkling jade-green pill. After the fleeting radiance, the room became as dark as it was before. "It's finally complete." Lin Ming gasped for breath. This medicinal inscription symbol would be able to increase the effects of the heaven opening pill by around 50%. An increase of 50% medicinal efficacy seemed like just a bit, but the truth was the effect was much more. In general, pills had a limit to their medicinal efficacy according to their grade. Once this limit was surpassed, it would be useless to eat anymore. The inscription symbol was able to increase the medicinal efficacy by 50%. This was equal to increasing the grade of the heaven opening pill by a great amount, and also increasing its value by several times. In an environment where heaven opening pills were extremely scarce, if this matter were made known to a large sect, it would be an extraordinary matter. Lin Ming didn't dare to randomly swallow the shattered demon heart crystals. However, he wasn't this cautious about the heaven opening pills. Lin Ming sat in meditation, restoring some of his strength, and then directly popped the heaven opening pill into his mouth. A moment later, The heaven-opening pill turned into a flow of heat that sank into his body and scattered in all directions. As it mixed into all of his meridians, he felt a familiar tingling feeling. But, after Lin Ming had suffered the ungodly torture of the shattered demon heart crystal, pain of this degree was just nothing to him. Normally when a martial artist took the heaven-opening pill, they would feel the burning hot origin energy flowing through their meridians and skin before dissipating from their pores. This was also the same feeling when Lin Ming had taken the heaven-opening pill last time. But this time, the origin energy was contained inside by an invisible strength from the medicinal inscription symbol, forcibly caged within Lin Ming's body. The hot origin energy repeatedly rushed against this invisible energy, but it wasn't able to overcome it. This only made the origin energy even more violent, rushing left and right within Lin Ming's meridians. The medicinal efficacy had become extremely brutal at this point. If a normal martial artist encountered this situation, it would be a curse and not a blessing. In fact, they would not even be able to persist through such a savage attack. But Lin Ming had already fought many of these battles before, and even the heaven-opening pill with 50% increased strength was only able to cause his eyebrows to tighten and his palms to sweat. It wasn't too much suffering, it was only like he drank a bowl of scalding hot water. After a quarter of an hour of time, the crazy flow of heat succumbed to Lin Ming's strength, allowing him to control it. Now, the process of tempering marrow could truly begin. After the increase in power from the medicinal inscription symbol, the effects of the heaven-opening pill were much better. Lin Ming used this heaven-opening pill to temper his left arm. This time, Lin Ming didn't even absorb the tiniest bit of origin energy to enhance his cultivation. There were still many pill toxins in his body. If he hastily increased his cultivation like this, it would only harm him. After several days of meditation, his marrow had completely absorbed the medicinal efficacy. Now, Lin Ming began to immediately draw the second medicinal inscription symbol. After he inscribed the second heaven-opening pill, he then swallowed it down. This similar stinging sensation came back, but much lighter than it was before. Lin Ming used a continuous quarter of an hour before he finally controlled the medicinal efficacy and began to temper his right foot. After 2 days, the second heaven-opening pill was finally absorbed. This was much faster than the first time. This process continued for a month. Lin Ming kept taking heaven-opening pills that were enhanced by the medicinal inscription symbol again and again. Finally, he began to use part of the heaven-opening pill to wash his marrows and muscles, removing some of the gray impurities from his body. But, because he had eaten too many heaven-opening pills, the impurities in Lin Ming's body had reached a point where they couldn't be removed anymore. As the energy within Lin Ming's body constantly accumulated, the effects of the heaven-opening pill continuously weakened. This was an unavoidable reality. Lin Ming originally guessed that he would need around 1,000 or 2,000 heaven-opening pills to complete tempering marrow. But the truth was that the only heaven-opening pills that would play any role were the first 100 to 200 heaven-opening pills. After 30 to 40% of tempering marrow was complete, heaven-opening pills would be useless. At the end of the month, Lin Ming only needed an hour of time to fully absorb the medicinal efficacy of the heaven-opening pill. From this, one could see just how fast the medicinal efficacy had dropped. From the 18 heaven-opening pills that he had obtained from the treasure storehouse along with the 2 he had obtained earlier, Lin Ming had collected a total of 20 heaven-opening pills. However, after eating all of these, Lin Ming had only completed 10% of tempering marrow. With the part of the shattered demon heart crystal that he had swallowed before, Lin Ming's tempering marrow had reached around 20% completion. But at this time, the residual medicinal efficacy in Lin Ming's body had already reached the limit. Chapter 353, Divine Phoenix Island. Chapter 353, Divine Phoenix Island. The remaining medicinal efficacy of the heaven-opening pill was naturally an incomparably valuable resource. Lin Ming used this leftover medicinal efficacy to cultivate the true primal chaos formula and the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle. With the medicinal efficacy circulating in his meridians, Lin Ming wholly immersed himself in cultivation. Without knowing night or day, several days passed, and the built-up medicinal efficacy in Lin Ming's meridians gradually began to melt away like a fine spring stream. At this moment, Lin Ming held a thin cracking sound. With this thin cracking sound, the true essence broke through the barriers of the meridians and flowed through the body, even reaching the tiniest blood vessels on the edges. I've finally broken through to the fourth layer of the true primal chaos formula. Lin Ming let out a loose breath, the air forming a vaporous white arrow that shot forth dozens of feet, smashing against the rock walls and causing them to shake. After so many days of continuous cultivation and repeatedly exhausting his true essence, the true primal chaos formula had finally made another breakthrough. The true primal chaos formula was the true essence revolution law formula that was contained within the chaotic virtues combat meridians, and was also the foundation of the chaotic virtues combat meridians. Later, no matter how great his tempering marrow was or how progressed he was in the 8 inner hidden gates, he still couldn't abandon this foundation. Not only that, but as Lin Minute broke through further layers of the true primal chaos formula and obtained a deeper understanding, he could better record it onto a jade slip and assist Qin Xingxuan in easing her cultivation path even more. Finally, a full 3 months passed. Lin Ming had swallowed all of the heaven-opening pills he possessed and also reached the fourth layer of the true primal chaos formula. Tempering marrow had reached nearly 20% completion. Although Lin Ming's cultivation was still in the late pulse condensation period, his true strength had increased by a great amount. With this feeling like his body was bursting with strength, Lin Ming was looking forwards to finding a Hutian genius and challenging him to a spectacular duel. The 3-month period is up. It's about time I go to Divine Phoenix Island. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a purple thunder. He was filled with anticipation towards the Divine Phoenix mystic realm. In the legends of the ancient times, when Sky Spill continent was first formed, there were 4 saint beasts that lived in the 4 cardinal directions: the foreign East Azure Dragon, the northern Waste Black Turtle, the western Domain White Tiger, and the southern Mountain Vermilion Bird. Afterwards, the heavens and earth changed, and the seas rose while the southern mountains vanished into the waters. The Vermilion Bird was reborn through Nirvana in the South Sea, turning the surrounding 10,000 miles into Divine Phoenix Island. Looking down from the primal chaos heavens, Divine Phoenix Island looked like a phoenix that was spreading its wings out to fly. It really caused one to wonder at the infinite mysteries of nature. The truth of history had already disappeared into the vast ocean of time. Even the ancient history books or carvings were unable to endure the passage of tens of thousands of years. The truth had long become unknown. Lin Ming flew several thousands of feet in the air, above the endless cloudy sea, overlooking the 10,000-mile island below. Within Divine Phoenix Island, there were also 6 smaller islands that surrounded it, immersed in a thick mist as they revolved around Divine Phoenix Island. Around these islands there were also smaller islands. They were scattered all over the vast sea like stars in the sky. Lin Ming could faintly make out that these small islands that surrounded Divine Phoenix Island were part of a titanic guardian array formation. It was impossible to use true essence stones as the basis of an array formation of such a terrifyingly massive scale. A sect, no matter how wealthy, would not be able to withstand such a terrifying consumption of resources. If he didn't guess wrong, then this colossal array formation used heaven and earth origin energy as its strength, drawing the origin energy from the boundless sea, forming a self-sustaining and perfect system. To lay down such a large array formation, the resources needed could be imagined. This caused Lin Ming to sigh. He couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying heritage of Divine Phoenix Island. No wonder the South Sea Demon region didn't dare to engage in a frontal assault against Divine Phoenix Island, and had to use beast tides and the threat of the extermination of other sects to force Divine Phoenix Island to engage in a war on a different battleground. Otherwise, if Divine Phoenix Island had the backing of these thousands of islands along with the myriad masters of the 19 third-grade sects, the South Sea Demon region might enter but not leave. The Divine Phoenix Island sect was located at the center of the main island's Divine Phoenix Mountains. In the 10,000 miles of the main island, there were numerous martial families. Of these martial families, the greatest ones among them already had a heritage of 2,000 years. Their legacies were no less inferior than that of the moon-seizing sect. These could also be considered as a part of Divine Phoenix Island. At this time, in the main hall of Divine Phoenix Mountain's highest peak, A woman in scarlet clothes sat above a jade platform. She looked to be around 30 to 40 years old, and her hair was white, like thousands of threads of snowy silk. Her hair was swept up by silver lace in a phoenix shape, incomparably elegant. The woman's eyes were closed in deep meditation. At this moment, her eyes suddenly opened and then flashed with a strange light. She muttered, "You mentioned a youth to this old woman a few months ago and called him a rare cultivation talent." She said that this little boy's talent even surpassed her imagination, and had gone beyond even hers and Bingus. Although Yua is naturally modest, in truth, underneath that veneer she is extremely arrogant. For her to give a youth such a high appraisal, this old woman is really curious. Today, this old woman was meditating and suddenly felt a touch of the mind. It's probably that little boy that Yua mentioned. This old woman really wants to have a look and see just how strong he is. If he can't even compare to the core disciples of my divine Phoenix Island, then this old woman will truly be disappointed. As the woman spoke to herself, she flicked her fingers and a flame flashed in the air. She didn't need to use a sound-transmitting talisman to pass on a message. The immortal mountains were layered in clouds, thick, billowing veils of mist winding around the 1,000 peaks. From afar, it looked just curtains of the lightest white gauze were draped over the entire mountain range, hiding it from view. In midair, an ethereal jade palace appeared silently like a mirage among the clouds. This immortal pavilion was without a doubt the location of the divine Phoenix Island sect. They hadn't even closed in, but they could see all sorts of spirit boats and flying mounts shuttling back and forth in the air. Even the winged flood dragon that Lin Ming sat on didn't attract too much attention. It is truly worthy of being called a top 4th grade sect. The aura is truly extraordinary. Standing behind Lin Ming, Ju Xinyu felt a deep emotion springing from with her. Compared to divine Phoenix Island, the moon-seizing sect was nothing more than a small town, not worth mentioning at all. Lin Ming didn't speak. His eyes were focused on a spirit boat that was flying towards him, as he waited for the other to come up and question him. "Who goes there?" A man in a red robe stood on the prow of the spirit boat, sweeping his eyes over Lin Ming, his vision full of arrogance and pride. This arrogance was deliberately revealed, but had already been etched within his bones from the time of his birth. This was an arrogance and pride that stemmed from being a disciple of a top sect within the South Horizon region. "I am Lin Ming, 7 Profound Valleys disciple." Lin Ming cupped his hands together, neither arrogant nor humble. "Lin Ming." The red-robed man looked up Lin Ming once more. "You're the Heaven Step talent that Senior Master Mu mentioned? If you're speaking about the Heaven Step talent under the Joint Talent Training Program, then that's me." The red-robed man had a peculiar look in his eyes as he glanced at Lin Ming once more. He turned around, saying, "Follow me." As he spoke, he turned the spirit boat around and directed it to fly straight towards divine Phoenix Island. Ju Xinyu said with a bit of dissatisfaction, "This fellow really looks down on everyone else." "It's normal," Lin Ming calmly said. The difference in strength between divine Phoenix Island and the 7 Profound Valleys was greater than the difference between the 7 Profound Valleys and Sky Fortune Kingdom. He only had to think back to the attitude that the 7 Profound Valleys disciples held towards the Sky Fortune Kingdom disciples to understand the reason for this red-robed man's haughty attitude. Even the residents of a large city would look down on humble country folk with contempt in their hearts. They rode the winged flood dragon to the entrance along with the red-robed man. At this time, the red-robed man was already waiting at the stone steps in front. "From here you have to walk, you cannot fly. These are the rules of divine Phoenix Island." The man pointed at Ju Xinyu. "Who is this girl?" Ju Xinyu seemed unhappy to have a finger pointed at her in such a manner. She walked up and unhappily said, "I am Lan Yi. I came to divine Phoenix Island to formally enter as a disciple." "Enter as a disciple?" The red-robed man traced his chin, comparing Ju Xinyu's cultivation to her age. He said, 3 months from now, divine Phoenix Island will recruit outer court disciples. With your talent, you should barely be able to qualify. Before this, you cannot enter through the gate. A war will soon break out at any moment. No unauthorized personnel may enter the mountain. The red-robed man icily said. As he was speaking, 2 spirit boats flew over them, directly flying towards the main hall. Ju Xinyu looked up at the spirit boats and coldly snorted, "Didn't you just say that from here we have to walk to the entrance? Then what about those spirit boats?" The red-robed man frowned. "Do you think I lied to you about sect regulations to lead you on or play with you? Those two spirit boats have a sun symbol flying above them. That symbolizes that they are emissaries from the five-element region's Sunfire sect. It just so happens that it will soon be my divine Phoenix Island's exalted Vice Island Master Tianguang's 400th birthday. All sorts of emissaries from different sects will be arriving to celebrate. This emissary from the Sunfire sect is either a revolving core elder or the sect's direct disciple. With their status, they may ride their spirit boat to the palace square and then afterwards they will have to walk." Ju Xinyu didn't retort. Although this red-robed man was arrogant, he wasn't deliberately making matters difficult for them. The truth was that she hadn't received any invitation, and it wouldn't make any sense for them to let her through the gate. In fact, other sects also managed their entrances like this. Ju Xinyu sighed. She turned to Lin Ming and said, "Just inform me by sound transmission later. First I'll find someplace to stay." Lin Ming hadn't yet said anything when the red-robed man's face suddenly changed. He looked at Lin Ming strangely, and then coldly said, "I just received orders. You may both enter, but you," the red-robed man pointed at Ju Xinyu, "after you enter the mountain gate, you may not climb the mountain, you can only stay at the guest hall outside. As for you Lin Ming, you follow me to Parasol Tree Pavilion, and we'll arrange a place for you to stay there." As the red-robed man spoke, he waved his hand and sent out a sound-transmitting talisman. This was an order to the disciples of the Parasol Tree Pavilion, so that they would prepare living quarters for Lin Ming. In the Divine Phoenix Mountains, there was a mountain peak that was covered with a forest of parasol trees. Underneath the towering trees, a young girl was sitting, a blade of grass between her lips. The red-robed man's sound-transmitting talisman lit right beside her. The young girl softly coughed. "What's the matter, junior apprentice sister?" Beside the girl, there was another red-robed man meditating. "I just received a message from senior apprentice Brother Zhong. He said that the boy that Senior Master Mu recommended has arrived, and he will also be arranged at our Parasol Tree Pavilion." Chapter 354, Parasol Tree Pavilion. Chapter 354, Parasol Tree Pavilion. "Oh, he'll be living at our Parasol Tree Pavilion?" The red-robed man's eyebrows rose in a challenge, and then his face sank. This man was a core disciple of Divine Phoenix Island's Vermilion Bird faction, named Yang Fuhong, otherwise called Sir Fuhong. In Divine Phoenix Island, the disciples were ranked in the same manner as in the 7 profound valleys. The direct disciples were at the top, and there were around 10 of them. As for core disciples, they were only inferior to these direct disciples. Lin Ming was evaluated as a heaven-step talent, and he would be receiving treatment equal to a core disciple. Yang Fuhong said, "The Parasol Tree Pavilion is where the core disciples of the Vermilion Bird faction live. Do the masters really intend on taking this fellow in as a core disciple? I think that's the meaning." The young girl shrugged, not too happy that Lin Ming would be sticking his spoon in the pot of soup. But since Martial Master Mu has given him such a high evaluation, he should have talent comparable to us. It's not wrong that he lives at Parasol Tree Pavilion. You know Martial Master Mu's personality, she isn't someone who exaggerates things. As Mu Qianyu was mentioned, Yang Fuhong's complexion was even uglier. He was naturally aware of her saintess evaluation of Lin Ming. It was said that when the 7 profound valleys held their total faction martial meeting, Her Highness the Saintess had sent Martial Master Qinghong especially to observe the competition. It was only a small 3rd grade sect's martial meeting, and yet Martial Master Qinghong was set out. Afterwards, the Saintess had even personally gone to the 7 profound valleys and stayed there a full 2 months. This caused Yang Fuhong to feel uncomfortable. Mu Qianyu was an extremely high and transcendent existence within Divine Phoenix Island. Whoever she thought highly of, that person would rise to fame. In less than half a year, the Parasol Tree Pavilion has gained another core disciple. After the 10 direct disciple spots are taken from the quota, There are only 6 more spots for those who can enter the central main hall of the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm. Now there's some fellow that popped out from nowhere who wants to steal our food. You should know that those people who can only enter the ordinary places of the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm are incomparable to those who can enter the central main hall. The girl in red glanced at Yang Fuhong and said, "There are only 6 spots, you think he can obtain one?" To enter the core hall doesn't look at strength, only at one's total comprehensive evaluation. And that evaluation score is decided by the elders. Don't forget, Martial Master Mu's voice has great sway among the others. As the girl in red listened to Yang Fuhong's words, she hung her head, thoughtful. Then, what do you want to do? Yang Fuhong hesitated for a moment and then asked, I heard that he was 16 years old. Millimeter. 16 years old. No matter how talented he is, his cultivation shouldn't surpass the peak pulse condensation period. At most he should be at the mid or late pulse condensation period. Even if he is talented, he should be naive and his strength minimal. Since it's the exalted Vice Island Master Qianguang's 400th year celebratory feast, then as long as we see an opportunity, as Yang Fuhong spoke, he tore out a pile of parasol tree leaves, his hands clenching as a fire flashed in his hands, burning the leaves to ashes. Divine Phoenix Island's main hall was a sprawling area that was covered by many buildings across dozens of mountain peaks. Lin Ming followed the red-robed senior apprentice brother Zhong for over a half-hour walk before they reached a mountain range that was covered entirely by parasol trees. The trees were long and straight, reaching to the sky. Any one of these trees had a history of hundreds of years. As Lin Ming walked through the parasol tree forest with senior apprentice brother Zhong, he saw many youthful elites and heroes along the way, all of them around the age of 20 or so. Most of these youths all wore one of 2 types of clothing. The Vermilion Bird faction disciples wore red robes with a vermilion bird and parasol tree image embroidered on their chest, and the Blue Luan faction disciples wore blue clothing with a blue luan and jade bamboo embroidered on their chest. Among these young heroes and elites, Lin Ming also saw youths that wore 7 other different kinds of patterns. These clothing styles were obviously not from Divine Phoenix Province's 19 third-grade sects. Lin Ming couldn't help but ask, what sect do these people come from? Senior apprentice brother Zhong responded, since it's almost exalted Qianguang's 400th birthday celebration, there are a total of 8 other sects coming to celebrate. Among them is the South Horizon region's Supreme Mystery Temple and Dire Space sect, but also those from the 5-element region. For instance, the Sunfire sect, Thundercrest sect, Deep Earth sect, Arctic Ice Palace, and so on. 5-element region? Lin Ming's curiosity was piqued. This was the first time that he had heard of matters outside of the South Horizon region. Indeed, when one was stronger they would also have a broader view of the world. Before now, his view of the horizon had been limited to the Divine Phoenix Province only. Millimeter. The 5-element region is a land west of the South Horizon region, and their area is also larger than the South Horizon region. The heaven and earth origin energy of the 5-element region is different from the South Horizon region, and the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder are all split up. Therefore, over 90% of the martial artists in the 5-element region have a true essence attribute, and that's why there are also single attribute sects that arise such as the Sunfire sect, Deep Earth sect, and Thundercrest sect. That's possible. The heaven and earth origin energy of 2 lands next to each other can be different. Lin Ming was stunned. He didn't think that the 5-element region would be so spectacular. Senior apprentice brother Zhong had already expected that Lin Ming would be ignorant about these things. He smoothly explained, the territories of Skyspill continent aren't divided randomly. There are large differences between every region. For the heaven and earth origin energy to be different between these lands isn't unusual at all. Even the heaven and earth origin energy above the primal chaos heavens is different. In the 5-element region, because the people there have been studying single attribute cultivation methods and styles for countless generations, it could be said that their individual attribute arts have reached the pinnacle. For instance, the Sunfire sect and Arctic Ice Palace think that their techniques of controlling fire and ice are superior to my Divine Phoenix Island. Since it is exalted Qianguang's celebratory birthday banquet, How could they miss such an opportunity to show off? They definitely must take this chance to compare their skills with my divine Phoenix Island.
Oh.
Comparing cultivation methods at a birthday banquet? Lin Ming was a bit surprised by this. It's always been like this. Between the large sects, all they care about is face. As long as it's some grand event like the marriage or century birthday of a high-level character, then great powers will always gather together. At that time, there will always be a contest where they will compare skills and have a little bit of fun. In truth, this is just a display to see whose disciples are the most outstanding and whose legacies are stronger. To the old cronies of the sect who want to know that their legacies are the best, their face is more valuable than their life. Senior apprentice Brother Zhong was speaking with a friendly air as if he was proudly being a good teacher. To someone like Lin Ming who was ignorant of what happened in large sects, this was a satisfying chance to show off his psychological know-how. Senior apprentice Brother Zhong seemed to be addicted to this feeling. He non-stop introduced the sects and their most excellent disciples to Lin Ming. The 5-element region has a total of 7 4th-grade sects. Because of the characteristics of the heaven-earth origin energy in their land, there is a 4th-grade sect that's formed over each gathered elemental origin energy. As for the South Horizon region, we have a total of 3 4th-grade sects and 1 5th-grade sect. Although this sounds like less, we wouldn't lose to them in terms of combat strength. For instance, our divine Phoenix Island has the power to go against 2 4th-grade sect. As senior apprentice Brother Zhong said this with a completely self-satisfied expression, Lin Ming was utterly speechless. Divine Phoenix Island was a top 4th-grade sect, so it wasn't wrong that they could go against 2 other 4th-grade sects, but the so-called 5th-grade sect was obviously the South Sea Demon region. Could the South Sea Demon region really be called a sect of the South Horizon region? If the South Horizon region really fought with the 5-element region, it would already be great if the South Sea Demon region didn't stab them in the back first. Do you see that girl in front? It doesn't look quite obvious, but she has a very fiery temper and is prone to fits. Be careful around her unless you want to bring disaster upon yourself. Senior apprentice Brother Zhong lowered his voice and then simply changed to true essence sound transmission. She's called Hua Ruyan, and is also known as the Sunfire Princess. She's one of the top direct disciples of the Sunfire sect, and her strength among the young heroic elites is listed in the 2nd rank. Her technique at controlling fire is superb. Not even our Vermilion Bird faction's elder senior apprentice brother could necessarily compare with her. Lin Ming followed as senior apprentice Brother Zhong said this, and casually glanced over at the parasol trees, seeing a young, confident-looking girl wearing a crimson-colored flexible armor. By her side was a young maid, and the two were chatting as they walked. As they saw Lin Ming and senior apprentice Brother Zhong, the girls casually glanced at them and then no longer paid attention. She really did have the qualifications to ignore them. Her cultivation was already at the early Hutian period, and Lin Ming was just at the late pulse condensation period. As for senior apprentice Brother Zhong, he was only at the peak pulse condensation period. How old is this Sunfire Princess? Lin Ming was a bit interested. He could sense a very rich and pure fire origin energy emitting from this girl's body. This sort of feeling absolutely came from a flame essence. Not only that, but it wasn't a low-level flame essence. Should be around 18 or 19 years old. This Sunfire Princess intends to put on a great show during this banquet. Senior apprentice Brother Zhong sourly said. In front of the famed Sunfire Princess, he naturally didn't have any pride. Lin Ming nodded. An 18 to 19-year-old Hutian master was truly extraordinary. The 5-element region's 7 sects have terrifying attainments in single-attribute cultivation methods. There is also someone at the Thundercrest sect who is comparable to the Sunfire Princess. Their name is July, and this person is also called the Thunderclap, and was said to have absorbed a high-grade human step thunder soul. This heroic elite is also listed as a 2nd rank. Arctic Ice Palaces by Aoshuan is called the Northern Snowy Sword. His strength is also at the 2nd rank. There is Deep Earth Sect's Shiyun, his bodily defensive power is terrifying. His strength is at the 3rd rank. That is Gold Bell Mountain's Liu Yu, his strength is 3rd rank. Senior apprentice Brother Zhong's mouth was like a blossoming lotus as he spouted on and on, introducing over 20 people in a single endless breath. Lin Ming suddenly asked, puzzled, there are second-rank and third-rank talents, but what about first rank? First rank? He, senior apprentice Brother Zhong disdainfully laughed. They wish. Well, the first-rank talents are called saints. In my current generation of Divine Phoenix Island, there isn't any young heroic elite that is ranked as a saint talent. But, 10 years ago, there were actually 2. Oh, who were they? Lin Ming asked, unthinking. Senior apprentice Brother Zhong looked at Lin Ming like he was an idiot. He patiently said, they are Her Highness Mu Qianyu and Her Highness Mu Bingyun. They are twin sisters, didn't you know? Lin Ming almost choked on himself, then silently traced his chin in embarrassment. He should have known this, it was just that he had always subconsciously regarded Mu Qianyu as a top character senior, and had ignored her age. Mu Qianyu was only a young 27 years old. 10 years ago, she would have been around his age, and would have been a junior of her generation. However, thinking of Mu Qianyu's monstrous talent, he could imagine just how terrifying a saint-level talent truly was. No wonder the 7 fourth-grade sects of the 5-element region couldn't easily produce a saint-level talent. As Lin Ming and senior apprentice Brother Zhong were speaking, there were others talking about him. Deep within the forest of parasol trees, there was a blue-clothed man with clouds embroidered on his chest eating some pine nuts as he asked Yang Fuhong, Brother Yang, that's the fellow from your Divine Phoenix Island that is regarded so highly by Fairy Maiden Mu? Chapter 355 Entering the Sect. Chapter 355 Entering the Sect. Chapter 355 Entering the Sect. The youth who spoke was named Zhong Yunjian, and he was a disciple from Storm Valley. He was 19 years old, and his cultivation had just reached the top of the early Hutian realm, just a step away from reaching the middle Hutian realm. This youth and Yang Fuhong were old acquaintances. After they had accidentally met, Yang Fuhong had struck up a conversation, and during it, he had mentioned Mu Qianyu's high evaluation of Lin Ming. He wanted to stir up Zhong Yunjian's arrogance, and have him ruin Lin Ming's prestige at the birthday banquet. To teach Lin Ming a lesson was a matter that was only suited to outer court disciples. The so-called competitions that happened at the banquet would be an extremely casual affair. Whoever wanted to compete with whoever would only have to call a name or jump up on stage to declare a duel. Sometimes they might not even compare just martial arts fighting skills. They might compare fire skills, secret techniques, martial skills, concept comprehensions, and so forth. In short, there were many ways to show off one's skills. And these competitions usually had an unspoken rule that disciples of the same sect couldn't challenge each other. Since Yang Fuhong and Lin Ming were from the same sect, it was naturally an inappropriate affair. As Zhong Yunjian heard Yang Fuhong speak of Lin Ming, someone who was highly thought of by the saint-rank talent Mu Qianyu, he began to pay attention to Lin Ming's cultivation. Millimeter? His only at the late pulse condensation period. It's hard to believe that someone of that cultivation is thought of so highly by Fairy Maiden Mu. How old is he? 16 years old. Really now? A 16-year-old with a late pulse condensation cultivation is about satisfactory. If his strength is also outstanding, then he deserves to be thought of highly by Fairy Maiden Mu. Zhong Yunjian casually evaluated Lin Ming with a few words, then began to walk away. Yang Fuhong anxiously said, Brother Yun, aren't you interested in him? Interested? Zhong Yunjian's footsteps paused, and he faintly smiled at Yang Fuhong, his hand still peeling pine nuts. It looks like you have some problems with this Lin Ming kid. I am interested, but I also don't have the qualifications to move against him. He's 3 years younger than me, and his cultivation is also lower by a great deal. How could I possibly compare anything with him like this? If he were 3 years older, then I might be interested in having a little match with him. Zhong Yunjian was a character who was ranked among the top disciples of Storm Valley, and was equal to the Sunfire sect's Sunfire Princess, or the Thundercrest sect's Thunderclap. He was someone who liked to challenge those at higher levels, especially those that were older or had a higher cultivation. But Lin Ming was only a young little 16-year-old boy, and his cultivation was also only at the late pulse condensation period. At the banquet, he would almost be the same as a little child. If Zhong Yunjian challenged Lin Ming, even if he didn't fight Lin Ming, he would be laughed to death by others. If he really fought with Lin Ming, it would still be a useless endeavor. There was no glory in winning, nor would it be fantastic. Zhong Yunjian didn't want to participate in such a thankless and unflattering event. Yang Fuhong wasn't willing to let this go. He tried to urge further and said, Brother Yun shouldn't look down on him. Even though his cultivation isn't high, he's quite strong, otherwise there's no way he would have entered the discerning eye of the Saintess. He's only 16 this year, and he defeated many aspiring heroes and elites to win first place at the 7 Profound Valleys Total Faction Martial Meeting. 7 Profound Valleys? Is that a third-grade sect in your Divine Phoenix province? Haha, Brother Fuhong, there's no need to even mention this matter. A third-grade sect's Total Faction Martial Meeting champion simply doesn't count for anything. When I was 15 years old, I challenged the chief disciple of a third-grade sect under Storm Valley and defeated him in less than 10 moves. Zhong Yunjian casually said this, obviously not placing much importance on this memory. He saw Yang Fuhong's hesitant appearance and said, Well, Brother Fuhong, it seems that you are also forced. It seems this little fellow will be divvying up a great part of your resources. So be it then. I'll ask a few of my younger junior apprentice brothers to go up and frustrate him a bit. What is he best at? The banquet matches were not for the purpose of defeating one's opponent, but for showing off one's skills. Zhong Yunjian asked what Lin Ming was most skilled at because he wanted to suppress him in whatever he excelled at. This would be the most rewarding method of punishing Lin Ming. Yang Fuhong was instantly happy. He said, That boy is best at controlling thunder. Controlling thunder? That's the domain of the Thundercrest sect. I just happen to know a young junior apprentice sister from the Thundercrest sect who is around 17 years old. For her to compare a bit with him sounds about right. 17 years old? Yang Fuhong frowned. Although he didn't think that Lin Ming was too strong, he didn't doubt Lin Ming's talent. How could his talent be poor if he was someone that Mu Qianyu valued? She's young. Do you have confidence she'll win? Haha, don't underestimate her. In another 1 or 2 years, she'll be able to enter the second rank. In the absence of a monstrous talent like a saint rank character, the second rank would be the top. There weren't too many of these talents in a sect. This let Yang Fuhong feel at ease. This young girl was also a year older than Lin Ming. Many thanks, Brother Yun. Today's my treat. Let's go to Over Mountain Hall. Over Mountain Hall? That's a good place. I heard that it takes a medium-grade true essence stone to eat there, and a meal there is the same as a common martial artist's hard-earned cultivation for a whole year. How could I miss this opportunity? Haha. The Parasol Tree Pavilion had a total of 360 buildings, and most of these buildings were empty. The Vermilion Bird faction only had a mere 20 core disciples, so most of the buildings were empty spares used for other events. For instance, for the exalted Tianguang Revered Master's 400th birthday banquet, the young heroes and elites would be staying at the Parasol Tree Pavilion. Lin Ming lived in the 22nd building. The one who lived across from him was the red-robed youth who had led him through the mountain gate, senior apprentice Brother Zhong. These days, Lin Ming had become much more familiar with him, and even knew his name, Zhong Zhen. The small building he was supplied had its own courtyard. For cultivation, Lin Ming would practice in the early morning when the eastern sun first rose, and the courtyard would fill with heaven and earth origin energy. The origin energy of Divine Phoenix Island was much richer than the 7 Profound Valleys, and cultivating here was like soaking in a sea of heaven and earth origin energy. It was an incomparably pleasant and luxurious feeling. Parasol Tree Pavilion had been very noisy and bustling with activity these days. There had been too many disciples that had come in, and many of them had unique skills and were itching to do something. Unable to wait for the banquet to start, they had already gone to the open areas of the Parasol Tree Forest to compete with each other in a test of skills. When these individuals began to compare skills, it would often attract a great deal of onlookers. Lin Ming stayed in his small building for 3 days, and nobody bothered paying attention to him. The people of Divine Phoenix Island were extremely busy preparing for the smelting trials of the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm, and also the birthday banquet of Tianguang Revered Master. In the afternoon of the fourth day, a young maid spoke at Lin Ming's door. "Sir Lin, Her Highness the Saintess requests your presence at the back palace." The maids of Divine Phoenix Island were similar to the janitor disciples of the 7 profound valleys. If they served the Saintess or other elders, their rank might become a little higher. Although this young maid was around Lin Ming's age, she had a bone-forging stage cultivation. "Then I'll have to bother miss to guide me there," Lin Ming respectfully said. The little maid shyly giggled and led Lin Ming to the back palace of the Parasol Tree Pavilion. This was not the mountain gate or the palace entrance, so one could fly here. The peaks of Divine Phoenix Island stretched without end, and there were a variety of peaks that showcased the splendors of the land, even dangerous peaks that seemed sculpted from the greenest jade. Divine Phoenix Mountain's back palace was located at the summit of an extremely high and wondrous mountain that was blanketed by endless green parasol trees. A dense fog wound around the entire mountain, forming a haze-green illusion. The back palace was hundreds of feet high, and covered several miles of land, the entire structure made of exquisite blue stone. As Lin Ming walked in, he saw a woman in a red robe sitting in a high chair made of the purest green jade. Although the woman had silver hair, she didn't seem old, and still seemed to be in the glorious and magnificent prime of her life. At the woman's right sat another elegant woman. This woman was Mu Chenyu. Without a doubt, that silver-haired woman was a master of a generation. Lin Ming respectfully bowed and said, "Junior Lin Ming greets Senior. Lin Ming, this old woman has heard of you mentioning you." The beautiful woman kindly smiled, her eyes containing a lingering charm that befuddled the eyes as she glanced over Lin Ming. "The truth is that since you are part of the joint talent training program, you could cultivate here at Divine Phoenix Island even if you don't join my sect, and also enjoy the treatment of a core disciple. But, I heard from Yua that she has already passed on the first layer of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle cultivation method to you, and that you also intend to further study this cultivation method. However, this cultivation method is a strict legacy of my Divine Phoenix Island that cannot be passed to outsiders. Thus, this old woman would like to ask you, do you want to join my Divine Phoenix Island as a core disciple?" Lin Ming's voice caught in his throat. He didn't immediately respond. The beautiful woman smiled and said, "I see that you are a man of honor, and that you're also reluctant because of the 7 profound valleys. Ha, a true man knows graciousness and pays his debts." This old woman is already aware of the matter between you and the 7 profound valleys. As this old woman understands, you are not an official disciple of the 7 profound valleys, and the 7 profound valleys also hasn't put forth any effort in cultivating you. If you choose to enter Divine Phoenix Island, there won't be any problems. Also, concerning Shizongtian, this old woman has already discussed this matter with him, and he has agreed that after you enter Divine Phoenix Island, you may also be considered half a 7 profound valleys disciple. This beautiful woman said this all casually and plainly, but the truth was that Divine Phoenix Island had made many concessions in order to appease the 7 profound valleys. Lin Ming hesitated. Entering into a sect was a life-changing decision that would concern his entire future. Initially, when he was at the 7 profound valleys, he hadn't truly entered the sect. As he was considering, he saw that Mu Chenyu was winking at him, hinting for him to quickly agree. "Senior, this junior has a question. What sort of duties does a Divine Phoenix Island core disciple have?" The beautiful woman was stunned. She meaningfully looked at Lin Ming and smiled. "You want to discuss conditions with this old woman? The young are truly brave. To think of all the young heroes and elites that have stepped over each other and struggled so furiously to become a core disciple of my Divine Phoenix Island, and yet you are asking of conditions. Truly confident." The beautiful woman's words seemed like praise, but they were filled with a sense of dissatisfaction. To her, Lin Ming's words were a bit insolent. Mu Chenyu was secretly worried on the side. Lin Ming slowly and calmly said, "Senior, I am a man who has full faith in the commitments and promises that he makes. The ancients have a saying, a master for a day, a master for life. If I enter into a sect, then this truth is also similar. Since this is a commitment that I will have for my entire life, naturally I must consider it twice and not easily answer." Senior mentioned that there are many young geniuses that rush over each other to enter Divine Phoenix Island, But aren't these people coming just for Divine Phoenix Island's resources? The world is splendid, and there are advantages to be found everywhere. In this world, there are countless people that go crazy for their personal benefit, but those that are crazy for righteousness and honor are rare. Those that are the first to rush to become a disciple of Divine Phoenix Island, won't they also be the first rushing to escape when Divine Phoenix Island suffers a calamity? That is what I believe. Lin Ming's words were neither haughty nor weak, and they resounded in the hall. The beautiful woman had a surprised look. She didn't think that a 16-year-old boy would say such words. Even Mu Qianyu was slightly shocked. After a period of silence, the beautiful woman suddenly smiled. Good. Well said. Righteous and crazy. As long as your talent and abilities are to this old woman's satisfaction, then you may enter my Divine Phoenix Island without any obligation, as long as you have honor and conscience. Chapter 356 The Birthday Banquet Begins. Chapter 356 The Birthday Banquet Begins. Chapter 356 The Birthday Banquet Begins. Divine Phoenix Island was extremely powerful. They did not lack in those that pretended to be humble, nor did they lack in talents. However, nobody knew just how many of these talents were truly loyal to Divine Phoenix Island. The beautiful woman didn't fully approve of Lin Ming just because of his words. But she could affirm in her heart that Lin Ming wasn't someone who faked appearances. A truly ungrateful person that forgot grace and held no virtues, well, their promises were useless. As for those righteous individuals that didn't betray their mortality, there was no need to have them make any promise. Thus, the beautiful woman gave Lin Ming the greatest degree of freedom equal to a secret disciple. First you will apprentice under Yua. She will also be the one to hand down and teach you the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. This old woman is called Yu Huang. Later, you will also call this old woman Master Ancestor Yu Huang, if you can blossom in radiance within the year, or maybe if you reach the Hutian realm before 17 years of age, then I will personally teach you. The beautiful woman spoke her words and then left. Mu Qianyu bowed to see her off, and Lin Ming also deeply bowed like a good disciple. In a flash, only Lin Ming and Mu Qianyu were left in the hall. The serious expression that Mu Qianyu had quickly faded, and as she looked at Lin Ming, she couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ming subconsciously traced his nose, sheepishly saying, "What makes Miss Mu smile? What did you just call me?" Mu Qianyu winked, grinning as she sardonically looked at Li Ming. Lin Ming was a bit embarrassed. "Master Mu." "Who are you calling Master Mu?" "Just call me Master. I didn't think that Master would place you under me as my disciple. In fact, you are my very first disciple. Divine Phoenix Island has over 30 core disciples, and around 20 of those were from the Vermilion Bird faction and another dozen or so from the Blue Lian faction. All of those disciples have masters that are revolving core powerhouses, and I'm the only one whose cultivation is below the revolving core realm." Mu Qianyu sounded a bit excited. The first time being someone else's master always gave a very unusual feeling. Lin Ming was utterly speechless. He thought that being Mu Qianyu's disciple was an outlandish and strange turn of events. In truth, he was hoping to apprentice under an elder. For instance, that old lady Yu Huang. It looked like the only route he had was to show off his talents as soon as possible and attract the attention of that old woman Yu Huang, so he could apprentice under her and quickly get rid of this crappy status. Mu Qianyu noticed Lin Ming's astonished expression and that it was somewhat funny. She continued to say, "All right, I won't mess with you. I know your status is only temporary. I'll be honest with you. You haven't yet obtained the approval of my master. Although I've already spoken of your talent to master, seeing is better than believing. Whether it is entering the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm or my senior uncle's 400th birthday banquet, both are opportunities for you to display your talent. The sooner you can enter as a disciple of my master and become a direct disciple, the more advantageous it will be for you." The 10 direct disciples of Divine Phoenix Island were all taught by top masters like old lady Yu Huang. Although Mu Qianyu was a monstrous genius, in terms of being someone's master, she simply didn't have the experience. Lin Ming said, "I have to attend Tianguang revered master's celebratory birthday banquet." Millimeter. Since you're a core disciple, you naturally have to participate in the birthday banquet. It is also a process for my master to approve of you. Remember, although you will be entering the divine phoenix mystic realm, there are also good areas and bad areas. One kind is for the ordinary group which can only enter around the periphery of the divine phoenix mystic realm. As for the other, they may enter the main ancient phoenix central hall. The difference between the two is astronomical, and there is a limit of 16 individuals that may enter the main hall. 10 of those will be the direct disciples, leaving only 6 spots for the core disciples. If you can't display a great enough talent, then one of those spots won't be given to you. So it's like this. Lin Ming's mind stirred. Naturally, he didn't want to miss out on this ancient phoenix central hall. Now return. And don't underestimate everyone else here. They are all talents that are much higher than anyone from the 7 profound valleys. Even if Jiang Baoyun was placed here, he wouldn't be anything special. As Mu Qianyu spoke, she flipped her hand and 2 red jade slips appeared in her palm. This is the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle jade slip. Take good care of it and definitely don't lose it somewhere. Lin Ming took a deep breath and solemnly took the jade slip. This was the core cultivation of Divine Phoenix Island. Its value could be imagined. Although there was most likely a special mark on this jade slip to track its location, for Mu Qianyu to give this jade slip to him like this was already a reflection of the enormous trust she held in him. That night, the moon hung bright in the sky. Lin Ming sat in the garden of his little building, tranquilly meditating over the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. Of the 2 jade slips, one recorded the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, and the other contained insights from when Mu Qianyu had cultivated it. Not only were they the experiences of Mu Qianyu, but also the experiences that many other seniors had left behind, all of them reorganized by Mu Qianyu and completely engraved onto the jade slips. When she had been cultivating, she had also held a jade slip in her hands. Whenever she thought of something useful, she would record it. Those things that were recorded in the jade slip were all mostly related to the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. There were some supplementary materials, some skills, some analyses on how to make a better breakthrough, and other such experiences. This small jade slip was the accumulated wisdom of generations of wisdom. Good stuff. Lin Ming couldn't help but exclaim. Although the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle was a top cultivation method, it was still incomplete. If one didn't have these supplementary materials, it would be even more difficult to cultivate. Lin Ming used a full half hour to skim through the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle and then laid down the jade slip, rubbing his forehead. The Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle was shocking. It was even more terrifying than when he had first cultivated the heretical god force. According to the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, if one filled in the empty spots and restored this cultivation to the full glory of the ancient Phoenix clan, and also cultivate it to the highest levels with the pure bloodline of the ancient Phoenix, one could rebirth themselves in the fires of nirvana. After 9 nirvanas, they could reach perfection of this cultivation, becoming immortal and indestructible. Even the 2 supreme elders' memories that Lin Ming had inherited didn't dare to boast about any cultivation like this. The senior that left behind the Sorcerer Pagoda also lived for tens of thousands of years, but in the end was unable to escape the samsara of life and death, eventually leaving the mortal coil after failing his closed-door seclusion. However, considering the characteristics of the phoenix itself, this Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle didn't seem to be like empty talk. Of course, whether or not any of this was true couldn't be verified. To complete the entire ancient Phoenix clan's secret technique was simply a dream. As Lin Ming's conscious was immersed within the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, he also quickly entered into the ethereal martial intent state, sealing off his 6 senses and letting the flow of time drift past him. The rich fire origin energy flowed into Lin Ming's body, forming a vortex of origin energy that swirled around him. This was the rich fire attribute origin energy of the Parasol Tree Pavilion. If one practiced the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle here, they would have twice the result with half the effort. After the origin energy entered Lin Ming's body, it was all absorbed by the heretical god seed without even the least bit leaking out. It could be said that Lin Ming's body was a bottomless pit. Whatever went in, wouldn't come out. Even Mu Qianyu had been shocked by Lin Ming's talent at fire attribute cultivation methods. She had called him the child of flame. The heretical godseed began to excitedly stir, and the flame essence that revolved around the heretical godseed began to howl. After some time, an invisible ring of fire rippled outwards from Lin Ming, quickly spreading. This invisible ring of fire was fast like a gust of wind, rustling all of the parasol tree leaves of the forest. Those that lived near Lin Ming's little building were mostly Vermilion Bird faction core disciples, and they were extremely sensitive to fire origin energy fluctuations. As they felt the fire origin energy blowing in the wind, they were surprised. Just what was that? Everything had happened too fast. They didn't have time to investigate just what the source of that fire origin energy was. They released their senses to detect the source, but after being unable to find anything, eventually gave up. The fire origin energy gradually faded. Lin Ming let out a long breath and opened his eyes. He had finally reached perfection of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle cultivation method's first layer. If it wasn't for too many pill toxins being left in his meridians, then reaching perfection of this cultivation method's first layer would have already been enough to help Lin Ming break through to the peak of pulse condensation. From the pulse condensation period to the Hutian realm and Xiantian realm, the chaotic virtues combat meridians was no longer applicable to help him advance. However, this Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle seemed as if it were tailor-made for his body, perfectly complementing with the heretical god force and allowing Lin Ming's cultivations to increase by leaps and bounds. In addition to Lin Ming's ethereal martial intent, his martial talent no longer hindered him. Lin Ming cultivated for the entire night until early the next morning. As the day dawned, the entire Parasol Tree Pavilion was bustling with lively activity. Today was Qianguang Revered Master's 400th birthday banquet. A revolving core martial artist could live up to 500 to 600 years old. As they only had a few century birthdays in their life, naturally they had to make grand arrangements. The senior apprentice brother Zhong that lived across from Lin Ming knocked on his door in the morning and began to talk to him about the banquet and the rules he needed to follow. His superiors had already informed him that he needed to bring Lin Ming to attend the banquet. For this banquet, 8 great sects have arrived to attend the celebrations. There are more than 10 revolving core masters and 100 Xiantian masters. Nearly everyone else that isn't a Xiantian master is a core disciple of their sect, and each one has talent comparable to a monstrous genius. Such a great scene, let alone you, even I rarely see this. Don't make a fuss about everything just because you're a newbie, otherwise you'll lose face. As Zhongzhen spoke, he looked over Lin Ming's clothing to see if there were any faults. Since 8 great sects had gathered together, everything had become a matter of the sect's honor. Naturally, no one could slack off in any aspect. Lin Ming smiled and nodded. Although this senior apprentice brother Zhong was a bit arrogant and overly stiff, his heart actually wasn't too bad. These days he had taught Lin Ming many of the rules and customs of Divine Phoenix Island. Those that can enter the banquet stage are already famous characters. You're a bit young and your cultivation is also low, and you're even a new disciple, so there shouldn't be anyone that is willing to take the initiative to challenge you. Just have a good time and eat everything you can. This birthday banquet has the best feast with delicacies from everywhere. If you eat a big meal, it will be equivalent to many years of hard-earned cultivation for a common martial artist. Also, if someone challenges you and they are a bit older, you don't have to bother with them. There will be some senior apprentice brothers that will stand up for you. You can compare skills with someone who's close to your level though, but don't go beyond that. Understand? I understand. Lin Ming didn't refute Zhongzhen's words. The scenario that no one would take initiative to challenge him was only Zhongzhen's wishful thinking. As Lin Ming had walked down the road these past days, he could feel the gaze of others on him. There were disciples of Thundercrest sect, and also disciples of Storm Valley. Lin Ming didn't know any of these people. They were probably ordered to bother him at the behest of others after arriving at Divine Phoenix Island. Zhongzhen looked at the time and said, "The birthday banquet will begin in half an hour. Let's go over now." Chapter 357 To See Blood. Chapter 357 To See Blood. Chapter 357 To See Blood. Among the countless dangerous and magnificent peaks, there was one peak covered with thick green bamboo that was dozens of feet high. Within this green bamboo forest, there was a lake with clear rippling water. On this lake was a green hall that seemed to be carved from jade. This was the land of the Blue Luan faction, Blue Luan Palace. Tianguang revered master was a vice-island master of Divine Phoenix Island, and was also a great elder of the Blue Luan faction. His 400th year birthday banquet would be held here. As Lin Ming arrived at Blue Luan Palace with Zhong Zhen, less than a third of the seats were filled. Most of them were juniors, and not even the direct disciples of the sects had arrived yet. Little junior apprentice sister, that is Lin Ming. At a corner of Blue Luan Palace's square, Zhong Yunjian was pointing at Lin Ming as he spoke to a purple-clothed girl. He wasn't afraid that Lin Ming would find him looking at him, because it wasn't anything out of the ordinary. 16-year-old late pulse condensation period? Not bad. The purple-clothed girl stroked her smooth and pointed chin as she gazed at her opponent for this banquet, her words sounding a bit old. Zhong Yunjian wanted to laugh. He thought to himself, wasn't this little girl only 17 years old? Millimeter, that's right. He is a junior of Divine Phoenix Island who is well regarded by fairy maiden Qianyu. However, Divine Phoenix Island is a bit lacking in talent these days. Ever since the Saint rank talents Fairy Maiden Qianyu and Fairy Maiden Bingyun appeared, there hasn't been any outstanding heroic elite in the current young generation. Even the Vermilion Bird faction chief disciple Mu Dingshan and the Blue Luan faction chief disciple Mu Xiaoqing aren't any better than the direct disciples of the 7 sects from the 5-element region. As Zhong Yunjian spoke, he sighed, Divine Phoenix Island has really had a great stroke of luck. Even if the next few generations of Divine Phoenix Island are all failures, as long as Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun exist, then Divine Phoenix Island will prosper for the next several hundred years. In the minds of the many young heroes and elites, a saint-level talent was like an unattainable peak that they could never approach. Even the arrogant Zhong Yunjian had to acknowledge the difference between him and a saint-level talent. This sort of talent would only appear in a 4th-grade sect every 100 years. It was stroke of fate that couldn't be forced. After listening to Zhong Yunjian, the purple-clothed girl smiled, extremely bright and happily. Millimeter? Why are you smiling? Zhong Yunjian asked. Hehe, I'm just smiling, it's nothing. The purple-clothed girl was clearly hiding something. A 17-year-old girl had limited trust, and her mood was written all over her face. Zhong Yunjian was puzzled. What caused this little girl to be so happy? Was she implying that the Thundercrest sect also had a saint-level talent? As he thought of this, Zhong Yunjian's expression changed. Then, he thought of it some more and shook his head. It's unlikely. The 7 sects of the 5-element region all closely monitor each other. Even I'm familiar with the direct disciple of the Thundercrest sect. If they have a saint-level talent, then it's impossible that I wouldn't have heard a rumor of it. As Zhong Yunjian thought to himself, he wasn't too sure in his heart. If this was true, then the balance between the 7 great sects of the 5-element region would be broken. Once a saint-level talent grew up, it would be hard to find a worthy opponent for them. After half an hour passed, more and more people began filtering into Blue Luan Palace. Many important figures began arriving one after another. Even in a 4th-grade sect, revolving core masters weren't too common. Tianguang revered master finally arrived. He wore a long green robe, and he had a 3-foot-long white beard. His emitted a very calm and extraordinary temperament. Behind him followed several disciples, and even Mu Qianyu was among them. As Lin Ming saw Mu Qianyu, he was stunned for a bit. Millimeter, something feels off. As he noticed her blue clothing, Lin Ming suddenly realized that this woman was Mu Qianyu's younger sister, Mu Bingyun. He had heard that Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun were twin sisters, but normally there would be some differences even between twins. However, Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun seemed almost entirely alike. There wasn't even a mark on their face to distinguish between them. There was only a slight difference between their temperaments. It seemed that Mu Bingyun was a bit less noble, a bit icier, and a bit more indifferent. Throughout the entire time, Mu Bingyun silently followed behind Tianguang revered master. As if it were arranged, right after Tianguang revered master arrived, the old revolving core masters of the 8 sects soon followed. The front door opened wide, and an old man in a red robe walked in with a group of disciples. This old man's entire face was red all over, and his steps were light. He and his group had a ball of sacred flames embroidered on their chests. These were all disciples from the Sunfire sect. "Ha ha, Mu Tianguang, how have you been? You haven't changed in such a long time." The old man smiled. If this old man was able to call Tianguang revered master by his full name, then he was naturally a character on the same level as Tianguang revered master. "Ha ha, I didn't think the Sunfire sect sovereign would personally come. This old man truly has face." Mu Tianguang cupped his fists together. Obviously, he and the Sunfire sect sovereign were old friends. As the two old men greeted each other and exchanged some small talk, Lin Ming noticed that there was a red-robed girl following behind the Sunfire sovereign. She looked around 18 to 19 years old, and her cultivation was at the early Hutian realm. She was the girl known as the Sunfire Princess, Huaruyan. At this point, all eyes had gathered on Huaruyan, even more so than the Sunfire sovereign. After all, the majority of those present were young heroes and elites. A high-level figure like the Sunfire sovereign had no relation to them, so they wouldn't pay attention to someone like him. But as for another young heroic elite like Huaruyan, she was someone that everyone noticed. After all, a bit later from now, they might have to challenge her in a contest. As the disciples of the Sunfire sect took their seats, they were soon followed by those from the Thundercrest sect. What surprised Lin Ming was that even the Thundercrest sect sovereign himself had personally come. It stood to reason that a normal revolving core master would come to this birthday banquet, but a sovereign wouldn't personally attend. It had to be known that there were around 20-some high-level figures like Tianguang revered master in the great sects of the Five-Element region and the South Horizon region. If the sect sovereigns were to attend all the century birthday celebrations of these figures, they would have to make a trip every 5 years. Making such a long and distant journey was an arduous event, and it wasn't like the various sect sovereigns didn't have anything else to do. After the Thundercrest sect arrived, those from the Deep Earth sect, Arctic Ice Palace, and Golden Bell Mountain also arrived. Most of those that came were sovereigns of their sect, and the worst among them were vice-sovereigns. This really surprised Lin Ming. Did Tianguang revered master really have such great face? A century birthday celebration actually had so many sovereigns in attendance. Finally, the last one to appear was the old lady Yu Huang of Divine Phoenix Island. As an island master of Divine Phoenix Island and also the leader of the Vermilion Bird faction, old lady Yu Huang had a status that was even higher than Tianguang revered master. All the sovereigns cupped their hands together. Of the entire audience present, old lady Yu Huang was the strongest. No one dared to disrespect her. However, old lady Yu Huang had a very unpleasant expression. She gave a few casual smiles, and then sat in the seat of honor, not speaking as an awkward silence and sullen atmosphere floated around her. Tianguang revered master was a bit embarrassed. He stood up, raised his glass and said, "Everyone who has arrived today has shown me the highest honor. First, I will raise a cup to you all." As Tianguang revered master spoke, he drank a toast to all the guests and the guests all raised their glasses too, offering a number of birthday congratulations and speeches. Then, the atmosphere of the banquet was revived. Lin Ming couldn't help but whisper, "How come High Master Yu Huang is looking at the 8 sect sovereigns with such a dour expression?" Zhong Zhan, who was sitting near Lin Ming, heard his question. He reluctantly said, "I don't know why, but I guess it's because the talks of the alliance didn't go too well." Alliance? Lin Ming was stunned, and then immediately understood. An alliance to go against the South Sea Demon region? Millimeter, yes. Lin Ming had a flash of insight. No wonder so many sovereigns and vice-sovereigns had arrived. They actually came to discuss such an important matter. It seemed that Tianguang revered master's birthday banquet was just a ruse, and the truth was that they came to discuss an alliance to resist the South Sea Demon region. A war between superpowers at the rank of Divine Phoenix Island and the South Sea Demon region wasn't like the wars between two small countries. Just because they declared war on each other didn't mean they would immediately begin. Even though these two great powers had decided to engage each other, there were still many considerations and preparations that had to be made. Before, Divine Phoenix Island had drawn in the 19 third-grade sets, and now it seemed they were even trying to draw in the 4th-grade sects from the 5-element region. The situation had already escalated to this degree. It was probable that the South Sea Demon region was also looking for their own allies. Lin Ming said, if Divine Phoenix Island is defeated, then would the 5-element region be able to live their future days in peace? Don't they know about the concept of co-interdependence? Zhongzhen stared at Lin Ming like he was an idiot, obviously looking down on Lin Ming's shallow experience. What do you mean co-interdependence? Divine Phoenix Island is millions of miles away from the 5-element region. Even if it was when Silent Demon Emperor City still existed, the 5-element region didn't suffer a disaster. The reason they came here is to see if we could offer conditions to these old fellows' satisfaction. Now that the talks have broken down, High Master Yu Huang isn't feeling too happy about the situation. So it's like this. Lin Ming was already used to Zhongzhen looking down on him. But it didn't matter, he really didn't know anything about the 5-element region. Zhongzhen said, High Master Yu Huang has a very ardent and strong personality. If you are good to her, then she is friendly to everyone. But, if she doesn't feel comfortable, then she doesn't care about giving anyone face. You can see from her expression that she's not hiding anything at all. It looks like this banquet is going to be a lively one. Millimeter? Lively? Hihi, do you think that High Master Yu Huang won't vent her fire here? If matters of the alliance had come to a pleasant agreement, then the atmosphere of the banquet would be enjoyable. But now that things have gone south, it seems that when we compare skills I'll have to be serious, even blood might spill now. As Zhongzhen spoke, he seemed to be filled with excitement. Ah, will it come that? Lin Ming's expression changed as he craned his neck. Heh, just wait and see. High Master Yu Huang is not in a pleasant mood. If anyone causes her to lose any more face today, they might anger her at their own peril. Just look at Senior Apprentice Brother Mu Dingshan's appearance. Zhongzhen winked with his eyes. Lin Ming glanced at Mu Dingshan and saw that he really did have an extremely bitter and pained expression. Does Senior Apprentice Brother Mu not have confidence in himself? How can he have confidence like this? Senior Apprentice Brother is fierce, and is no worse than any of the other direct disciple of the 5-element region, but now it's 1 against 8. Oh, well, with the Blue Luan faction's Mu Xiaoqing, that makes it 2 against 8. How can they resist so many of them? Now that High Master Yu Huang is so angry, losing like this will mean a miserable future for them. The direct disciples of the 5-element region aren't some random weaklings. Even if Senior Apprentice Brother Mu put forth his full strength, it isn't necessarily true that he'll defeat them. Since he's going to be going all out, it won't be strange to see blood spill. Chapter 358 Skill Competition. Chapter 358 Skill Competition. Chapter 358 Skill Competition. Under Old Lady Yu Huang's influence, the entire atmosphere of the banquet seemed on edge, as if daggers had already been drawn. Lin Ming could even feel a raging fire that was contained with Old Lady Yu Huang's eyes. How was this a banquet? It was more like a battlefield on the brink of explosion. Now, Old Lady Yu Huang really was full of fire. These old zombies were just too greedy for their own good. In order to request them to send out a few masters, they were like lions that had opened their mouths, completely insatiable. If Divine Phoenix Island had gone along with their conditions, then even if they won the war against the South Sea Demon region, Divine Phoenix Island would probably drop from a top 4th-grade sect to an ordinary 4th-grade sect. If they wished to reach the threshold of a 5th-grade sect, it would probably take another 1,000 years of accumulating resources. How could she possibly endure this? The negotiations had continued for 3 days, and these old bags had only made some slight unimportant concessions. When it came to those core benefits, they wouldn't let go no matter what. It was as if they already assumed that Divine Phoenix Island wouldn't be able to defeat the South Sea Demon region, and would come begging for help from the 5-element region's 7 great sects. Old Lady Yu Huang had laid down her pride and reached her bottom line. She had already expected the situation to devolve to this point with these old geezers. To borrow an early revolving core master for 1 year, they had to pay 30 heaven opening pills. If these were normal times, then requesting such a sky-high price was simply robbing them when they were in trouble. Old Lady Yu Huang had stated that if they truly paid such a great price, Divine Phoenix Island would lose 1,000 years of accumulation and fall back to an ordinary 4th-grade sect. But at this time, the Thundercrest sect sovereign had spoken a few words that had caused Old Lady Yu Huang to nearly go crazy and storm out. He said, "Falling to an ordinary 4th-grade sect is still better than having your entire sect exterminated." As Old Lady Yu Huang remembered these words, her fingers began to tremble from rage. She turned her head to stare at the Thundercrest sovereign Lei Jingtian, wishing with her entire being that she could massacre this old man. However, facing the murderous eyes of Old Lady Yu Huang, Lei Jingtian was calm, drinking heartily with the guests around, completely disregarded Old Lady Yu Huang. "Lei Jingtian, I want see just what's so great about you." Old Lady Yu Huang shook her glass and the wine inside began to boil. This was the fire attribute true essence that she was inadvertently exuding. As the Divine Phoenix Island core disciples that sat near Old Lady Yu Huang saw the wine in her glass boil, they all felt a nerve-wracking horror swell up within them. This was truly a tragedy. In the upcoming matches, they would need to treat each one as if their life was on the line. Whoever caused Old Lady Yu Huang to lose face would definitely suffer a miserable fate. At this moment, Lin Ming was buried to his head in food, eating as much as he could. Suddenly Mu Qianyu's voice resounded in his ears. "Lin Ming, Master isn't too happy at the moment. During this competition it seems as if events will be taken to the extreme. Just do what you have to do, and don't be prodded to action by others. There might even be some martial arts contests with true fighting, be careful that you aren't wounded. In addition, the contest isn't just martial artists, but also other skills and abilities. For instance, the Sunfire sect might challenge our disciples in techniques to control fire. If there are people that try to stir you up to compete, don't immediately answer." The Sunfire sect has refined their fire controlling techniques for thousands of years. As for you, you just started, so you won't be their match. Mu Qianyu's voice was filled with concern, and this warmed Lin Ming's heart. He replied, "I know what to do." Millimeter. After 3 rounds of drinking, the atmosphere was very lively and festive. Suddenly, Old Lady Yu Huang smiled and said, "I wonder if everyone is enjoying the festivities. Haha, I am enjoying myself to the max. With such great hospitality, how can I not enjoy myself?" Lei Jingtian stood up, laughing, and said, "However, the wine and food is good, but without dance and fighting it's a bit boring. How about I have some of my Thundercrest sect's disciples go on stage to display some of their poor techniques, so that we can enliven this scene a bit?" As Lei Jingtian finished speaking, a 16 or 17-year-old boy leapt onto the stage. He wore purple clothes and had a purple gold crown on his head. He cupped his fists to everyone present and said, "Fellow seniors, fellow martial cultivators, I am Lei Yu, a disciple of the Thundercrest sect, currently 17 years old. I would like to display some of my insignificant skills and minor abilities, and hope that I can have everyone smile." As Lei Yu spoke, he flicked his finger and lightning jumped into his palm. This lightning was like a living purple snake, continuously swaying in Lei Yu's hands, sometimes growing, sometimes shrinking, but always extremely gorgeous and brilliant. After a dozen breaths of time, Lei Yu shook his hand and the purple lightning snake turned into a purple jade ribbon. This jade ribbon emitted a very rich thunder origin energy, and didn't seem any different from purple silk. Good. Good. Many of the 5-element region martial artists under the stage began to applaud. However, there wasn't a single martial artist from Divine Phoenix Island that was clapping. The reason for this was Old Lady Yu Huang, who was sitting in the seat of honor. With Old Lady Yu Huang displaying such a frigid and icy expression, who would dare to clap in her presence? A Vermilion Bird faction disciple couldn't sit still and jumped on stage. He said, "Brother Lei Yu has quite the amazing skill. I also happen to understand some similar small tricks. I wonder if I could compare with Brother Lei Yu?" The disciple didn't wait for Lei Yu to respond before he waved his hand and a fiery serpent shot into the sky. After it flashed, it turned into a chain of flame. The chain converged, turning into a red chain that was no different from a real chain, even reflecting light like metal would. It was just like a fine iron chain that had been heated red in flames. This was exactly the fire-controlling technique that was covered in the first layer of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, Flame Chains. Lin Ming also knew this technique. Voila! The red chain intertwined with the purple silk ribbon. The two disciples seemed to be friendly towards each other, but as soon as they chains and silk twisted together, the two went wild, putting their full strength into defeating the other. The chain tightened around the silk ribbon, going taut. Thunder and fire flashed. Neither of them stepped back an inch, each of them using the full extent of their strength. After 10 breaths of time, there was the sound of silk ripping as the purple silk ribbon was torn in half, but the red chain was in fine condition. Ha! I had wanted to compare strength with Brother Lei Yu and gain some good fortune from this banquet, but I didn't think I would actually tear apart Brother Lei Yu's lightning silk ribbon. I truly apologize. Lei Yu's expression was ashen. He coldly snorted and then walked off stage. The disciples of Divine Phoenix Island had a very smug and proud expression on their faces. The Divine Phoenix Island disciple turned towards old Lady Yu Huang to claim some credit, but as soon as he saw her icy expression, all hope of any accolades soon turned to dust. This was just the beginning. In a match between two forgettable disciples, whoever won had no effect at all. Against the high-level characters of the sects, this was only worth a laugh. Looks like this is going to blow up. Zhongzhen clicked his tongue. He turned to Lin Ming and said, "Do you want to go up and show off a bit? If you want to go on, you should hurry up. Right now only the most basic core disciples enter the stage. Soon, the middle-ranked ones will go up, and then the top-ranked disciples. Above those are the direct disciples. At that time, you won't have a chance to show off anymore. Just do as I say and take advantage of the moment. Go and challenge someone you're sure you can take, otherwise you'll embarrass yourself." Lin Ming was the youngest of everyone present. As long as he defeated a disciple that was 17 to 18 years old, to Zhongzhen, that was already a very flagrant display of his skills. "I'm in no hurry." Lin Ming smiled. He had already sensed that there were people from Storm Valley that were eyeing him, especially the purple-clothed girl from the Thundercrest sect. This entire time she had been staring at him with extreme provocation in her eyes. Even if he didn't go up, soon there would be people naming him in their challenge. Once the matches began, they wouldn't stop. Just after the match between the two ended, more people walked on stage. A Divine Phoenix Island Blue Luan faction core disciple challenged an Arctic Ice Palace disciple in ice skating techniques. Cold light flashed as their ice skates cut across the ice, but finally, the Blue Luan faction girl managed to break apart her opponent's skates, gaining another victory. What was happening now was a comparison of skills, rather than a head-on match of strength. In the flash, 6 or 7 matches had already passed. Zhongzhen also went on stage. He was named by the purple-clothed girl from the Thundercrest sect. Her name was Zhu Xiaoling, and she was 17 years old. She had a baby face, and smiled with a harmless expression. Lin Ming was already aware that Zhu Xiaoling had locked onto him. During this banquet, it was inevitable that he would fight her. The reason that she had called out Zhongzhen was most likely because she saw Zhongzhen walk with him, and wanted to use him as a demonstration of her meaning. "Do you know me?" Zhongzhen was stunned for a moment. His opponent could only be described as a charming and cute girl. She gave off a rather pleasant aura. Zhongzhen was in an excellent mood. Such a beautiful young girl had actually remembered him. The young girl giggled, not answering. This Zhongzhen was quite thick-headed. "This beautiful girl has a very sweet smile. I didn't think she would know my name, but she actually challenged me by naming me. Is it possible that she has a favorable impression of me, then especially made inquiries about me and wanted to contest in martial arts in order to better know me?" This was the fantasy that was inevitably produced by such a narcissistic man. Especially when the other party had such a sweet smile. Vermilion Bird faction core disciple Zhongzhen just reached 18 this year. Please advise. Zhongzhen also introduced himself. Everyone that went on stage had to report their age. Normally speaking, when disciples fought, The greatest difference between their age could only be around a year. This was the fairest method, and it also made it so that even if they lost it wouldn't be too ugly. Although Zhongzhen had a good impression of this beautiful girl, he didn't dare to underestimate her. Anyone that dared to enter the stage wouldn't be weak. He guessed that he would only need to go on stage once, and there was no way he could let himself be defeated here like this. He shook his hand, and a fire python sprang into the air, clawing the skies. This was the meaning of comparing skills. Zhu Xiaoling's 2 hands moved, and a thin ribbon of purple silk flew into the air. This one move caused Lin Ming to sigh in his heart. This little girl was quite adept at controlling thunder. She could directly let loose a ribbon of purple silk, and didn't even need to transform the thunder beforehand. Zhongzhen's expression was solemn. The fire python fought with the thin ribbon of purple silk for a moment, and in just a few breaths of time, there was a shattering sound as the purple-clothed girl's silk ribbon tore the fire python in half. Zhongzhen immediately flushed red. He looked at the fire python that was still struggling in the air. As he faced this young girl Zhu Xiaoling that was a full head shorter than him, he wished that he could find a hole to crawl into. This little girl that came out of nowhere is just too abnormal. Her cultivation is the same as mine, but she's a year younger. Yet she was able to cut apart my fire python in just a few breaths of time. Chapter 359 Fury. Chapter 359 Fury. Chapter 359 Fury. Zhongzhen gulped as he sat back down in his seat, distressed. He didn't dare look at how frosty old Lady Yu Huang's countenance may have become. At this moment, Zhu Xiaoling smiled. She wasn't smiling at Zhongzhen, but at Lin Ming. The challenge in this smile was very obvious. I was too careless, far too careless. I actually looked down on such a little girl. Zhongzhen was ashamed. He was originally a very arrogant individual. Losing was one thing, but the one he lost to was not only a year younger than him, but also a woman. My fire controlling technique isn't good enough. If we compared martial arts, I might not lose to her. As Zhongzhen thought back, he created another flimsy excuse in order to save whatever face he had left. Lin Ming smiled, not bursting his bubble. After all, the reason Zhongzhen was in such dire straits was because of him. This Thundercrest sect girl was obviously aiming at him. Without a doubt, she was someone who was at the rank of a direct disciple. Although she was young, in another 2 to 3 years, Zhu Xiaoling would most likely become someone who was equal to the Sunfire Princess or the Thunderclap. Zhongzhen naturally wasn't her match. Until now, there had been a total of 7 matches. Divine Phoenix Island had lost 4 and won 3. Although they were falling a bit behind, Divine Phoenix Island was still 1 against 6. To have this sort of result was already very good. Of the 8 sects that had come, the South Horizon region's Supreme Mystery Temple and Dire Space Sect hadn't taken action. They probably cared about maintaining their friendship because they shared the same region, and didn't try to challenge Divine Phoenix Island. If the South Sea Demon region was ever restored to the same grandiosity to the degree of Silent Demon Emperor City, then their days wouldn't be much better. For them, it was better to yield to Divine Phoenix Island and accept their bottom-line offer. This time, at the seat of honor, old Lady Yu Huang's expression wasn't the least bit relieved or happy. She was well aware that no matter how pleasant or humble she became, it was not possible to offset the greediness of the 5-element region sects. Those old bags wouldn't ever accept any concessions. So it was better to just meet them head-on. In the world of martial artists, there was a prevailing rule: if one couldn't convince them, then defeat them. Strength was the best bargaining chip. If Divine Phoenix Island could win a total victory at this comparison of skills, then the other parties would obviously be at a disadvantage at the negotiating table. This invisible momentum was greatly beneficial to any kind of diplomacy. But as old Lady Yu Huang thought of Mu Dingshan and Mu Xiaoqing's strength, she was ultimately a bit doubtful. Mu Dingshan and Mu Xiaoling were strong. They would definitely have a chance of defeating any of the chief disciples from the 5-element region sects. But, to have the two of them fight continuous opponents would put an extreme pressure on them, and would be very hard for them to do. Of the 7 great sects from the 5-element region, the Verdant Wood sect didn't come to the birthday celebrations because of faults within their younger generation. As for the South Horizon region's Supreme Mystery Temple and Dire Space Sect, they wouldn't take action against them. Thus, Mu Dingshan and Mu Xiaoqing were 2 against 6. Besides Mu Dingshan and Mu Xiaoqing, there was also Lin Ming. Yue had strongly recommended him based on his strength, so he should be able to show some skills. But Lin Ming was inevitably too young, and his ability was insufficient for the challenges ahead. He was also a bit young at 16 or 17 years of age. To have him share the burden of Mu Dingshan and Mu Xiaoqing would be very difficult for him. After Zhu Xiaoling left the stage, Zhong Yunjian sighed. These years, the Thundercrest sect was becoming increasingly fierce. In a few years, even he might not be able to look down on her. The Verdant Wood sect had already produced 2 continual generations of waste. As for the Thunderclap sect, they produced 2 top second-rank talents in the Thunderclap and Zhu Xiaoling. The balance of the 5-element region's 7 great sects was becoming increasingly unstable. As Zhong Yunjian was thinking, he noticed that Divine Phoenix Island's Yang Fuhong was winking at him from afar, indicating for him to make his move. Zhong Yunjian shook his head, sighing. This Yang Fuhong's jealousy and pride was too heavy on his soul. Such a person would never have great achievements. As he thought about it, he turned to the junior apprentice brother near him and said, Junhui, go and challenge Lin Ming. Hehe, you finally want me to make a move? The youth named Ma Junhui twisted his neck, looking at Lin Ming like a wolf spotting his prey, a rabid excitement dawning in his eyes. If he managed to injure Lin Ming so that he needed a day to recover in bed, he would be given 5 medium-grade True Essence Stones. If he injured Lin Ming so that he needed 20 days, then he would receive 100 medium-grade True Essence Stones. If he could damage Lin Ming's meridians and make him need months to recover and delay his cultivation, he would receive 300 medium-grade True Essence Stones. This amount of True Essence Stones was equal to the resources he received in an entire year. As for how to do so in a comparison of skills, Ma Junhui didn't take it too seriously. In a battle between juniors, often one would become too angry and injure the other. If he used his full strength, how could Lin Ming not be injured? Besides, there was a vast murderous intent that flooded the entire stage. The top characters of both sides were anxious to massacre the other party. As long as he didn't kill anyone, then a bit of blood wasn't anything at all. Will that Yang fellow keep his promise? Ma Junhui asked as he cracked his knuckles. He will. He's already given me 50 medium-grade True Essence Stones as a deposit. Hehe, that's good. I just happen to be lacking True Essence Stones for practice, and now someone's just delivered them to me. Ma Junhui thrillingly said as he licked his lips. Don't underestimate him, that boy isn't simple. For him to reach the late pulse condensation period at 16 is already very good. Not only that, but Mu Qianyu thinks highly of his strength. I fear his talent is probably on the same level as someone like the Sunfire Princess, if not more so. Zhong Yunjian warned. Who cares how good his talent is? How can a late pulse condensation boy challenge my half-step Hutian cultivation? This boy has potential, however, he's just too young and naive. Ma Junhui said as he leapt up. With the assistance of his wind attribute True Essence, he flashed onto the stage. Storm Valley's Ma Junhui, 18 years old. I challenge all heroes present, Ma Junhui said as he cupped his fists across his chest. Ma Junhui, he came up so quickly. Before, I thought that it would be someone like Zhu Xiaoling coming on stage, but it seems that the Storm Valley core disciple Ma Junhui wants to challenge someone. I remember his at the upper middle ranks of the core disciples. The disciples of the 5-element region's 7 great sects had a good understanding of each other. The name Ma Junhui was known by many people. Millimeter. It's mostly been the lower or middle rank core disciples going on stage. Now that Ma Junhui has gone on stage, the level of the matches has increased yet again. It might be difficult for us to find an opportunity to display our skills. I wonder who made Ma Junhui so anxious that he jumped up so early to challenge them. As the disciples of the 5-element region murmured to themselves, Ma Junhui swept his gaze past the Divine Phoenix Island disciples. He pointed to Lin Ming and said, "You're the one called Lin Ming, right?" Do you dare to face me? What? Zhongzhen was the first to be shocked. This kid was 2F** King shameless, didn't he care about face at all? An 18-year-old against a 16-year-old, and he actually had the gall to open that big mouth of his? A 2-year gap didn't seem like much, but the truth was to those top talented youths, every day was extremely precious. 2 years was enough to accomplish many things. For instance, Mu Qianyu had reached pulse condensation at 15, and that was considered a saint-level talent. However, if she was late by 2 years and reached pulse condensation at 17, then she wouldn't be considered much. That was something that any casual student of the 7 profound valleys could accomplish. But when Mu Qianyu was 16 years old, she had already stepped into the Hutian realm. If Lin Ming was given another 2 years, breaking through to the Hutian realm would be simple. He might even be able to defeat a Xiantian master. That was not a level that someone like Ma Junhui could compare with. Therefore, in a comparison of skills, it was always between individuals that were similar in age. Even if there was a 1-year difference, it would usually be the junior challenging the senior. If the tables were reversed, then this despicable action was really looked down on by others. Lin Ming, there's no need to go up. This little punk probably wants to harm you. Zhongzhen could feel a dark intent coming from Ma Junhui. Old Lady Yu Huang was silent. She turned to glance at Mu Qianyu and saw Mu Qianyu returning a little nod of the head to her, also not speaking. Since this is a boy that Yue thinks so highly of, if he can't even overcome a mere 2-year gap, he's no better than Xiaoqing or Ding Shan. This old woman wants to see just what sort of surprises you have in store for me. Ma Junhui ignored everyone around him that was glaring at him with disgust. He pointed to Lin Ming as before and shouted, "Boy, do you dare?" Lin Ming rose up. "I didn't think that my name would actually reach the 5-element region. It is truly the highest of honors. Since you challenge me, then I naturally must accompany you." As Lin Ming spoke, he directly walked over to the square, ignoring Zhongzhen's frantic winking. So his Lin Ming. Millimeter. He also live at Parasol Tree Pavilion. This is my first time seeing him. I heard that he is 16 years old, and that Her Highness Qianyu thinks very highly of him. Then we'll see just how strong he is. If he can deal with that Ma Junhui, then he has some skill, but it isn't a shame if he loses either. Lin Ming was only known to a few people from the 5-element region, but he was already famous throughout the entire Divine Phoenix Island. He was a talent that Mu Qianyu valued, and one that she had personally recruited from the 7 profound valleys. As soon as he entered the sect, he was admitted to the Parasol Tree Pavilion. All of this was enough to make him the focus of the disciples from Divine Phoenix Island. "Hihi, you think I heard your name in the 5-element regions because of some glorious deed you accomplished? I only heard that you betrayed your sect and whored yourself out to Divine Phoenix Island to become a core disciple. Am I right?" Ma Junhui sneered, his words extremely poisonous and insidious. He was intentionally trying to provoke Lin Ming, so that it would be a completely justifiable action to wound him to the point that he would need to recuperate in bed. Insolence. Ma Junhui's voice had just fallen when he heard a voice like a thunderclap explode in his ears. He instantly turned white, forced back several steps. "Ignorant boy, you dare to spread such preposterous talk." Old Lady Yu Huang slapped her right hand against her chair, and a terrifying surge of energy flooded out towards Ma Junhui. Ma Junhui only felt his entire body go ice cold, as if he were a tiny boat about to be overturned in an endlessly churning ocean. Ma Junhui was terrified. He didn't think that with just a few words, Mu Yu Huang would not care about her status as a revolving core master and move against a junior. But at this moment, a surge of wind rolled forwards, protecting Ma Junhui's body, sweeping away that terrifying tide of energy. A black-clothed old man stood up and said, "Hi Master Yu Huang, please calm down." "Junhui, what sort of utter nonsense are you speaking of? Hurry up and apologize." Ma Junhui let out a breath of relief as the dangerous moment passed. This old woman was an utterly crazy old bag. He had just mocked Lin Ming, but hadn't cursed her at all. How many days had Lin Ming been in the sect and how many times had he seen old Lady Yu Huang, for her to move against him like this? The truth was that Ma Junhui was too negligent. When he said that Lin Ming had whored himself out, that was no different than slandering Mu Qianyu's crystal-clear reputation. Mu Qianyu was Mu Yu Huang's most beloved disciple. How could she tolerate someone disparaging her? Lin Ming glanced at Mu Qianyu, whose expression wasn't looking too good, and his eyes suddenly fell to sub-zero temperatures. He turned to Ma Junhui, his voice desolate and somber as he said, "You want to intentionally provoke me into a rage so that I'll participate in some little deathmatch with you? Well, then I must congratulate you. You have succeeded." Chapter 360 Don't Worry. Chapter 360 Don't Worry. Chapter 360 Don't Worry. Although the banquet stage was brimming with tension, that didn't mean everyone would lose their sense of decorum or reasoning. Those offensive words that Ma Junhui had said a moment ago were brainless. They were words that a mentally normal person would never say. Lin Ming didn't have any past enmity with Ma Junhui, nor any injustice. In fact, Lin Ming had never met Ma Junhui. Ma Junhui was just like a rabid dog that was randomly biting others. If he wasn't instigated by others, this was still his personality. Ma Junhui laughed as he sneered, saying, "You're right, I really am trying to provoke you. Those superficial skill matches that have happened so far are just too boring. However, I wasn't lying when I said that you whored yourself out to become a divine Phoenix Island core disciple. There really is a rumor that is spreading around like that. As they say, where there's smoke there's fire. Today, how about I be your touchstone to see just how true this rumor is, Touchstone? You really think highly of yourself." Lin Ming jeered, "I'm afraid your touchstone will break with just a little touch." As Lin Ming spoke, he took out the heaven-profound soft spear from his spatial ring. Ever since he had acquired the purple comet spear, he hadn't used this silver spear of his. However, the purple comet spear was a top high-grade Earthstep treasure. It was just too shocking. Ancestor Kai Yang had left behind a camouflage array on the purple comet spear, and no one below Ancestor Kai Yang's cultivation should be able to see the truth. However, there were many old sovereigns here that had keen eyesight and perception, so surely there would be those that recognized it. A top high-grade Earthstep treasure was something that even a revolving core master would covet. Although Lin Ming had Divine Phoenix Island backing him and didn't fear exposing the purple comet spear, it was best to keep this news as quiet as possible. With so many people here, it would undoubtedly spread in less than a day. Ma Junhui saw Lin Ming take out a medium-grade human step silver spear from his spatial ring and laughed. "Am I seeing things? You are a core disciple of Divine Phoenix Island, but you actually use such a trashy weapon? Even a third-grade sect's direct disciple can obtain an Earthstep weapon, but here you are using a medium-grade human step weapon? Are you joking with me?" Lin Ming's lips curled up in a smile. If everyone was being friendly and having a nice match, then he wouldn't mind leaving his opponent some face. But now this idiot was being so aggressive and was obviously being strung on by someone else. Naturally, he wouldn't forgive him so lightly. To deal with low-level trash like you, my empty hands would have been enough. But now my spear wants to see a drop of blood. After 5 spear moves, if you can still stand, then consider me having lost. Lin Ming's words shocked everyone present. His empty hands were enough. He took out the spear to see a drop of blood. Defeat Ma Junhui in 5 moves or it would be his loss. Zhong Yunjian looked at Lin Ming with relish. This boy was truly confident in himself. He turned to glance at the Thundercrest sect's Zhu Xiaoling, and saw that the little girl appeared extremely excited, obviously looking forward to watching this match. "Oh, you also think Lin Ming will win in 5 moves?" Zhong Yunjian asked with a true essence sound transmission. "Hehe, I don't know if he'll win or not, but whatever the outcome, things will be very interesting after 5 moves. There will definitely be a side that suffers a miserable loss. I'm looking forward to seeing the loser's face. The loser might even lose his confidence and ruin his path of martial cultivation, and never be able to recover. How can I not be excited about something so fun?" As Zhong Yunjian heard the innocent tone in which Zhu Xiaoling spoke, he felt chills crawl up his spine. When this little girl grew up, she would definitely be a grade A disaster. Of those present, the disciples of the 5-element region were mostly watching for fun. But as for the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island, they had a variety of thoughts. There were some that were worried for Lin Ming like Zhongzhan, but there were also those that were extremely jealous and angry, and wanted to see Lin Ming beaten into the ground, such as Yang Fuhong. Yang Fuhong had a gloating smile strung across his face, and he fiddled with his ring finger as he thought to himself, he truly came from a poor land, he actually took out a medium-grade human step treasure to disgrace himself. I had just wanted to have someone cripple you for a bit so that you'd miss out on the chance to enter the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, but now it seems that even your heart of martial arts will be damaged. What an idiot, you actually dug your own grave. Mu Yuhuang was silent. She looked at Mu Qianyu, an obvious question in her eye. Mu Qianyu was speechless. This Lin Ming really made one worry. It was fine to just beat this fellow up, but now Lin Ming drew himself into a corner. Facing Mu Yuhuang's questioning gaze, Mu Qianyu clenched her teeth and nodded. She still had full faith in Lin Ming. Mu Yuhuang frowned. Didn't you say that old fool Kai Yang made a top high-grade Earthstep treasure spear for Lin Ming? And it was also better than your vermilion bird sword. How come he isn't using it? This, Mu Qianyu forced a smile. He probably doesn't want to stir up any trouble by revealing it. Mu Yuhuang coldly said, if he stirs up any trouble, he still has our Divine Phoenix Island supporting him. At least it's much better than losing. Taking out such a trashy spear is truly disgraceful. What is he going to do if it breaks? Once his weapon breaks, he might not even be able to settle the match in 5 moves. Even if his strength is greater than his opponent's, he'll still be laughed at by others. I hope he knows what he's doing and doesn't make himself into the butt of a joke. After Ma Junhui listened to Lin Ming's words, he didn't even get mad, he just laughed. He looked at Lin Ming like he was an idiot and said, have you gone dumb today? I'll stand here and see just how you will defeat me. Lin Ming held the spear in his right hand and used his left hand to trace the cool shaft, a familiar feeling spreading through his body. He had used this heavy, profound, soft spear for the longest time. It had been with him when he defeated Zhong Guanyu, when he had fled through the southern wilderness, and it had even accompanied him throughout the entire 7 Profound Valleys total faction martial meeting. When Lin Ming had said he would defeat Ma Junhui in 5 moves, he had already left a great deal of room for himself. When Lin Ming had just started tempering marrow, he was already able to totally defeat the peak Hutian Huang Zishuan. But this Ma Junhui was only a half-step Hutian. So what if he was a 4th-grade sect's talent? Not just that, but Lin Ming had already completed 20% of tempering marrow. As Lin Ming's feet trod the floor, under the support of golden rock shattering the void, his speed instantly reached the limit. His body became a series of phantoms as an azure light condensed on the spearpoint, shooting straight towards Ma Junhui's chest. I'll cut your stupid garbage spear. Ma Junhui shouted and slashed with his blue sword. 7 or 8 wind blades howled forth. These wind blades whistled through the air with a grating sound like a saber carving through glass. Facing these wind blades, Lin Ming neither blocked nor evaded, he thrust his spear straight through. The endless azure true essence carried the vibrating power of flow like silk, it smashed against the wind blade. Ping 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 ping. With a series of sounds like crystal breaking, all of Ma Junhui's wind blades were shattered. But Lin Ming's spear potential didn't diminish at all. The spear light was only 10 feet away from Ma Junhui. Millimeter. Ma Junhui was shocked. He stretched out his hand and blue wind origin energy gathered around him, forming a whirlwind around his body. Wind shadow shield. Peng. Ma Junhui hadn't even finished yelling wind shadow shield when the heavy profound soft spear smashed into the whirlwind, creating a whistling sound that pierced the ears. The heavy profound soft spear only slowed down for the tiniest bit, but then continued piercing through. What? Mu Junhui's complexion finally completely changed. His defensive power was outstanding, and he was even able to borrow the power of wind to create the wind shadow shield, yet he couldn't even block a single attack. He retreated, but the heavy profound soft spear homed in on him. Cool breeze cut. Ma Junhui's eyes were cold. He gave a loud shout and slashed at the heavy profound soft spear. The sword in his hand was a low-grade earth-step treasure. Even if he didn't use any true essence, it could still cut a medium-grade human step treasure in half. Now that he had even used a sword skill, he should have been able to cut apart Lin Ming's spear like a candle. But he never thought that as he cut down on the heavy, profound, soft spear, his sword would be mired by the endlessly strong azure true essence, and that even the true essence he had poured into his sword would all be scattered by a strange vibrating strength. What the hell kind of cultivation method was this? Ma Junhui couldn't believe what was happening. He didn't even have time to think as this spear potential rushed towards him like a massive tsunami. Even after he had tried to cancel it out with 3 moves, it still contained a terrifying power. All of the space around him seemed to be locked down, and the wind origin energy ran wild. The overwhelming spear light smashed into Ma Junhui, hitting him and his flexible armor. In that moment, Ma Junhui felt like he had been struck by a massive hammer. A giant gaping hole was twisted into his high-grade human step flexible armor, and even the true essence in his body was smashed apart like broken porcelain. Ma Junhui spat out a mouthful of blood before flying several dozens of feet backwards. There was only a banging sound as Ma Junhui struck several birthday banquet tables. His entire body was covered with wine and food, and also small bits of broken jade dishes. Because the spear light had been countered a great deal, Ma Junhui hadn't been severely injured. However, his pride had been ruined and brought to the ground. He crawled up from the floor, his lips twitching, his eyes red with blood, and his face flushed with anger. The entire hall was quiet, even the disciples of the 5-element region were stunned silly. They hadn't expected such a scene to happen. In just a single move, Ma Junhui had been struck backwards like an insect. Although he wasn't wounded too seriously, Ma Junhui had used 3 moves to block Lin Ming's spear, yet the end result was this. This gap in their strength was obvious. They were simply on completely different levels. As the entire audience was silent, a bright laughter like the jingling of silver bells resounded at this untimely moment. Zhu Xiaoling laughed as she slapped her table, tears almost running down her cheeks. Senior apprentice brother Ma, hurry up and take off those noodles around your neck, I'm going to die laughing here. Ha ha ha. At this time, a bowl of birthday noodles hung around his neck. These noodles were made with special Spirit Valley ingredients and were especially chewy, they hadn't even broken yet. There were even drops of sauce streaming down the ends. Ma Junhui looked like he had been bitten by a snake. He tore off the noodles around his neck, his face turning from red to purple. Seeing this, many Divine Phoenix Island disciples wanted to laugh, but it was quite contemptible to laugh in this sort of situation, so they restrained themselves even though it was hard to endure. However, those that repressed their laughs didn't include Zhongzhen. Zhongzhen's eyes were wide as he stared at Lin Ming, a bit stunned. Out of all the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island, he had been the one that had been in contact with Lin Ming the most. He had brought him through the mountain gate, eaten with him, and had taught him most things. He had been leading Lin Ming around for several days, but had no idea just what kind of monstrous genius he had been bringing around. Mu Qianyu let out a long breath of relief, wanting to rebuke Lin Ming a bit. Although she had confidence in Lin Ming, she wasn't sure what sort of progress he had made these past months, and was a little doubtful of what could happen. This Lin Ming, he really does make one worry for him. Chapter 361 Surrounded by 6 Sects. Chapter 361 Surrounded by 6 Sects. Chapter 361 Surrounded by 6 Sects. Lin Ming, I'll kill you. Ma Junhui was burning with anger from the shame he had received. He gripped the long sword in his hand, a purple layer of light covering the blade. His entire body emitted a blue glow, he was about to unleash his full force. Lin Ming was calm as before. He held the heavy, profound, soft spear straight in his hands, waiting for Ma Junhui to come. Enough. At this time, Storm Valley's Valley Master gave a cold cough. A loss is a loss, fall back. Ma Junhui's gathering of true essence was disrupted by Storm Valley's Valley Master's cold cough, his face flushing red. He argued, unwilling to accept this outcome, Honorable Sect Master, I merely underestimated the enemy. I still haven't even used the wind conversion art, and I still have the concept of wind. Shut up. Storm Valley's Valley Master was finally angry. An 18-year-old challenging a 16-year-old and being sent flying back with a single strike is already disgraceful enough, and yet you still have the face to give an excuse. Hurry up and get out of the way, you are shaming me on that stage. Ma Junhui gulped, then glared at Lin Ming with bitter hatred in his eyes as he stepped down in humiliation. Boy, just you wait. I will definitely return the favor someday. Before Ma Junhui left the stage, he sent Lin Ming a sinister true essence sound transmission. When he had fought a moment ago, he hadn't used the wind conversion art or the concept of wind. In his haste, he didn't even fully summon his true essence. In his own foolish self-confidence, he had hypnotized himself into thinking he could never lose to Lin Ming, and this was the reason for his sudden and immediate loss. Only thinking this made Ma Junhui feel a bit better. He had lost today's match in too miserable a fashion, he didn't even have any face left at all. If he scavenged some reasoning from somewhere, it would have a major effect on his future martial cultivation and confidence. Lin Ming didn't bother to respond. Against a blithering idiot like Ma Junhui, then there's no reason to bother with him. What he was more concerned was just who had spurred Ma Junhui and Zhu Xiaoling to deal with him. This boy. Yang Fuhong clenched his teeth under the stage. Lin Ming's combat strength was secondary. It was Lin Ming's talent that was too terrifying. Ma Junhui was a core disciple of Storm Valley and his talent could be arranged around the upper middle reaches of all the core disciples, yet he was actually swept away by a single one of Lin Ming's spears. Although Ma Junhui said he had underestimated his enemy and hadn't used his complete strength, didn't Lin Ming not use his complete strength too? That meant that Lin Ming's talent was at least at the likes of Mu Dingshan and Mu Xiaoqing. Maybe he surpassed them. In another 2 or 3 years, Lin Ming would become the second Mu Dingshan. This caused Yang Fuhong to have a feeling of profound crisis. He had a likely chance of being one of the people able to enter the main ancient Phoenix Hall of the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm. But if Lin Ming came, then his chances of being selected would be greatly reduced. By the time Lin Ming walked off stage, Zhongzhen was stunned. Sitting by Lin Ming, he gulped and said, "Big brother Lin, you are really fierce." Big brother Lin? Lin Ming had an amused expression. Zhongzhen was older than him by 2 years and was someone that was naturally arrogant to the bones. This was not a good state of mind for anyone to have. To be more accurate, it could be said that this was a condition that every disciple of Divine Phoenix Island had. In the reaches of their hearts, they all looked down on those from smaller sects. But when meeting a truly amazing individual, such as Mu Dingshan, the Sunfire Princess, and so on, Zhongzhen lost all of his proud nature and arrogance. If that person was even more amazing, such as Mu Qianyu or Mu Bingyun, then Zhongzhen would even fall over in worship. The higher one's cultivation was, the more they understood just how terrifying these characters were. Brother Lin, you're so strong. Do you think you can win against that Zhu Xiaoling girl? Zhongzhen asked as he rubbed his hands. It seemed that he had taken his loss to that little girl to heart. Lin Ming laughed. You want me to challenge her and gain back some face for you? Zhongzhen smiled, a bit embarrassed. I just think that little girl is a bit too rampant. Earlier, Zhongzhen has narcissistically assumed that Zhu Xiaoling had challenged him on stage because she had taken a fancy to him. But after he went on stage, he was defeated in a few blinks of the eye. Finally, Zhongzhen understood that the reason that little girl had called him up was especially to defeat him. This greatly damaged Zhongzhen's self-esteem. Lin Ming said, "Don't worry about that Zhu Xiaoling. Even if I don't bother with her, she will challenge me." Ah! Lin Ming didn't speak anymore. He glanced over at Zhu Xiaoling and smiled. She was impishly smiling back at him, and her eyes held mischievous provocation. This girl, she definitely wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. Although Lin Ming had sent Ma Junhui flying back with a single spear, he didn't look down on the 7 great sects of the 5-element region. Normally, a 4th grade sect would have around 10 direct disciples and even more core disciples. Ma Junhui was only a core disciple ranked around the upper middle reaches, and he was ranked around 20th or so among the disciples of Storm Valley. The difference between the first disciple and the 20th disciple was humongous. For instance, taking the 7 profound valleys as an example, the total faction martial meetings tied 2nd and 3rd ranking were Mugu Buyu and Jiang Baoyun, and the 11th place was Fang Qi. The difference in their strength was evident. But Ma Juanhui's status in Storm Valley was even less than that of Fang Qi in the 7 Profound Valleys. Lin Ming wouldn't look down on Zhu Xiaoling because of Ma Junhui, even if she was only 17 years old. At this moment, a voice resounded in Lin Ming's ear. It was Mu Qianyu's true essence sound transmission. Good job. But don't be so hasty next time. Before you figure out your opponent's strength, just have a steady fight with them. Lin Ming followed the voice and looked at Mu Qianyu, seeing a happy smile touching her lips. He replied, "Don't worry. This Ma Junhui was just too rude. I only wanted to give him a little lesson. If he defeated Ma Junhui according to proper rules and conduct, then even if he spat blood it wouldn't mean much. To a martial artist, being injured was a normal event. After recuperating in bed for a few days and taking some pills, they would be spirited soon enough." But, if he swept away his opponent's face and struck his confidence, this was the most vicious method that left a pressuring mark on his heart. This was the only way that Lin Ming would feel better. Mu Qianyu knew that the reason Lin Ming had sent Ma Junhui into such a miserable state was because of those words claiming he had whored himself out to become a core disciple of Divine Phoenix Island. Not only did these words castigate Lin Ming, but they also slandered Mu Qianyu's pure reputation. Lin Ming probably did all this as a means of avenging her honor. Thinking of this, Mu Qianyu smiled, and didn't say anything more. After that fight a moment ago, Mu Yuhuang's complexion was finally a bit better. Lin Ming truly hadn't disappointed her. It would be no problem for him to enter the top of the second-rank talents. If this generation of Divine Phoenix Island could have the trifecta of Mu Dingshan, Mu Xiaoqing, and Lin Ming supporting them, that would truly be a fortuitous event. As old Lady Yu Huang was thinking this, she accidentally caught a glimpse of Lei Jingtian's bright smile, and her face sunk. That old fox. She hated Lei Jingtian's smile that seemed to think he had everything within his grasp. A few days ago at the negotiation table, this old man had been blocking her at every turn. Could this old man have something that he can rely on? The matches on stage continued. Ever since Lin Ming and Ma Juanhui's battle, no one else competed with their skills or techniques. Now, everyone that went on stage was engaging in true battle. Storm Valley Core disciple Zhong Lin challenges the heroic youths of Divine Phoenix Island. Does anyone dare to compete with me? On the center of the stage, a youth in a green robe clearly spoke as he held 2 swords in his hands. He was one of the top 3 ranked core disciples of Storm Valley. Divine Phoenix Island's martial artists had very ugly expressions. Normally at this sort of banquet competition, besides fellow disciples challenging each other, it was a casual affair for other sects to challenge other sects. Divine Phoenix Island would challenge the sects of the 5-element region, but the sects of the 5-element region would also challenge each other. For instance, Golden Bell Mountain, Thundercrest sect, and Sunfire sect would also compete against each other. However, what had continually happened was that the sects of the 5-element region had gathered today to challenge Divine Phoenix Island. Now, this Zhong Lin had already spoken words that he was aiming at Divine Phoenix Island. Divine Phoenix Island was strong, but they were absolutely unable to cope 1 against 6. Divine Phoenix Island's Hua Hong, please advise. A young girl in red jumped on stage. She was the 5th-ranked core disciple of Divine Phoenix Island, and was about the same as Zhong Lin in terms of strength. After the match began, Zhong Lin didn't hold back at all. He immediately used the core cultivation method of Storm Valley, the wind conversion art. It was clear that he was going to go all out from the start. Hua Hong clenched her teeth and used the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle with determination. She already realized that this would be an uphill battle, and even if she won, she would have to do so using every possible effort, and it would be impossible for her to fight again in the near future. True essence collided, and wind and fire swirled together on stage. A formidable true essence shockwave surged out, blowing away several nearby tables. An elder of Divine Phoenix Island who was skilled in array formations moved and sent out several array symbols with his hands, confining all of the terrifying true essence waves within the stage. After the 2 individuals exchanged dozens of moves, Hua Hong finally defeated Zhong Lin by the weakest margin. But she had already been forced to her utter limits. My technique is inferior, I admit defeat. Zhong Lin cupped his hands together across his chest and then stepped down from the stage. Although Hua Hong had won, her complexion was very pale. She wouldn't be able to restore her energy in a short period of time, and she could already see that the Thundercrest sect's Zhu Xiaoling was itching for a fight. She obviously was planning on going on stage, and the ones she would challenge would most likely be Divine Phoenix Island disciples. The top 5 core disciples of Divine Phoenix Island could match up to the top 3 core disciples of the 5 element regions sects. But 1 against 6 was the same as 6 against 18. If this continued, Divine Phoenix Island might reach a situation where no one would be able to go on stage. Big Brother Lin, that little girl's thinking of going on stage. Zhong Zhan had sharp eyes. He had already noticed the malicious intent in Zhu Xiaoling's devious smile. Millimeter. She deliberately waited some time to give me a break so that I could restore my condition, and so it wouldn't appear in poor taste for her to challenge me. Lin Ming indifferently smiled. The truth was that he hadn't really used any energy at all in his battle against Ma Junhui. Even if he did consume a great deal of energy, he was able to quickly recover. In terms of restorative ability, Lin Ming had absolute confidence in himself. After he had entered the Sorcerer Pagoda, his blood vitality was like a raging inferno, and his recovery power was far above and beyond any martial artist of the same level. Afterwards, he had also completed 20% of Tempering Marrow. Now Lin Ming's restorative strength was even more terrifying than before. Maybe even a Xiantian Mater might not be able to compare with Lin Ming in terms of recovery power. Zhu Xiaoling had wanted to give the usual opening remarks and challenge someone to come on stage, but she found that Lin Ming had already stood up. She smiled, revealing her sharp canines. So you already knew. Chapter 362 Close Contact Combat. Chapter 362 Close Contact Combat. Chapter 362 Close Contact Combat. As soon as Divine Phoenix Island's Lin Ming and Thundercrest sect's Zhu Xiaoling walked on stage, it caused an immediate sensation. Lin Ming and Zhu Xiaoling were both top second-rank talents among the juniors. Several years from now, they would be top-level characters equal to the Sunfire Princess and Zhong Yunjian. Naturally, this attracted the attention of everyone present. Lin Ming is 16.5 years old, and Zhu Xiaoling is 17 years and 1 month old. There's a 7-month difference between them. There were many nosy individuals that had collected as much information as they could, and were able to pinpoint their ages accurately to the month. I think that Lin Ming has a higher chance of winning. For better or worse, that Storm Valley Ma Junhui is still a core disciple ranked in the upper middle reaches. He was sent flying out by Lin Ming in 1 move. I don't think that's something that Zhu Xiaoling can accomplish. Don't be silly, that Ma Junhui was just an idiot. He was far too arrogant. He didn't even treat Lin Ming as a true threat and didn't use the wind conversion art. He deserves to be struck down like a fly. If he was serious, then the gap between Lin Ming and Ma Junhui wouldn't have been so great. I think Lin Ming might not be able to defeat Zhu Xiaoling. Don't forget, she's at the peak of pulse condensation, but Lin Ming is only at the late pulse condensation period. To a true genius, jumping ranks and fighting those above was natural matter. But when the one you were against was another genius, then that was another matter altogether. That was extremely difficult, and every small difference in cultivation was an extremely large gap. I think that Zhu Xiaoling has a higher chance of winning. In another half a year, if Lin Ming can reach the peak pulse condensation period, then it might be a fair match. All the nosy busybodies were speculating on the outcome of Lin Ming and Zhu Xiaoling's match. To these young heroic elites, they also liked to compare their sense of judgment. In any case, even if they were wrong, it wouldn't be a loss. Old Lady Yu Huang glanced at Mu Chenyu as usual, and Mu Chenyu nodded in return, indicating that this wouldn't be a problem. She had complete confidence in Lin Ming. In truth, a 7-month gap wasn't too great a difference. Even if his opponent was a top second-rank talent, Lin Ming should still be able to win. Seeing Mu Chenyu's confidence, old Lady Yu Huang was much more reassured. She thought to herself, It seems that Lin Ming's talent is even more remarkable than Ding Shan and Xiaoling's. Yue has really found a treasure for my divine Phoenix Island. On the stage, Lin Ming and Zhu Xiaoling were 100 feet apart from each other. Lin Ming's mind stirred, and then he asked with a true essence sound transmission, "Miss Zhu, could you tell me who has such a great interest in me that they would send so many people after me?" Zhu Xiaoling's eyes narrowed. She smiled, replying, "Someone offered 300 medium-grade true essence stones to beat you up really bad. If you defeat me, then I'll tell you. But if you lose, you lay in bed for a month like a good little boy and let me win those true essence stones. How about it?" There was no foolproof plan in this win, especially since Yang Fuhong had no friendship with Zhong Yunjian. If there was a true investigation, Zhong Yunjian was unlikely to keep Yang Fuhong's secrets for him. Lin Ming's eyebrows rose in challenge. "Oh, is that a promise? This little lady keeps her word. But, it seems that you're overly confident in defeating me." Zhu Xiaoling unfolded her arms, and purple lightning twisted around her hands, snaking into the air around her, causing the surrounding space to tremble. She had high expectations of Lin Ming's strength. 4 heroic elites of similar age, engaging in a true battle with someone of similar strength was an extremely rousing and mentally stimulating event. Lin Ming faintly smiled. "Against a thunder attribute martial artist, I will always be confident." He flourished the heavy profound soft spear, and the silver spearpoint droned as it began to shudder. True essence flooded into the heretical godseed and the power of thunder erupted. In a split second, a purple-white electric current surged forth from the spear, tearing the void. There was the power of thunder that used the purple flood dragon divine thunder as its foundation. It was incredibly violent. Zhu Xiaoling's eyes instantly widened, her originally large eyes almost doubling in size, blinking as she stared at the power of thunder that wrapped around Lin Ming's heavy profound soft spear. Those present were also shocked. They didn't think that Lin Ming would be a thunder attribute martial artist. Wasn't he a disciple of divine Phoenix Island? How could he be a thunder attribute martial artist? The common folk watched for fun, but the experts could see the true skill. The elders of the Thundercrest sect as well as their core disciples' pupils narrowed as they saw Lin Ming release the winding thunder. This power of thunder contained the will of thunder. It absolutely had the support of a thunder soul. Zhu Xiaoling traced her pretty chin, praise on her lips. "I never thought it would be like this. When I listened to that person say you knew how to control thunder, I thought you just had some minor skills. But now it seems like you even have a thunder soul. Hehe, things are getting more and more fun." As Zhu Xiaoling spoke, she took out a large golden ring from her spatial ring. This ring was 3 feet wide, and was as thick as a thumb. Its edges were sharpened, but there was a blunt section that one could grab onto. This was the first time that Lin Ming had seen such a strange weapon. Looks like a low-grade earth-step treasure made from gold thunder rock. When Lin Ming had his purple comet spear made, he had researched many different thunder attribute materials, and thus he was able to recognize the ring in Zhu Xiaoling's hands. This was a weapon made from gold thunder rocks. Although it was worse than the profound thunderstones that were used in his spear, it was still a very good thunder attribute material. This ring of Zhu Xiaoling's was a top low-grade earth-step treasure. It was far superior to the Bloodwave saber that the Zhong family from the 7 Profound territory possessed. "You aren't going to switch your spear?" Zhu Xiaoling asked. "Unnecessary. I don't want to take advantage of you," Zhu Xiaoling said, her eyes squinting. "Even if I win, others will say it wasn't because of my skill." Lin Ming thought this was quite funny. This little girl was very confident in herself. "Say that after you've won. We'll know after we fight." Purple thunder cut. Zhu Xiaoling trod the floor, and her body moved forwards like a slippery fish. The golden ring in her hand was completely engulfed in a shining purple light. The ring rapidly rotated, and arcs of lightning flashed out, turning into a vicious flywheel. Wherever this weapon went, even the air itself seemed to be sliced apart. The power of this move startled everyone. Just how was Lin Ming going to block such a fierce attack? If that silver spear struck the spinning flywheel, it would probably be cut in half. There was no way to undergo a direct confrontation. Lin Ming wasn't nervous or in a hurry. He languidly stepped back, and as the spinning flywheel was about to strike him, he stabbed his spear into the center of the ring. Although the heavy, profound, soft spear really couldn't meet this weapon head-on, as long as it was in the center of the ring, it would be absolutely safe. Zhu Xiaoling's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. You want to avoid a collision? Nice try. With a thought, the power of thunder within the flywheel burst out, and a thick current of electricity plunged into Lin Ming's heavy, profound, soft spear like a snake. At such a close distance, this was impossible to dodge. In an instant, that purple snake of thunder had sunk into Lin Ming's body. Once one was struck by such a powerful electric current, they would be momentarily paralyzed. In a battle of masters, this momentary paralysis was fatal. Hee. Zhu Xiaoling maliciously laughed. She raised her fist and punched out towards Lin Ming's right eye. Let me give you a panda eye. To curse someone and then beat up their face was a style consistent with Zhu Xiaoling. To give Lin Ming a panda eye was a very fun idea. However, when her fist was halfway there, it was actually grabbed by another hand. In that moment, Zhu Xiaoling felt like her hand was stuck in an iron clamp, even her bones were on the verge of breaking. Ah! Zhu Xiaoling screamed in pain, her beautiful eyes filled with horror and disbelief. How was this possible? Lin Ming was struck by her purple thunder, so how come he wasn't affected? Zhu Xiaoling desperately let out a burst of thunder from her left hand, wanting to shake free from Lin Ming. But Lin Ming was simply unafraid of this electric shock. Whatever thunder surged into Lin Ming's body seemed to disappear without a trace. Zhu Xiaoling clenched her teeth, waving her hand to try and loosen herself. However, Lin Ming's hand seemed to be cast from iron, immovable and unshakable. His hand gripped Zhu Xiaoling to the point where her bones nearly shattered. Lin Ming's expression was cold, there was no fun or entertainment in his eyes. In that moment, he would have been fine if he was struck. But if another martial artist was punched in the eyes, there was a high chance they would go blind. When a martial artist was paralyzed, their defensive power would be lowered by a great deal. How could a fragile eye withstand a fist that was flooded with true essence? This little girl seemed simple at heart with an innocent and childish spirit. But this childish spirit was no reason to play with the lives of others. This little girl was spoiled too much by her master. What she needed was a good awakening lesson. Let go of me, Zhu Xiaoling angrily said. Her right hand gripped the golden ring, slicing towards Lin Ming's arm. However, Lin Ming only gripped Zhu Xiaoling's arm and pulled. After tempering marrow had reached 20%, his strength had already reached tens of thousands of jins. It was impossible for Zhu Xiaoling to compare with such a terrifying strength. In front of Lin Ming, Zhu Xiaoling was nothing more a chicken being held. She had no power to resist at all. With just a slight movement, Lin Ming pushed Zhu Xiaoling to block the sharp-edged ring with her own arm. Zhu Xiaoling was shocked. She quickly stopped the attack. In a battle between two young masters, it had actually devolved into a close combat melee. This sort of scene was extremely rare. The audience stared with wide eyes, bewildered. In a normal battle between martial artists, it would usually be an exchange of martial skills, or a comparison of whose true essence was thicker, or whose moves were more vicious. How could there ever be a melee like this? Zhu Xiaoling blushed. She had never felt so powerless in her life before. With her hand gripped, it felt like it was about to break. There was just no way she could loosen herself. You idiot, let go of me. Suddenly, her foot lashed out towards Lin Ming's vital male weakness between his legs. But this move was thankfully blocked by Lin Ming's knees. So young and yet your actions are already so inhuman. This fist is for your neglectful parents. As Lin Ming spoke, he raised his fist and directly punched Zhu Xiaoling's stomach. His fist was imbued with vibrating true essence, and his entire hand was wrapped in an azure light. Zhu Xiaoling's complexion changed. With her hand grabbed by Lin Ming, there was no way she could dodge this. Bright thunder shield. At this critical moment, a dazzling purple shield of thunder appeared around Zhu Xiaoling. Catcher. Vibrating true essence erupted, and the thunder shield shattered like glass. Lin Ming's fist smashed into Zhu Xiaoling's stomach. Ah! Zhu Xiaoling felt like her stomach had been struck by a heavy iron hammer. She cried out in pain as she flew backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 363 Special Body. Chapter 363 Special Body. Chapter 363 Special Body. Zhu Xiaoling smashed into the array formation barrier, then bounced to the ground, her entire appearance ruined and her face blooded. The audience was stunned, their mouths hanging wide. They didn't know what to say. How could such a fight happen? Grabbing an opponent's arm, confining their motions, and then viciously punching them? Did I see something wrong? Can you tell me what happened? I saw Lin Ming struck by Zhu Xiaoling's lightning, so how come nothing happened? A disciple asked what everyone else was thinking. Nobody could answer him, because this was already beyond their comprehension. He only used 10 breaths of time to defeat Zhu Xiaoling. The difference between them is too great. Not surprising. I don't know why, but Zhu Xiaoling's power of thunder is useless against Lin Ming. Zhu Xiaoling is a thunder attribute martial artist, and using the power of thunder is her only means of attack. Once her power of thunder is sealed, there isn't anything she can do. The martial artists of the Thundercrest sect had very ugly expressions. Immune to thunder? Then how could they defeat such a person? Wouldn't they also be suppressed and lose? They could already tell how their battles with Lin Ming would go by looking at how Zhu Xiaoling ended up. Because there weren't many thunder attribute martial artists to begin with, and their own combat strength also had its superior facets, they had always had a deep sense of superiority. Now, someone had appeared that could completely ignore anything they did. They were simply unable to accept this. Even the thunderclap Zhu Lai asked Lei Jingtian with a sullen expression, "Senior Uncle Sect Master, how is this possible? Why is the boy immune to the power of thunder?" Lei Jingtian frowned. He hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, "He isn't immune to thunder, it's only that he's immune to Xiaoling's thunder. In other words, her cultivation is too low. If this boy faces someone much stronger than him, he would have no way to resist. I was carefully tracking Xiaoling's thunder a moment ago, and after it entered Lin Ming's body, it seemed to have been absorbed by him. Is that even possible? The truth is already set before you. He should have some sort of special body. The world is large, there are far more wonders out there than we can ever imagine. For instance, Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun both have spiritual fire and spiritual ice bodies. 100 years ago, there was even someone who appeared at our Thundercrest sect that had an astral thunder body." Lei Jingtian shook his head, looking regretful. This young genius had such a special thunder-type body, but he wasn't obtained by his Thundercrest sect. It was just too great a pity. Special body? After Lei Jingtian spoke, a young man standing behind him raised his eyebrows, his eyes flashing with lightning as he locked onto Lin Ming. Things are getting more and more interesting. Limitless, don't look down on the opponent. Lei Jingtian said with a true essence sound transmission. I'm not underestimating him. The youth called Limitless was very pale. There was a faint mark between his eyes like it were a piece of ivory. He truly has the qualifications to be my opponent. But, I'll have to wait until he reaches the Hutian realm. On stage, Zhu Xiaoling bit her lips, her fingers touching the blood that leaked from her mouth. She stared at the bright crimson that stained her fingers, unable to believe what had happened. She was struck so hard that she had actually spit blood. Ever since she was small, because she was such a talent, she had never been beaten by those old fogies of her sect before. Yet now she had received such a beating. That punch had been so solid and without even a single ounce of pity, even her internal organs seemed to have been severely injured. For a time, resentment and grievance swelled up within her heart. Tears began to shine at the edges of her eyes. Her talent was good, but her cultivation method was completely suppressed by Lin Ming. The power of thunder didn't work against him, and in a close-quarters fight, she was like the little girl she was, unable to resist his attacks at all. You're a meanie, a bad meanie. Zhu Xiaoling grit her teeth, a grinding sound coming out. Lin Ming watched her with cold eyes. He noticed that the old man from the Thundercrest sect had an ugly expression but didn't come out to defend her. It seemed that whatever doting master she had that had spoiled her to this point hadn't attended today's festivities. When you treat others so viciously, you should also expect that someone will treat you the same way another day. Do you want to have another go? Lin Ming's tone was frosty. Zhu Xiaoling's was enraged, her face flushing red. She knew that if she continued to fight with Lin Ming, there was no way she could win. But she still couldn't humiliate herself to admit defeat. Xiaoling. A loss is a loss, now get down from there. From the Thundercrest sect area, the Thunderclap Zhu Lai shouted. He was Zhu Xiaoling's big brother. Zhu Xiaoling stamped her feet for a moment and then angrily stormed off stage. Lin Ming sent a true essence sound transmission, don't forget the agreement. You have to tell me who it is that is aiming at me. I will ask. Zhu Xiao clenched her jaws, hating everything that had happened. The five-element region's disciples suddenly began talking. Zhu Xiaoling was also defeated. Is this Lin Ming really 16 years old? Zhu Xiaoling was suppressed too greatly. It's impossible to see how deep Lin Ming's strength is from this match. We must ask a non-thunder attribute martial artist to go up and test Lin Ming's true strength. Jin Yu, how about you go up and give it a try? The youth called Jin Yu came from Golden Bell Mountain. When a martial artist became famous, they would often establish a family clan or a sect that was named after the weapon or cultivation method they used. For instance, the Seven Profound Valleys Zither faction founder had the surname Qin, meaning Zither. As for the 7 great sects of the 5-element region, there were many martial artists that took their own attribute as their last name. For instance, the Sunfire Princess Hua Ruyan. Jin Yu was the same. He was a famous talent within Golden Bell Mountain, and in terms of reputation of strength, he was the strongest disciple under the Hutian realm. Why would I want to go up? Jin Yu asked. Our 5-element region's 7 sects are inexorably linked together. We'll back you up, there's no need to be afraid. Are you trying to stir me up? How about you go up yourself? You're not a thunder attribute martial artist. Naturally, you'll be able to test his true strength. How about it? Jin Yu said, faintly smiling. In the battle between Lin Ming and Zhu Xiaoling, it was truly impossible to see his true strength. But Jin Yu could approximately guess that Lin Ming's true strength was already comparably to an early Hutian realm core disciple. Although Jin Yu was known as the strongest disciple underneath the Hutian realm, and was also a direct disciple, there was still a very large gap between him and a core disciple that had stepped into the Hutian realm. Going up and challenging Lin Ming was just looking for trouble. Jin Yu was not accustomed to being a stepping stone for other talents. Also, Lin Ming was only 16 years old. Losing to such a young boy would be an unforgettable shame. The martial artist that had been trying to stir up Jin Yu immediately shut up, unable to speak from embarrassment. His strength was inferior to Jin Yu's. If he walked on stage knowing he would lose, then he would truly be a fool. After Lin Ming's and Zhu Xiaoling's match, all of the disciples from the 5-element region whose cultivations were below the Hutian realm had lost all interest in competing. Originally, they had been zealously trying to wipe out all the pulse condensation disciples of Divine Phoenix Island, but now Lin Ming stood in front of them. He was like a towering mountain that loomed over them. It was impossible for them to cross this chasm. Against Lin Ming, they didn't even have the courage to try and wear down his strength by repeatedly challenging him. Those whose cultivation was below the Hutian realm had already given up any hope of winning against him. If they couldn't defeat Lin Ming, then there was no meaning to defeating any of the other pulse condensation period martial artists of Divine Phoenix Island. The youth Ma Junhui, who was defeated earlier by Lin Ming, had a very pained expression. When he had fought with Lin Ming, he was already lucky that he wasn't disabled. Fortunately, Lin Ming's first spear had been a probing shot, and he had managed to escape with his body intact. After Mu Junhui had lost, he had thought that he would seek out Lin Ming in the future and ruin him. But now that he looked back on his thoughts, he was terrified. If he tried to harm Lin Ming without understanding his true strength, the consequences of his actions would have been disastrous. This Lin Ming was simply not normal. The pulse condensation period disciples no longer dared to step on stage, so now only Hutian realm disciples could step up. Suddenly, an 8-foot-tall youth jumped on stage. He growled, Deep Earth Sex Shahanshan, 19 years old. I wish to challenge the heroic elites of Divine Phoenix Island, please enlighten me. As Shahanshan spoke, the truth was that his eyes had been on Lin Ming, and he was also hoping to fight him. However, To challenge him would be a complete loss of face. For a Hutian realm martial artist to challenge a pulse condensation period martial artist was bad enough, but Lin Ming was also 3 years younger. This challenge simply couldn't be justified. Shahan's Han is the second-ranked core disciple of the Deep Earth sect. These damn kids are really trying to bully us. A Divine Phoenix Island disciple called out the injustice of the act. Since they cannot defeat the pulse condensation Lin Ming, now they want to compare Hutian talents. Our Divine Phoenix Island doesn't have too many Hutian elites, how should we deal with them? Within the sub-20-year-old younger generation of Divine Phoenix Island, there were 10 direct disciples and around 30 core disciples. Of the 10 direct disciples, 7 were at the Hutian realm. As for the 30-something core disciples, there were a total of 8 that had reached the Hutian realm. Altogether, this was 15 individuals. A direct disciple wouldn't necessarily be stronger than a core disciple. This division of ranks only applied to talent, and didn't consider strength. Although there were some direct disciples with high talent, because of their age, their strength wasn't too amazing. For instance, Golden Bell Mountain's Jin Yu and the Thundercrest sect's Ju Xiaoling were like so. The 5-element region sect situation was even worse than Divine Phoenix Islands. Every sect had around 10 Hutian elites, but with 6 sects added together, that was 60 individuals in total. They could simply pile up on the Divine Phoenix Island disciples until they died. To use many to bully the less, the Divine Phoenix Island disciples could only mutter their complaints. Mu Zhaoxian, the second-ranked core disciple of Divine Phoenix Island, gave a cold snort and stood up, wanting to meet this fool head-on. But she was actually pulled down by the 4th-ranked core disciple, Song Xiaoye. Senior apprentice Sister Zhaoxian, let me deal with this man. The more powerful individuals haven't moved yet, you must maintain your best condition to deal with them. Your battles will be much more important. The battles of those heroic elite core disciples that were ranked 1st or 2nd would naturally have a much greater significance than the battles of those behind them. Mu Zhaoxian nodded. Junior apprentice Sister Song, you need to be careful. The disciples of the Deep Earth sect have an amazing defensive power, they are very difficult to handle. Millimeter, I know. Song Xiaoye said as she stepped on stage. She clearly said, Divine Phoenix Island's Song Xiaoye, 19 years old. Please advise. Shahan's Han stared at Song Xiaoye with a salacious expression. He thought to himself that Divine Phoenix Island really had many beautiful women. Out of every 10 disciples, 8 of them were women. Not only that, but all of them had exquisite looks. It was very different to the Deep Earth sect, which was like a temple of monks. After staying within the boring Deep Earth sect for 4 or 5 years, even if he saw someone grisly looking he would still finding it pleasing to the eye. Thus, as Shahanshan's vision fell upon Song Xiaoye, his gaze inevitably lingered upon her face and chest for several breaths of time. One couldn't blame Shahan's Han for his blatant lust. After all, this was a completely normal bodily response for a man that had stayed in a temple of monks for so many years. Song Xiaoye's complexion immediately went sour. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.